side effect for being too good.
I can't tell if it's starting yet or not. I guess this gives more time for my headache to go away, so that'll help.
Get more of those reps in.
Then my commentary will be better, you know? Get my commentary. They're waiting on my to
really
kick in.
come
No,
down
it
to
didn't
the
kick in. Okay, here we go.
well. There's, again, ton of Sin-Mei.
So, like, looking at these
Finland,
rosters here,
they
like
their brawl. They like being up close and personal.
you know, Finland has a good team. I can see why Sweden is going to be, like, kind of the favorite here. That is a pretty damn good Sweden roster. You're taking, like, Zaro and Willies, who have that, like, you know, that chemistry, you know, as teammates. You have Kevster, obviously. You have Admiral Scott. Like, that's a really good roster right there. Obviously, Finland has a good roster, too. You're going to recognize some of the players. But I feel like just from a perspective of
we saw a bit of it.
the perspective of, like, both these teams, I just think it's going to be
trend a little bit.
pretty interesting. Yeah, as I'm saying, they have a good roster.
With the Lucio gone, you obviously not able to ban another support, so it'll be Finland playing the cat back.
Here we go.
With Sigma.
Yeah, I think it's just because, like, maybe all the they've been doing on the landscape and stuff, so maybe I'm just getting, like, extra double whammy on the allergies, so it just hits me in the morning more. But anyway, here we go.
Yeah, she had that small buff.
Sigma, Bastion, Tracer, Jetpack Cat, obviously, and then Kiriko for Finland. Then Sweden's going with the Mauga, Kiriko, Ayari, Freya, and Tracer. Now, Zaro's a player that I've been saying is a very, very solid player. Zaro, when Zaro's playing lights out, is really good. If I'm correct, is Zaro the player that's on Team Peps, or am I thinking of somebody else? But either way, Zaro's had some really good moments. Really, really good moments. We'll see how everything kind of plays out here, though. Both teams kind of looking around the map, trying to do what they got to do. Freya, you know, might go down to the Jetpack at Bastion, and actually Finland is going to be the one to kind of initially get the point control. It's not quite over yet, team fight-wise. When the Mauga's up as much as you are, and Vistola's trying to, like, survive on the point, it's going to be a little bit of kind of a back and forth, but it does look like Finland is able to kind of, like, slowly take this team fight. So really good to see from the side of from Finland. I mean, obviously Sweden is, you know, the predicted winner of this series, so you know, having Finland start off strong is a really, really good play. I think Willie's is too, right? Yeah. So, again, you know, with just like with any team, it takes a little bit to get into the game. Sweden did swap over to the Ramatra now, which will be a little bit better against the Sigma in this type of team fight. So that should go well.
Pretty difficult to hit those shots, and then now with the Ramatra, going to be in a better spot to brawl it out. But a lot of the ultimates here for Finland. I mean, you're going to be walking like a Kitsune.
Great Britain's still playing games.
It's going to be very difficult to play against.
We're playing Roadhog during Roadhog hours today. I was, yeah. Hiimishie and I had a Roadhog off. It was a good time. We have an Ayari ultimate coming up here from Sweden. Obviously, going to probably hit somebody. I'm sure I didn't hit the whole map. Willie gets a pick right now. And that's going to kind of open things up for Sweden. Once you're going to lose that, it's going to be questions, do they want to go for this? So look for the Sigma to use ultimate here from the Stola side if they decide they want to do it. You could, in theory, have Jetpack Cat maybe go for a cool play on the point, which is exactly what happens. But unfortunately, well, you know, they end up losing their own cat there. But actually ends up being trades worthy for Finland. And as I say that, Bastion gets another pick. Zaro, I think, was resetted. I don't think that was on purpose. I think that there was a call to reset and basically just listen to the call. But I gotta be honest, this has been a really slow start for Sweden. They haven't even really, you know, built up many ultimates right now. But it's been an okay start for these teams. But Finland, you know, this was important when you're the team that's kind of considered the underdog. And honestly, like, you know, looking at it, you know, Finland has a good roster. It's like not like super like underdog. You know, starting off strong gives you that confidence boost. Obviously, it's on Lighthouse, and they got to win the map first. And you know, Zaro uses Bob there in that room. Keep in mind, Zaro didn't know if they're going to tap the point, so using that Bob is kind of like, it definitely was worth it. And Sweden does finally flip the point back. So, on the side of Sweden, you got one ultimate. It's Ramatra. It's going to be pretty good here. Finland kind of exerted all their ult pool in the past two team fights, so they're going to be, you know, at least building them during this one. Going to give them like 30 to 40%. Yeah, but like not like it's been 3 years basically is what I'm saying. As in like it's more along the lines of it's not that I think Finland's good. I also think Sweden has a very solid roster. But yeah, I mean they could easily win, of course. Obviously, I think there's no disagreements on that end of stuff there.
Just pulling Sana down there.
But yeah, both teams are split. Early picks there for both sides. Might just be kind of like a neutral right now. Finland's side, I'm looking for an opportunity to get these plays. So, Ghost gets a huge pick right away there, and again, Finland starting off strong. I mean, a pick onto Kevster. You're going to have to force Willie's ultimate onto the point very shortly. Look for Ramattra to be popping out in the next few seconds. There's a chance they maybe say, hey, let's slow it down, and then they'll tap the point. That's exactly what they do. There's the Kitsune from there. Willie's is going to have to get to that point soon. They get one more tap, but because they don't have their Ramattra there in time, it kind of gives opportunity for Ghost to find another pick. But because they haven't won this quick enough, I actually think that Sweden could, in theory, bring it back. But nope, Finland gets the kills. Sana gets that on Admiral, and honestly, I think this is going to end up working out on both sides of this. Yeah, have fun, Sana. Yep, Finland should take first round here, so good start for Finland. As I said, it was important for them to have a strong start, and they did. So very good job right there. Yoga Matt, thanks for the 9 months with the Prime sub. Thank you, Yoga Matt. I appreciate it. Thank you. Really good start there for Sweden. That's exactly what you need to see.
Find their bearings in terms of like what
163, 160p, and 360p. I mean,
instead of
I don't have for my options. That's kind of a unique one.
Out with like a hazard and some
that's
other
certainly
stuff.
something.
You know, the Freya kind of coming.
But
into
again,
the
really
mix,
strong start for these teams. Definitely something you want to you like to see.
Some adjustments
definitely something you like to see.
Closer, but Finland comes out really strong, especially Vestola. Only one death in that first round.
That's kind of that tank matchup they were talking about as well. And when Sweden were having their identity crisis at the start, it put them far behind, and it just allowed Vestola consistently on this pick farm on through. And Sweden, and again, you have another swing at this hazard comp.
Here we go. On to Well, our favorite one.
Let's see. It looks like Kev actually.
We're not going to see any Roadhog here.
The sky to see if the Cat Bastion is like flying.
I'll try to get those timed out better going to the next one. I think I had them timed out initially correctly, and then they had that longer pause, and I kind of forgot, so that's on me.
A lot of changes going here for Sweden. They will still go.
Here we go. Teams are looking for opportunity here to get everything going. Finland has the Sigma comp still. Pretty much nothing changed comp-wise. You're going to see, a little bit more Freya again instead of the Ash. Back to the Jetpack Cat with the Bastion here, but nothing like super different. Ms. Aki, thank you for the 10 months of the Prime stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. A little bit of lag there, and exactly, again, the hype train shows up, and then the lag on my thing. So I know what the problem is there now. What are the new drops? Just, if you type the drops command, it'll give you all the information there. Esports. Cammy, thank you for the 9 months of that tier. I appreciate it. Thank you. Glad you enjoy. I appreciate that. Like going back and forth right now between the Tracer. I mean, Hiimishie wins the 1v1 against Kevster. Obviously, it was not fully 1v1, but hey, we'll count it as a 1v1. Yes, the esports ones. A little bit of lag again. That's just because the hype train thing went to level 1. It's kind of funny how that works. And then another kill right there. So a really good kind of start for Finland here. Yes, they didn't get the point, but overall they're going to win the team fight, which I think again is going to be really good there. So I think get tired of talking about drops. No, not really. I always look at it this way. Like I signed up. People say like, oh, you don't have to answer the questions all the time, etc. Like the truth is, I signed up for this. If I was to get frustrated at people asking about drops, like that's on me at that point, right? Because I signed up for this, so I don't get mad at that. Obviously, there's gonna be times where I can't answer the question in general, but that's I have no problem with that at all. I always say like, there's always new people joining the channel. Like if somebody comes up to me and asks a question, and then someone comes up 5 minutes later and asks me a question, I'm not gonna say, oh no, Billy Bob came up to me first. I already answered that. Sorry. Like of course I have no problem with that. Scrubby, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I'm not going to get frustrated or mad. I signed up for this, right? Like, I'm choosing to sign up for that. I don't think people. I assume streamers don't get mad at that. Kitsune going out from both sides right now. Again, a little bit of lag. Just went to level 2 on the hype train now. So I will swap over to a much less laggier version of this by when I just go to the other way. But I'll get through this map first. Finland really starting off strong. So great beat there. Kevster not able to get the pulse bomb off. Sam Crow, thanks for the 10 months with the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, now that's brutal, right? Because
I got you, Jim Bob. Don't worry.
Sweden, you want to get Willie's,
and then can we get some blankies for Katie Pie? With the 5 gifted. Thank you, Katie Pie. You said it lags on my stream. You'll see. It will happen. It will switch over to like level 2 or something, and it will lag again. Watch. I'm telling you.
And then he just gets.
It's every time I figured it out. But thank you so much, Katie Pie. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Is it still 35% off? I don't even know. Do I drink hot drinks for the stream? I usually have a tea. It's called like throat coat, or something like that. I know the name is an interesting one, but that is the name of it. That's usually what I have. Ustan, they give it the Prime sub. Also appreciate it. Kevster gets the trade right there. Again, Finland's doing well, but Willie's ultimate here might be able to kind of win this team fight for them. Not even necessarily win the team fight, but clear the point. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, see? And then show some love in the chat for Winchester with the 10 gifted. I was not. See, I'm telling you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Winchester. Thank you, everybody. And is it like you're still on? Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, very kind of y'all. But good start here. for both teams. Well, you know, not both teams. Obviously, Finland doing well, but Sweden able to take the point back is what I meant to say. This kind of happened last time. It's going to come down to, can Sweden be able to kind of win these type of team fights? Obviously, they're swapping off of the Ramatra now to go the Sigma. Thankfully, the hype train has decided to lag me again here, which is, you know, I can't really complain. If I have a hype train, it's not a bad thing for me. So. Shadow Skeleton, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. You know, it's like one of those, like, kind of like, yeah, you know, a little bit of lag, but hey, I'm benefiting from it. So, anyway, Zaro with a huge pick there. That's going to, again, kind of give Sweden a little bit of an opening now to kind of take this team fight. And Zaro gets the picks, and as you can see, Zaro gets 3. As I've said with Zaro, very, very good player. Someone, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you, appreciate it. Zaro's a very good player that is very streaky still. Like, you know, like has really good moments, has, you know, a couple times. But like when Zaro's popping off, Zaro is popping off. That is just the best way to explain that. So either way, a really good job by both of the teams here to kind of find some of the value that they're looking for. But
quite
yeah,
impactful being able to just get that environmental kill rather quickly. So we'll see if FN can kind of capture anybody yet again. Deadeye available here for Sweden as well. It'll be difficult to kind of have this Cat Bastion hover over the point.
Zoro's absolutely
Cassidy with the Kitsune coming up here from the Kiriko.
From Finland, they end up flipping the map on Team Sweden. Again, this Cat app, all it can do, take out the tank almost instantly. Would be the ideal
nice
scenario.
job. Sweden's definitely in the driver's seat right now to be able to win this. They have 4 ultimates right now. 2 of them are currently active. You also have a Sigma ultimate there, and yeah, Sweden's going to clean this up. I just don't think there's a way that Finland can get back into this unless the Stola like gets like the sickest kill right now. Right now they have to kind of play to live and play smart. But as things are going now, I mean, it just looks like Finland's getting grinded down. A stick right there by Kevster would have solidified that, and Sweden brings it to 1-1. So ends up being good there. It's worth all the hype, I agree. No disagreements on my end. Hey, I'm not complaining. But a really good job there by both of the teams to kind of, you know, move in there and make those plays happen. So, very good to see.
So good against these Cat Bastion comps.
I got live company to watch the call. You talk about Sully over here in his bucket, being a good boy, the bucket boy himself. Oh, Sweden versus Denmark is tomorrow. That's going to be a good one, I agree. No disagreements on my end, but scoreboard's looking pretty damn even right now. I don't really know who to predict to win this map specifically. It's going to be kind of a interesting one to say the least, but we will find out how this ends up playing out or going, at least in my opinion.
The better out of him early on, so we'll see now. Sweden, probably we'll see if they decide to stay with the Juno. It'll be an Alari swap some Juno just to actually kind of get that speed ring out. It'll be Kev. He's going to check.
Quartz is really good. What do you mean? Zaggy thinks 100 bits. Underrated TPS player though in EMEA.
Potentially could stay
underrated.
Yeah, that looks like what they're going to go for. So without the without the Cat Bastion in play against the Sig, going to try and play some Echo to maybe. You know
what? I don't think he's underrated, but I think people have forgot about him recently, which is Kai. Like, I think a lot of people have like forgot about like how good of a player he is, and he's kind of been in like that same thing Kevster's been stuck with, where like Kevster ended up on a couple of teams that just weren't performing as well. So you do like kind of forget that like how good he is. Also, sorry for the lag there, chat. I will fix this after this match, but I'm not going to fix it until after. So I think Kai could be. No, you can't get him through YouTube that I love. So would be one of they got to go to work. Have a good day at work, Sim. Enjoy. Hope it goes well quickly. But yeah, so far, matches are, you know, starting off strong here between these teams. Sweden is not going to be able to get the point here. They're going to let Finland get the initial flip. Again, it's okay if you let them get the point, as long as you're going to win the overall team fight. Again, sorry for the lag. I will fix this. But overall, it's kind of pretty chill here on the team fight. No one's really got a kill. Finland does have the ultimate coming up right now, so they're probably going to pop Kitsune. There it is. Kitsune is going to be out. They're going to be kind of going all in on the Ayari. The Ayari actually is able to peel out a little bit and survive, so a really good job here by Sweden. Dealing with that early of a Kitsune can be rough. They actually flip the point. Kevster gets 2 kills. Willies is getting low, but they're able to get the Echo ultimate here. We have 2 Kirikos on the field, so Kevster's going to get some healing going and some DPS going with this. They may not even get the ultimate in time. They probably will actually pop the Kitsune, and then that should benefit the team. This is just kind of like a very short Kitsune. You're going to have the Echo go back there. Stolen with a huge rock into Admiral. And Finland brings it back, so kind of a back and forth going so far between these teams. Very ridiculous thus far. Very good game, to say the least. Sweden has a bunch of ultimates coming up, of course. We'll see it here in slow motion with all the FPS I'm having on that one. Let's venture out for an iced coffee. Enjoy your iced coffee. Sweden has 4 ultimates coming up right now. They're going to be looking for an early ult here. This will get a cleanse out, so it's not going to be like, even if you get nobody with it, it's still going to be pretty good. Really good disengagement there from Finland to be able to kind of take, that ultimate kind of out of the picture. But Vistola goes up in the air. Good ultimate by Willie's. Shield does block a little bit of the damage, but gets a kill on Zaro. From the side of Finland, they're definitely going to probably lose this team fight, but of course, getting it to, close to 70%. Great heals here on the Symmetra, not making that easy on them. And then, about 72%, 71% for Finland. So this is a great matchup. I mean, this is a time to, this is a huge matchup so far. So great series. Sweden obviously is going to be playing pretty aggressive here with their ultimate from Kevster and Zaro, which is going to be the DPS ones. Echo ultimate might happen first, believe it or not, and going to kind of go with something else. Obviously, we'll see it laggy again, which again, this will be fixed. There's a Kitsune coming out right now. Kevster decides to go with the Sigma, but because of this really well-timed Symmetra wall by Sauna, actually kind of able to just kind of win this pretty with relative ease. There's the rock right there from Vistola onto Willie's, but they're going to, play to live here. This is an important trade right now. If they get the kill right here on the side of Finland, this could really set back Sweden to be able to get back to the point. The Kiriko is going to be forced into a really weird spot, trying to find the ability to get out, using the cleanse, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Vistola popping off when it matters the most. Now it's coming down to one singular team fight. They have to go Jetpack Cat just to be able to tap, and there's a chance that Finland just cleans this up and takes this. I mean, Wrecking Ball makes it. A Yup Rock right away. Going to try to get the health back, but goes down immediately. Misses the ult, but I mean, that's normal. I do that all the time. And just like that, chat, map 1 goes to Finland. So there you go. So, casters were talking about, even I was mentioning how Sweden has a really strong roster, but in return, this is what we get. Really good start for both these teams, and just an excellent job. So, yeah. Okay, chat, I'll be right back 1 second. In between this map, I'm going to go grab a drink, and we'll continue on. But good job by Finland. Remember, it's a first of 3, so plenty of time for these teams to get back into it. But what a great start to this series. What a great start. I'll be right back, chat.
But hey, they still looked good when they had to switch off of it, right? They go over towards some of these Cassidy looks. Gucci on the Cassidy here towards the end. Sauna had a really good game. I know overall. And I mean, this could be a much closer series. And I think that we already thought it was going to be very close, right? But I think it could be even closer than we expected.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if this one went 5 even before. Like, just looking at these rosters on paper. But again, I think the difference in compositional preferences is going to be big for this game. Knowing Vistola, he's going to stick this Sigma as long as humanly possible. But as we get into some of these later maps, the Symmetra, perhaps some May, kind of coming in for this Finland team can make it difficult for this playstyle that Sweden have preferred. More the brawly, setting Kevster up on this really strong Tracer pick for him is the ideal situation, but you may not be able to get away with that forever. As we saw, the fast pace here, Jetpack Cat from FN, just a little too much for Sweden to handle most of the time.
Yeah, it really was where I think Sweden, like, they didn't really want to play, I think, the Sigma, right? I think they would have preferred to kind of play, Ramatra, play Hazard, things along those lines. Because, like, Vistola, probably, like, one of his best hero, if not his best hero, is Sigma. And you kind of saw that on full display here. So when Finland can kind of get it into this, like, Sig head-to-head, I think they feel pretty good about it, right? I know right now in EMEA, you can point to Vistola as being one of the best Sigmas. So, really good start for Finland. An opportunity, though, now for Sweden, though. Well, I guess they already had their map pick, right? They had it on Ilios. So get another one here, really to kind of turn the tides, like, of the series. So what you could potentially see, like, do we see them go to, like, a New Junk City? Maybe they want to play, more Ramatra, right? Circle Royale is most certainly out. That would be a map pick that Finland would be like, thank you. I think you're also looking at maybe like a King's Row, right? King's Row, you can play a little bit more Diva, Ramatra, Zarya.
Yeah, King's Row actually sounds fantastic. Something that is more brawly and will force you to play those close quarters. That's kind of the one weakness with Finland's comp is they're not as in your
I'm going to fix this lag very quickly, chat.
Saravasa instead.
1 second.
More of this kind of open...
Let's fix this lag. Give me 1 moment here. Let me open up the... Well, I usually go Edge here, and that usually works. There it goes. Twitch.tv/OW_esports. Eskimo, thanks for the 4 months of the Prime. Appreciate it. Go here.
I know maybe they want to play some of those more long-range hit scans, like a, an Ashe or
should be good.
Freya here, and then I think potentially for Sweden you could burn the.
One more second, chat. I'm just getting this working.
Yeah, that is possible, and I think you might have to on a map like this, unless it's going specifically to like Symmetra or.
Cool, we're good.
There are other options.
Should be set.
It's gonna get too much attention.
Awesome.
In this game, unless you're like really want to run a diva strat, and for some reason you want to ban Bazooki, which probably won't happen. But this Suravasa pick, I think.
Awesome.
Sweden
so
have
Suravasa for the Sweden pick here.
I think they want.
Man, this is gonna be such a good day of games. I'm excited. It's gonna be so fun today.
Kevster
I love this stuff. This is just a good time.
But I'm also curious too.
This is just gonna be a good time today, baby. Let's go. I'm ready.
Kind of an
Lock in.
Yeah, was it just for the Jetpack Cap Bastion, or is this going to be one of those teams that we're going to see consistently pull that pick out?
I think it's like really decent damage for the Cap Bastions. I think that's kind of like why you're picking it, and then like for Ilios, there's like some pretty good sightlines for the Illari. So I think that's kind of like where you kind of see it come into play. You could, if you are Sweden, ban one of the Cat or the Bastion here, like. That is
obviously they take a little bit
option,
before they get into the matches here, but we'll see.
With that, I think the worry would be is that Finland may, decide to ban like a Ramatra in response, but you can go to like if they're playing some kind of Sig based comp, right? You can go to like a emongg, right, and just kind of get past that Sig shield. So, like I do think there's some options there. I would probably get rid of one of those, then kind of save the Sigma. Now that I'm thinking on it for later on, because. There are some like pretty nasty Sigma maps that could come into play, right? Like, Sweden wins here, right? They ban the Sigma, and then all of a sudden now we get a circuit without like Ramatra.
I get what you're saying, Bugs Bunny. Yeah, that makes sense. So, all right.
See what they decide to do. So they get rid of the Sim, and then kind of like I think it's
Ramatra
really
ban and a Symmetra ban. So seems like Finland's just saying, hey, we want to run this Sigma-based comp. Sweden banning the Symmetra because obviously that was a bit of a problem. The Symmetra on the third map. So both pretty good bans on both sides that I think will benefit both the teams. I don't really know what this opens up for the middle point. I don't think you see Jetpack Cap Bastion on the middle point. Like you might see that comp happen as we saw it on Ilios, but we're seeing a lot less Jetpack Cat. But we'll see how this Suravasa goes, and Suravasas are always great matchups. If we even have close to what we just saw in the first match, this is only going to keep getting better and better. So I am excited to kind of see how this plays out in general, at least in my opinion.
Especially on a map like Suravasa.
Yeah, it should be a good match today. Should be a very good match.
Yeah, and they, taking a look back at the predictions, from the chat.
Yeah.
They do lose it in Game 5, though.
True.
Like, that is a
What's that you use to see the brackets? You might try the esports website. So maybe
Denmark,
one of the maybe Wikipedia or OWTV.gg. I don't really know.
Where,
they usually show the brackets up on this. So.
Way.
All right, headache is starting to
that also
go away a little bit, so I can get a little bit more into it soon. We are seeing it looks like a Sigma mirror versus the. Yeah, so Sweden's gonna run Echo, Sojourn, Sigma. Juno, or no, Kiriko Lucio, and then the other side is going to be the other meta comp that we've been seeing a lot recently, Mei, Bastion, Sigma, Kiriko, Mizuki. So straight up, from just the perspective of the team comps, already Finland's like very prepared here. This feels like a very strong comp that they could play. Now, of course, it requires teamwork, it requires good, use of, your abilities. But this comp right here by Finland's been being played a lot, in Korea a lot too. So a little bit of less Jetpack at Bastion and more of like this style of comp. Mizuki's been really strong. Has a really solid ultimate and just kind of basically play to shred the tank. You wall behind the tank, you run at the tank in a straight line, and then the tank falls over, which almost just happened to Willie's there, but a really good job by Sweden to kind of get kills during that. And Sweden actually should be able to take this first team fight. Very well played. They methodically played it. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. Things went pretty well there.
I feel like you kind of need the Lucio on this
Oh, yeah, I know already. I mean, I've tried stuff like that. Sometimes it just doesn't
Finland,
work.
Looks like they will have FN kind of
but it should be good now.
It
just takes like 30 minutes for that to kick in.
Lucio
At least I hope.
Flashpoint general, just the game mode, is so good. As a nice poke coming in here from Sweden is.
All right, Kevster does have Echo Wall coming up, Sojourn, Sigma, pretty much every ultimate in the game coming up here for Sweden. For Finland, a little bit low on ults, but they do have like the ability to Kitsune this a little bit earlier, which is going to give them a slight advantage, which I expect to see extremely soon. Their support ultimates might be able to carry this team fight for them. There it is, but no against Guy with a huge pick on the Cassidy, and that's actually the second time Gucci's been picked off early in these team fights, given, you know, Sweden a very easy opportunity to be able to win these. But as I say that, there is a little bit of a, you know, of a pushback here from Finland, but just not enough. The consolation prize here, though, for Finland is that they got 20% and took away that 20% that Sweden would have had if that wasn't happened, and that would have been the end of that point. This actually gives opportunity for Sweden or for Finland to force out the Kitsune. They could, in theory, try to use their ultimate to kind of do that. Paradox, thank you for the 2 months of the Prime sub. Appreciate it, thank you. They could try to use their Mei ultimate just to kind of make sure they solidify that, or even just to win the point, because even out your ult here is good. So there it is. If they could Mei ult this, but I think they're going to save it. I think that was their whole plan. It kind of went exactly as planned. You go to the point, you get Kitsune out. Sweden knows they have to Kitsune because it's not worth the risk of losing the team fight by not using it. So that's exactly, Finland played that perfectly for what you're supposed to do. Obviously, Sweden won the point pretty handily, but like Finland did exactly what you need to do there, which is get an ultimate out. Now that gives them a little bit of an advantage going forward. For the next team fight, they're gonna have to deal with both the a Mei ultimate and a Sigma ultimate on the side of Finland. Sweden does have beat, but I don't think you can really kind of, truthfully, if they get a good Mei ultimate or a good beat or a good Sigma ultimate, I don't think beat will save that because you can kind of combo them if you need to. There's also a high noon, so they might use the high noon first if they decide to. Basically, you use high noon to clear the space here. Yep, see, and basically you're just going to try to hold the space. But the problem is that, you know, I think they could have been a little bit more aggressive. I also want to point out that Willie's just ate Sauna's Mei ultimate, so their ultimates are in shambles now after all that. They had this like really kind of clear path to victory for this point, not for the point, but for the team fight. And instead, Sweden just outplays their cooldowns. Now it's even. Now they're fine. They do have to worry about the Kitsune and the Mizuki ultimate, but I do think they're going to be able to build things up. With Kevster having Echo ultimate, I'm not as concerned as I would be if they didn't have the Echo ultimate. So it's one of those things where I kind of expect both these teams to kind of like even out and kind of play these things perfectly here. So,
no tool to use against the Sanctuary.
We are going to see Kitsune coming up here from the side of Finland very soon.
And Admiral, hey, guess what?
We'll see.
Still having this sound barrier for the Flux for Vestola being able to hold on to this.
They might Mizuki ultimate. Okay, no, Kitsune, because I say sometimes Mizuki ultimate after space. This is a good idea by Sweden just to kind of like use their ultimates. They're kind of trying to brute force the ults as much as they possibly can. Kevster does kind of get rolled there, and Sauna gets a kill, and that's going to kind of even things out a little bit now. 68%. Finland does get it, and they actually deny an important number here for Sweden too. Sweden was actually 1% away from 69%. And unfortunately, Finland denies that. So this could be a huge motivator for Finland. Being able to be the first one to 69% on this point could be a huge confidence boost. Zaro does have Sojourn ultimate, and they don't really have much on the side of Finland, so they're going to kind of play back over time. Their idea is to eventually get this high noon, or hopefully the Mei ultimate gets a couple of good right clicks across the point. But I do think Zaro's going to be popping ultimate. There it is. This is the off angle out. There's the wall. This is going to allow Sweden to come in actually with a Kitsune, and this is actually a really good play here by Sweden. They've been able to kind of like force them off the point in a second, but there is trades. Kevster gets a kill onto Vestola, but Gucci gets a kill onto the Kiriko, and that Kiriko pick is actually massive here because they only have Lucio heal, so it's gonna force a weird spot here for that. But Finland does, you know, get this, you know, back and forth matchup here. I don't even know who to like call in this one. This is like so back and forth. Gucci gets the kill on Zaro, and I actually think Sweden might be losing this point. It's not over quite yet, but a huge Hinda coming in right now onto the Echo. Kevster does make a play, misses a couple shots there. Been there, done that. Not over yet. We have a Kitsune coming out, a Mei ultimate coming out. Pistola gets the kill onto Willie's. Sauna gets killed by Skyle there, and it's going back and forth. It's about an even matchup. Pistola gets the kill on Skyle. It is now going back and forth. Kevster has ultimate, so look for a diva here from Kevster. Kevster gets the diva, going to go in the backline. As long as they continue to get the point, I think Sweden might be able to flip this. They use beat from Admiral, and I think that is worth it because they got another Kitsune out on the side of Finland. And I'm just trying to see where this is going to go. Kevster's going to use the ultimate randomly. Obviously, you use the ultimate a little bit more aggressively with the Echo, as you would in like a regular diva. Kevster's back in normal form there, and we are back to a 99% to 77%. Sweden has the point. High noon on the side of Finland. No other ultimates on the side of Sweden. You might have a long team fight. You might see a diva ultimate or a Sigma ultimate, depending on how long this goes. One team fight for the battle, and also these have been some great matchups so far. I want to point that part out.
blocked by
Again, nothing
tank. Flip
major
will come
happening
back
here
in.
on any of these
And
ultimates.
Gucci
Pistola
has done
is
his
going to be a
job
little bit
for
more
now,
backline
and
pressure now, which
don't have
means
any
that
great
he's going to
tools
kind of dive
to
in and be
get into
aggressive
this
because you
point.
have the Diva
Punishing
ultimate to
somebody
kind of
on
make
the
up for
back
that.
drive, the bowler
So
definitely
basically,
hurt
you know you can do that. The
Pistola's
Mizuki
chances.
ultimate comes in here from
Sanctuary.
Finn on that
Go
one.
ahead and vibe
Gets a
inside.
kill.
Nothing really to do
Gucci with
about
a
it
kill,
at
and
his
Finland
hands.
does, I
Keep
think,
him
take this
up,
point
and Finland
after a
come
really
back
good kind of back and
right
forth.
away.
Wow, what a
Take away
series
the
this
second
is. This is
objective.
crazy so far.
Yeah,
These
just
teams
no
are so like
cooldowns
evenly
available
matched
for
that it's
Willies,
just
right?
unbelievably
no
good.
shield there,
I'm
no,
loving what I'm seeing
kinetic
right now.
grasp when
I'm
the
loving what I'm
Sanctuary
seeing.
comes on too, so very difficult to kind of deal with there for Willies.
All right.
He will stay
These teams
on
are
the
going to keep
signal,
trying to
but
pick it
that
up.
felt like a
We'll see how it
flashpoint that
goes.
Finland most certainly needed to win. Now they kind of set themselves up to tie it up here. I know. Now Finland can come on to this.
This is
next
going to be a
point
series
on,
that goes
right? Yeah,
distance. It could be, yes. This very much could be a series that goes the
Basically,
distance.
the 2 lives here playing with Sauna.
Yeah, and Finland so
Sigma ultimate will be happening here in a bit.
Not having the Lucio.
Kind of fully expect to see that ultimate very shortly. There it is. Ult in the air, a few of them up. Boom, good cleanse. Yep, rock.
Keeps them alive, but the half HP leaves everyone so low. Finland backing off into the upper quarters.
Pistola gets a
Nobody
kill.
finished them off. Kevster turns right.
And that's that.
He's turned around,
They're going
Pistola
to
much
trade
more
out.
threat
Zaro
now.
gets a kill
Onto
onto...
the Diva to his
And this is just
right.
back and forth onto the
Forces
Cassidy. Vistola's going to be able to stay in suit, and they're down like one on each side, but a huge stick right there that's going to get the Sigma really low. That's going to allow them to kind of put in a lot of backline pressure into Willies there, and that gives Finland just a pretty much team fight here. So again, Sweden caps the point, Finland takes it back. This is so back and forth. Double Kitsune going to be coming up right now on both sides. Expect to see that here shortly. Sweden might try to be really aggressive with this. Don't be surprised to see both a Kitsune and a beat.
And now you most certainly can, right? I mean, Gucci can kind of put some damage down.
They could also do a double ultimate too.
And then Pistola finish it off.
I think like don't be surprised to see Kevster like maybe go like Kiriko again, or Sigma, because you can basically go any hero now. It used to be you'd have to look on the other team. Now you can take your own teammate stuff, right? So that's something to kind of watch out for. There's the Kevster goes Diva here, so you get that double tank kind of concept. You kind of all in on the Cassidy, which seems to be the play they want to go with. You can Diva ult this Mizuki ultimate. This is going to make things really wild. It might even get 1 or 2. Does not get anybody. That actually looked like it was pretty good. Pistola does get DMAC though. Admiral gets the boop off there. We do have a trade though. We're going to have double trades. I think it's a 2v2. Might actually be only a 1v2. And again, Finland able to kind of clutch this out in a team fight where like so many just ultimates back and forth. The Kiriko is getting low. Kevster's not letting up right now. Obviously, he does have a Kiriko there, so it's kind of a 2v2. Willies does get back into the point in time, which is also going to be really intense right now.
Over Sweden. It turns all
Sauna
the
has
pressure
Pulse Bomb
down
coming up.
On Sweden in their game against Denmark, which is the last game of the group.
And
nice
now
Pulse
things just
Bomb
kind of
there
slow down
from
again.
Sauna, gets
No
on
ultimates on the
Willies,
side of
goes
Sweden.
dangerously low.
Same with Finland. Pistola gets a pick onto Admiral, and that is not what Sweden needs now. Kevster goes down, and I think Finland will be taking a 2-1 lead on this point. Setting them up for whatever point is next. Obviously, it could be to their left or it could be across the map. I think it will be to their left. I think they've made it a little bit more predictable nowadays of it like not kind of jumping across, which is fine. I think. Obviously it has it might have some gameplay effects of like the team that like is ahead wins, but
favorite, like
we'll
very
see.
close over Finland because I think like these two teams.
All right, we have a Diva ultimate here from Pistola. High noon from Zaro on the side of Sweden.
Close, but I know this really looked like a series that Finland is in a prime position.
I do expect to see a pretty aggressive high noon here in a bit.
Being able to go up 2-0, 3-0, which is
From Zaro,
so
we'll see how it
important
plays
in
out.
terms of, like their map differentials. So see if they're able to do it. Is Finland now?
You're gonna have, yeah, they're just gonna slow play it. Both teams are building up their Kitsunes, by the way. In case you're wondering why this slowed down immensely, both teams are kind of like tracking that they have Kitsune. So they just said wait till Kitsune. They're waiting on Ghost to get it. Now they use High Noon to clear space. The Diva can tap down. Kitsune in 2%. They're using their own High Noon to do the exact same play. There's the Kitsunes from both sides. They do end up making that play perfectly. I think Finland's going to be in a unique spot here to be able to get the point, but Gucci is going to get low. Kevster gets the pick right there. Things are starting to look a little bit more in favor of Sweden for this team fight. A really good boop right there. Almost gets the Diva mech killed, but good reaction to go straight up into the air to not take that damage. And although Finland was able to get, 10%, 15%, I guess you could say, even more than that, apparently, 17%, it does give Sweden the opportunity to get that. So, not bad at all.
In the action here, right? So, Sweden.
Yeah, like I said, just a back and forth battle. I'm loving this. I'm loving this back and forth battle that we're currently seeing.
So they're going to try and play this Mei. Usually you see the Mei kind of in combination with like a Sig in the mix with
Okay,
this
beat's
comp,
going to be happening here
they're
from
gonna
both
play it
sides.
with the Diva here. I know maybe you see them decide to make some changes. Like you can play this like with like a Sig Mizuki, but especially with sound barrier here at the moment, not going to make any changes like that.
No, you're not going to give one of your best ults just to make a fast change. Look at the wall off and main.
Ooh, they go for the high noon on Sweden's side first. This is going to clear them out. It's basically just disengage. You know what they're really, both these teams are good at right now? Kind of this back and forth disengagement. There's the aggressive beat. We have beat on both sides. Pulse bomb from Kevster kind of solidifies that pick right there. Kevster's looking for opportunity to follow up with one more kill on Sana. They know this, though. They kind of like end up kind of cornering him. But this has opened up the door for Sweden. They were so concentrated on killing Kevster there that it actually, gives Sweden the team fight. And now, again, back-to-back,
Yeah, it's a nice pulse
back-to-back maps of two to, whatever the last point is, we're at it. The deciding part of this map, can Sweden even the series up at 1-1, or will Finland finish this match and make this a 2-0 lead going into another map? I mean, I don't know what to expect from an ultimate perspective. I do think that Sweden has a slight ult advantage up until the May ultimate, and then I think it would flip at that point. We're going to see double Kitsune come out here again. Sweden does actually have a couple ultimates, but right away, they don't even need those ultimates. They go in, they get the kills. A free team fight there for Sweden, and that's exactly what they needed. I mean, now they can build everything up, and things are getting good. Things are getting really good.
This map again.
Yeah, so it seems like basically when Sweden sees the Sigma, they will go over to the
return
Echo.
again.
And then
not at work this time. Played Overwatch all day. And there you go. There you go, Lan. Sounds like you had a.
Through the early parts of the series.
I assume, are you on one of those, like, with these matches last 10 hours? I'd say so. Are you on one of those, like, long, like, few days off, and then, like, a few days, like, of a long schedule type of stuff? I know that's usually how they do that stuff, but I don't know how it works in there. High noon here from the Cassie. Doesn't really get anybody. Kitsune coming up here from Ghost. Things should be getting pretty interesting here. Sweden's also going to have the same thing. Again, Sweden's kind of in the driver's seat now. Finland has to make the aggressive play, so, like, Sweden's okay with kind of this back and forth, like, battle. Pushing back and forth, making it a little bit easier. Obviously, the high noon doesn't get anybody. Good DM usage, good cover. There's the May ultimate. It is a solid May ult for what it's supposed to do, which is flip the point. Both of the matchups are happening here. We are going to see, the possibility of a Mizuki ultimate coming in here from Finn, but like not just quite yet. Kevster goes in with the Diva ultimate. Again, nobody goes down there, but Zaro gets the pick onto Gucci. They are going to probably, pop it. Yeah, I don't know. In hindsight, they're probably going to say they shouldn't have popped it there, but I think. I mean, not even hindsight, never mind. They didn't know that was the right call. Sorry, I thought they still had the point. I missed that Sweden flipped the point, so that was the correct play to pop ultimates there because Sweden is going to be taking this map, and we are going to get ourselves a series, chat. So if you were hoping for a good series and not a 3-0, well, guess what? You got one. What a good job there by Sweden, and this is looking good. Here we go. We'll be able to kind of tell right away from the defensive side of what tanks we're going to see here. Dominant Ramatra. You might see something different, possibly. It is the Ramatra. So there you go. Vistola side, I'm not entirely sure. He's such a cool dude. Normally both have y'all streams up. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, no, he's really fun. Yeah, obviously, he doesn't play any Overwatch anymore, but, when I used to play with Andy, he was always a funny dude. Like, we always had a good time, and that was always kind of an important thing for me, is I always try to win, but I also want to have a good time with it, and having that balance is always nice. So whenever I play with people, usually that's what I look for, is like people who want to play to win, but also want to find a good balance to kind of do that stuff too. You know what I mean? So it ends up being really cool. How many matches today? Plenty of matches. This is like, I think, I want to say 8 matches today. I could be wrong. Maybe 9 matches if I'm missing a match, but we got a busy day of games, and this series is a banger to start. Obviously, 3-0s happen, but this is a good series. We're seeing the Ramatra versus Ramatra, the Widow. Guy's gonna go Sojourn.
Nothing comes out of it. Let's see what they decide to do in terms of their damage dealers.
I was wrong, Bastion, so they're gonna go more of the Bastion sim. So actually, this was a bit of an issue for Sweden on the Ilios, where they kind of would TP and make this play. I do think Sweden's a little bit more prepared for it this time. They can play a little bit more disengage heavy with the Wuyang. Wuyang is, pretty good here for the spam, so, good gameplay there. Juno with the speed ring. So this is going to be very back and forth again. It's going to come down to these May walls. If Kevster can, efficiently do these May walls, I think this is going to be a good opportunity for Sweden to have a good time here on first point. Obviously, there's no jetpack cap being played, so you don't see that. Zaro immediately gets a pick right away. onto the DPS of Finland. So Sweden again starting off really strong here, exactly what you need. Kevster's been hitting so many right clicks that he's about to have May ultimate already with a minute in here without having to use Ice Block. That's very impressive because usually you just farm it off Ice Block and then you get yourself some ult charge. So very, very good start here. No changes. Kyle gets a, just Pistola goes down and another reset here for Finland. Already about a minute and 20 going to be off the clock by the time they even engage on the next one. Finland doing a really good job of cleaning up these kills. Great May wall there by Kevster. And early on here, Sweden is off to a really good start. Like a really, really good start. So something to kind of keep note of and watch out for here. Sweden's going to have May ultimate coming up shortly. It's going to be pretty damn good. I wouldn't doubt if they play pretty aggressive on this one. They just use a May wall and send it. You got to be careful of the TP though. You can disengage out of it. What chair do I use? I use a Herman Miller M body. It's definitely pricey, but for how long I sit in my chair, definitely worth for me. Very comfy. Also helps my posture a little bit, which is nice because I, usually I'm over here like Gollum going my precious. So kind of helps out a little bit. May ultimate's going to happen now. You kind of need to, but that's why you need to do it. A really, really well-timed window by Ghost right there. I love that decision by Finland. They kind of caught him off guard. The idea right there was to be able to use the May ultimate like right away, but the one shot with that was perfect. Kevster just had no time to react. So, Aruka, thanks for the 3 months of the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if you look at Kevster's point of view, though, that was a tough one. Like, that was going to be so hard to be able to do that. But thankfully, they're able to get back. Obviously, they still have Juno ultimate here if they need to kind of push them back. So it's not like a guaranteed win, and they have no lamp now. This is going to be an aggressive play here for Sweden. Yep. So once that lamp was out, they knew they could be a little bit more aggro to get these kills. They're not getting any kills. I love this back and forth here with the Sojourn. Nice shot there from Admiral. It's kind of going back and forth in general here to where I actually think Sweden might still be able to hold this. The wall is going to be the tough part here. Willie's kind of has to play super defensive right now. If they can survive this wall on the side of Sweden, they will hold this team fight right here because they kind of lost the rest of their team. There it is. So just to give you an idea, the reason why all those ultimates got prompted is, remember when the BAP was in the corner there? The BAP used lamps, so then they immediately popped their ultimate. Even with Juno ultimate, you can kill through that, so that's why that happened. Tim, thank you for the 72 months with the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Obviously, kids can play the far.
Named after a Swedish grocery store. I didn't even know it was a Swedish grocery store until today. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to ask Willie's. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it's kind of funny though. I never knew that's how that works. So good to see. Fun to learn. Both the teams again just looking for a window of opportunity here. Speaking of window of opportunity, Finland has a window and a Sojourn ultimate. If Zaro finds a time in here and gets a pick, this could be huge, but there's a chance that Finland grinds him down here. Great May wall. There's the window. They're going to try to disengage it. Zaro goes down. So again, this window being kind of the kryptonite for Sweden on these early picked off team fights. They do force out an early lamp. Unfortunately, though, looking at the ultimates here across the board, with losing Kevster there, you lose that extra kind of ability to hold the point. So while it wasn't the most amazing point here, Finland does capture first point. So good job here by Finland. Excellent play. And again, just great overall gameplay today. So Ghost is a very good BAP. I agree with you. Yeah. I've obviously seen Ghost play BAP before too. Yeah. So any ranked games between matches, there'll be no downtime today. There might be some downtime going into the USA matches, but every time we get any more than a 3-0 in these series, there's going to be less likely to be downtime going into NA matches. There might be 30 minutes, 40 minutes, maybe then. We'll see. But either way, aggressive tidal wave play by Sweden. What they're trying to do here is they just want to regain control as quick as they can. Willie's is going to try his absolute best here to survive. Does survive. Get some kills. Lamp is out. Again, this should be an opportunity here for Sweden to take this back. Kevster's recognizing that, there's some kills to be had. Pistola's in this weird spot in the back. They're not going to Juno ult this. I don't think they're going to, at least. Okay, I was wrong on that one. I'm just kind of I just want to point out to you, Ghost is the attacking player there, so that's why I was confused on a Juno ultimate happening, because I could see that the position broke down heavily. So what ends up turning into it was a weird team fight. Either way, they end up using Juno ultimate. That's going to give a bit of an advantage. But Ghost again playing lights out on this BAP. I mean, look at this, another window. The windows have been the win condition so far right now. Sometimes you might hear me use the terminology win condition. It's just that's their way of winning a team fight, right? I don't use it a lot. It's kind of a terminology that might get used a lot. But, this is definitely a team fight though for Finland. They have a sim wall. They have Ramatra ultimate and a window. TP window. They might do a fake TP. There they go. Window's going to probably happen in the next 2 seconds. There it is. There's the window. They're going to have Vistola pop an ultimate. But the thing is that was a very kind of forced play there. That was one of those things where there was kind of trust the process type of play, and the process did not work. That's basically what that was. Because basically there was so much damage happening, but you wanted to pop your window, and that was your play. And if you end up making an indecisive decision on that window, nothing happens. So initially what was looking great there for Finland to have a team fight win, now they're going to be relying on this Sim Wall and Soldier ultimate, which again isn't the worst, but I want you to pay attention to Kevster's ultimate because that's going to be the make or break here. On top of that, with Skyle having this ultimate, you can get an aggressive Willies in the back line, which can kind of complicate how this can play for Finland. So kind of watch this ult usage as the flip. Sim Wall should be up first, I think, as a defensive ult. There it is. Soldier ultimate will be very soon. They're going to try to survive this initially, but there is a lot of low HP targets on Finland right now. Zaro finds a pick onto Vistola. Really good aggressive play on both sides here. The Sojourn, though, is completely caught out, but unfortunately they do trade. Zara gets a pick right there. The trades are definitely going in favor of... I mean, honestly, if they May out this, Kevster's going to wait for the next ice block. I think they're going to play to May out this. Kevster's actually, I think it's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, there's the May ultimate from Kevster. It was basically just waiting on the HP. They know they're forced to go there. The lamp is still there, does save them. You know, Willies has ult. I think they're still going to commit to this. Right now, they're kind of making the decision of should we use our ultimates here? And the answer is no, not yet, and then yes in about 2 seconds. Windows down in about now. Now you come in aggressively with your Ramatra ultimate. Zaro almost gets picked off right there. Here's the aggressive play going in. Gonna pop Ramatra ultimate again. You don't need to kill the Mauga on point. If you kill everybody else here, that's what matters. Reaper no shit on point over there. Gets the kill right there. Mauga goes down. Bap is there, and Sweden holds halfway through. So good job by Sweden being able to, you know, really play that very well. And that's that. So there we go. Good matchup so far, man. This is a good series. This is a really good series right now, Chad. I'm loving this. I'm loving this Overwatch. Let's go, baby. This is what we like to see. This is what we like to see.
In there to make it count, but and just
hi,
looking
Bucket
at the
Boy.
sets, you see how much of a domination this actually was. Willie's 21-1 coming out of that map again, not having the Sigma here, still a mystery because they haven't. It's not like Finland have played anything that would have been banned otherwise in the DPS department. So I'm a little puzzled by
love
that
him.
Swap. Perhaps
he's such a good boy.
Come in on the defense, which I guess we are going to have Zara move over to the May, but you really have to make this count and put your foot down.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to play on defense. I think, obviously, an opportunity to kind of continue to play some of the sim. Gucci looked like...
to see what a swell cat getting more content now, chat.
Sojourn, so... I think you're gonna get. I think you're gonna get a mirror.
But anyway, let's see if Finland can do it. Now, this is a map that you can commonly hold on first point. It's, you know, in pro play, obviously, you know, it's a little bit harder to do, but it is held. I've seen many times here. So.
Map for Sweden.
You're getting 2019 OWL vibes for these match, yes. What bands were this round? Farah and Sigma. That's why you're seeing Ramatra. It was a really good ban by Sweden. Like I said, like I think when they picked this map, Finland, they expected to play Sigma, which is kind of the meta that they're gonna run. So we'll see. Zaro's going for just a quick pick and a swap off here. Probably on the Sojourn again. Could be something different. Yep. Kevster's going for that, like just peeking with the Hanzo. Not going to get any kills with that. Goes May. And now we're kind of back to normal here. So Finland kind of opting to play something a little bit differently that you see here now. A little bit more up in front and aggressive. Some teams opt to play a little bit more defensively, but if you're not running the May, I think their vision is like, hey, you got to make this play. Unfortunately, though, Vistola is going to get caught out with some cooldowns here early on. Kevster's opting to use the ice block early to make sure not to get picked off there. Because eventually they're going to grind them down here. The TP is out, so they're going to try to do their best to kill that TP and force them back. May does have good walls here so far from Kevster. They are keeping their map control, though. The one downside here, though, for Finland, if they were to lose this team fight, is they're going to lose a lot of that early space here. That's why they back up. See, they needed to get out there. They do disengage properly, and now we're kind of back to where they were. But in their mind, that's a minute off the clock with, you know, the possibility of winning the team fight there early. So the risk was worth it for them, and when you're, you know, having to kind of maintain, you know, this type of gameplay here to be able to cap it, like, it's just going to be tough. Sweden has ultimate coming up here. We have Willies is going to have the Ramatra ultimate. A really fast Ramatra ultimate, as I was going to say. Ghost does have a really quick Kitsune, so both teams kind of in a really good spot here. Finn with a huge shot on Zaro, didn't miss right there. Don't be surprised to see a Wuyang ultimate go into the back line. Really good aggressive play here. By Willies. Only gets one, but like that might be enough to be able to take this. There is a Kitsune that is forced out, but again, it's one of those kind of like we're not able to dictate the pace of this Kitsune's. Willies makes a really smart decision of backing away, and a great job here by Finland. That was very scary for them once they lost their Juno, but they managed their ultimates correctly, and they actually, when I say they manage their ultimates correctly, I mean they manage their ultimates correctly. Take a look at what they have right now. Their ults are looking good. Sweden will be using Juno ultimate here. I do think that there's a little bit of an opportunity here for Finland to actually kind of really take like a grasp of this match here. And it's going to be this team fight. If they use their sim wall pretty early on, or even when they pop their Juno ultimate, they're going to be able to kind of like sustain the team fight temporarily, and then they can kind of manage their ultimates. We'll see how it plays out, though. There's a nice shot coming in from the Juno. Both teams are looking for opportunity. There's the Ramach ultimate from Vistola, but again, Kevster with a huge pick right now. Vistola is going to be forcing this like defensive posture, but now the position of Vistola is going to be rough because of that. So that pick ends up kind of hecking things up a little bit, but remember, they had good ultimates. Zara gets to pick on the Ghost. That means Vistola is going to be going down momentarily here, even with the double Nemesis form. As I say that, though, Admiral goes down. Admiral goes down, so this is actually giving an opportunity for Finland to disengage a little bit, but Zaro says, no, we have to pop this ultimate now to clean this up. Sweden, with 1 minute on the clock, is doing their best to cap this. With the TP, I don't think they can make it here in time, and I think now Finland, unfortunately, is going to have to be able to hold this for just a little bit amount of time. They just get the hero swap onto the Kiriko. 3 minutes to hold this corner right here. I don't like the odds for Finland here, but it's not impossible. It's going to have to start off here with a good Sojourn ultimate from Gucci. If that gets a team fight win here, you're already looking at about 2:30 on the clock. At that point, you know, a couple team fights away from being a close game, but this has to be a successful Sojourn ultimate, because if it's not, this will be really difficult for them to be able to win these team fights. Thankfully, they don't lose their Sojourn, so like that is like the most neutral version of that team fight they wanted, but there is a possible cleanup here. Nice shot there from the Juno. Able to get Zaro, spam happening on both sides. Just like anytime you play Juno, you look away for a second and your teammates are critical in the half a second here. Vistola is trying to be able to kind of maintain there. I mean, the ultimate here from Willies doesn't really get as much value. Kevster goes down to Vistola. But we do have a trade onto the Symmetra in the back line. Willies might go down, though, and Sweden does hold on. And remember what I said on the timing? Look at that, 2.5 minutes on the clock. By the time they engage now, it might be below 2 minutes. You win that team fight, you're looking at 1 minute, and then it's anybody's game. So this is the most important part of the map right now for Finland. If they win right here, this gets really interesting. Then they can both decide if they want to alt stack or alt dump, and that will be a very, very interesting decision here. So we'll see how it plays out, but so far, man, this is great. I'm absolutely loving this. As we watch both teams get aggressive on this, here comes the Juno ultimate from Finland. They're going to pop this, or the Kitsune. I always get those ones, you know, not wrong, but I just kind of guess the support ultimate and hope for the best. Kevster goes down, and Kevster ends up wasting ultimate here. So that is a huge turning point here for Finland. They are now going to be in a very good spot. I'm actually curious to see, you know, look at the ults of Sweden. I mean, Finland's actually now able to build up. Wow. Minute 35 left. This is getting down to the wire. You know, Finland has given themselves an opportunity to get some early poke damage. This is going to allow for them to build up some ultimates. Kevster decides to make the swap to Tracer. That is kind of an interesting choice now, because it might actually help Sweden. It might give them more backline pressure right now. Not that it will be perfect. Sonic can just use wall here if they really need to. So even if they pop an ultimate, get ready for sim wall to happen from Sweden. I mean, from Finland. And then Sweden's going to have to kind of navigate that. And then in that meantime, Finland's going to be able to build out. So there you go. They are being aggressive here with the Tracer into the back line. They are able to find a kill probably. They do get Gucci, so that's a huge pick. Juno ultimate goes out. Sana's going to have to make a decision here soon. If we don't see a kill pop up, you're going to have to pop this sim wall like right now. Otherwise, you're just going to lose your sim and you're not going to have that ultimate. This is why I was concerned about how safe they were playing this. This might have been a misplay here by Finland. They had all the ultimates they needed, but they just waited forever to be able to use that. This was not going to be a game where they could afford to be able to sit back and wait. Sweden makes the first play, and unfortunately, after a really good hold, Sweden picks up map 2, giving themselves a 2-1 lead. Duff, thank you for the prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. So, damn, what a good series, though. This has been a excellent games of Overwatch. I got to point that this has been so good today on these games. There's no better way to watch this than to also shiny hunt in Pokemon Legends. See, you're being smart. That's efficiency right there. That's efficiency. Yeah, it is a wild. It's true.
the Pharah here. Playing
your last 2 days of leave, and you won't be able to hang out all day again.
Just gonna now. Just
well, I'm still, you know.
Then decide to go back.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate when you do stop by.
Here, so
2 more days? Does that mean you get like really busy again? Is how that works? Blue Eye Girl, thanks for the 33 months of the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It was very difficult for
watching this while you draw. Let's go. I wish I could draw.
Half the team now in the sky for.
I'm thinking of. I was talking to Lonnie. I think I don't know if Chad will like this idea, but once my merch store is finally set up, I'm thinking of having my uncle design some cat shirts for me. We can sell some like fun like cat designs and things. I don't know if anybody's interested in that, but once the merch line starts going, I might start getting more stuff going because my uncle's been an artist for years, and he does really cool like digital art too, and like art in general. So I'm thinking of doing some like really fun like T-shirts and like stuff with cats involved and things like that. So we do have a Jetpack at Bastion from the side of Finland. We saw this on the Open in the Ilio, so I'm not surprised to see them run that. Sweden probably won't run that comp. I don't see that being a part of their hero pool. I will say this is more of a first point situation for Finland than it would be the rest of the map.
And then you also have the Jetpack at Bastion, so just a lot of damage that Willie's going to go over and play.
Well, the good news is, Pleb, is that I am streaming a lot more on Friday, Saturday, Sunday nowadays with OWCS. You know, in past time, that would be a little bit different, but now with weekends not being much days off for me anymore with OWCS schedule, and you usually get me on the weekends now, so that works out, right? So, a lot more weekend streams out of me than before with my new schedule. I've been unfortunately having to take Mondays off, but I think I'm streaming on Monday. We'll see how I feel after this weekend, but you know, I don't think these are going to be 20-hour weekends, right? They're going to be like, you know, 12 to 14 hours, which is kind of normal for me. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. Anyway, good start by Finland. I mean, again, like, you know, their comp right now was solid. I actually love that they made a really quick swap right away, by the way, if you didn't notice. They actually made a really quick swap, and that's why I said I don't think Jetpack at Bastion was going to go too much past first point. They immediately make a swap to this more kind of like ground-based comp, which, again, this, you know, the May, I think they banned the May because they expected Finland to run this comp, and they wanted to run more of this Echo, as I was saying. But right now, this is exactly the start that Finland needed. They kind of caught Sweden off guard a little bit, I think, with that Jetpack at Bastion, which has kind of slowed down some of like the more poke-style play that you would want to play as Sweden. This isn't going to be the first point yet, but like, I mean, if this beat engage doesn't work with like an Echo ultimate, this could go like right into third point with like, you know, 5 minutes to cap, which is still nice, still holdable. Third point is a very tough point to get through on pro play now, but
Sweden's going to go to the Diva
can be there, so
after the first one once we come out on that.
You would purchase them if you did that? Okay, good to know, good to know.
And then we're going to go straight.
Remember to follow What a Swell Cat on Instagram. It's an Instagram we're running with all our cats, so expect to see daily uploads on there, if not every other day. We posted 2 Sully videos, don't worry. The other cats will have videos soon. But we're gonna really start doing that. I love my cats, and you know, cat Instagrams pop off. I mean, truthfully, they do really well. So good job here again by Finland. 5 minutes on the clock. That's what I was saying. Like, this is rough. I'll dump on both sides. Sweden not having a good start. Now, third point is where it gets a little bit more interesting. So what's happening now, if you're going, hey, is Kevster needing to go venture? Yes. So the way this works is a lot of teams, a player you'll see do this a lot is actually Proper from Zeta. You go basically venture against Sim to disrupt TP plays. It works basically to disrupt TP. Downside is that Finland does have the casting to kind of be able to deal with the possibility. So normally where Kevster would be a little bit more aggressive with this venture, you have to play a little bit safer. So it's a really good just kind of hero selection here. Kitsune going to come out here from Ghost. Zaro goes down immediately. I mean, Willie's is going to be just on, you know, just trying to hold the space right now, but is going to have to back up as time goes on. Forces out Nemesis form. They're going for a backline trade now, which is exactly what they go for. Any trade here will be beneficial for Sweden. Even that pick on Cassidy could make or break how this point goes. Now, of course, obviously, if they end up, you know, getting a kill here on the Kiriko and then they kill the Juno, that kind of complicates stuff. But if we look right now, they are going to be coming back as the Tracer, so they give up the Cassidy to be able to get back into this team fight quicker because they feel that they can win this here. Willie's does have a good ultimate. Kevster gets chained right away. Great job there. Good ultimate here from Vistola. Going to force out, you know, just to not necessarily like force a kill or anything, but at least slow things down. We have the defense matrix on the point here from Mizuki. And unless something crazy happens right here, Finland going to dominate this first half. I mean, that is a dominant half. Now, is it over for Sweden yet? No, I think this was just like, this is what happens when a team snowballs. Like, if you never catch back up on your point, you just kind of fall behind, and it's just kind of normal in pro play to have that happen. So, not surprised to see it kind of play out the way that it did, but yeah, really good job here by these teams. This is so fun so far. These teams are playing lights out, lights out. So, yep.
To be able to work with on this side, they put Kevster quite literally on a leash.
Man, this is going to go the distance, isn't it? Dude, look at that score line.
What do you do?
Dude, imagine having 2 deaths. You know they're trolling Gucci right now, by the way. Just so you know, if you're on a team and someone has 2 deaths and everybody has no deaths, that person's hearing about it. You know that. You know that's happening. They are. Gucci is hearing about that right now. Imagine having 2 deaths. You know? Imagine. Hey, all the cool people have 0 deaths right now. Yeah.
Miserable for Willies.
You know that's happening.
It seems like Sweden is really kind of
guaranteed
hooked up a strong answer to some of this, right? Where Finland is able to.
But yeah, couldn't be me exactly. Yep.
Time again. Whether it be like going over and playing,
yeah, that's exactly what their comms are like.
With
yeah,
or being able to
that's always fun though. That's always good chemistry between teams. Like that's good banter and roasting. You know, that's always fun.
Going on offense.
All right, Finland with a good start. Obviously, like I said, don't count Sweden out just yet. Kings Row does have a bit of a snowball effect. So if like to say, you know, we got a really early open and pick here from Sweden, right? Like something happens. T-Money, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That happens even casually, you and your friends do that. That's what I'm saying. That's like any friend group, you're getting that, right? If your whole team has no deaths and you go down there, you're getting roasted. I've been there, done that. I've been on both sides of that.
I know a little bit, not like crazy.
But here we go. Both teams going to be going for this early team fight. Really good job here by Sweden. So if anybody's kind of new to how this meta works, or not by Sweden, I meant by Finland. Excuse me. Now, good job by Sweden. But basically, the way that this team comp works is basically you chain the tank and then you kill the tank. It's a really tough meta there. T-Money with 2 gifted. Thank you. All the gifted today, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. But the gameplay here has been just absolutely excellent from all these teams. I just don't even know how to, like... It's been so fun to watch, but I actually think Sweden, again, is going to start off really strong here. You might see one possibility of a retake, but if I'm on the side of Finland here, I feel a little bit wary of trying that. I think you just reset, set up for the choke here with your Symmetra, and then just go again, and that's exactly what they're going to do based off of where the Symmetra turrets are being placed. Finland has everybody there. Sweden's going to try to take a little bit of map control here, so Willies want to get up to that corner right here. Willies quickly realizes it won't be worth it because of the Sim turrets being up there, so they do give up that. So good job here by Sweden to be able to get the first team fight. Obviously, you know, what we saw earlier happen was Finland kind of rolled through all of these points. Anytime that you do that, you said Zaro. Zaro's a very good player. I'm telling you, Zaro is like... I've been talking about Zaro since like the Team Peps days about how like I believe that Zaro will one day be on one of the really good teams. And honestly, World Cup could be that opener for Zaro. Zaro has... I mean, you could argue like... Remember when Team Peps made it to the major last year? Yeah, like you could argue a lot of like Zaro's gameplay and like their chemistry there and like it was really good. Like Zaro was playing lights out. Okay, right on cue by the way, chat. As I was saying, Zaro with a huge a limb right there gets 3 and sets him up for the exact same moment. I'm telling you, Zaro does have a bit of a streaky part of like gameplay, so you will see moments where Zaro doesn't have that gameplay happen. But that I equate to more of just inexperience more than anything else, right? It just takes time and confidence. I think Zaro will continuously get better and better at that, and then you'll see that happen more and more. I'm telling you, a great player, always fun in interviews too, so I expect to see more results here. Good, TP kind of play back there. Expect to see a kind of a Kitsune here, maybe a Juno ultimate. They might actually kind of double out ultimates, like kind of back and forth, which is exactly what they do. Basically, what you're doing is you're giving yourself damage boost in the back there to help survive some of the initial burst. Great cleanse there. Both everybody's even there, but Sana does get the kill on the Willies, and this could be, you know, where the difference of this map happens is right here. So you can't wait to get off work. Let me know what happens later. Sounds good, Slug. Kevster gets a kill right there from Sweden's side, so it is a little bit even. Vistola's actually kind of caught out right now. If they can get this cleanup kill here, yeah, I think Sweden actually, initially I thought maybe there was going to be a world where Finland takes that and he kind of slows down, but, you know, Sweden's going to be going to this third point with about 30 seconds less, yeah. About 30 seconds to 25 seconds less than what we saw earlier from Finland, so Sweden's a little bit behind on the time, but right there. So third point, 4.5 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, this is still very holdable. I've seen this point get held. The reason why the Finland has that 330 is because that ability to snowball. How many matches? I think like 8. That ability to snowball has kind of complicated some things for teams. But Ramatra are going to be being aggressive here. Yeah. They're going to play defensively now for a second, chat. So you're like, hey, why doesn't Willies just go in and use ultimate? You don't want to go past that sim wall. That sim wall can be deadly. It's very much like it's a debate a lot of the time when that happens. Like you feel like, okay, I got to pick, I'm going to go in. That was a very correct decision right there by the team to do that. Great actually spot to AoE people there with the disruptor shot from the Sojourn to Columbia win. I think they play later today, so I will be watching Columbia play later today. Ramatra looking for, you know, some plays here. Nothing, you know. They're going to be aggressive. You're going to get triple ultimate here. Kevster's going to take a kill anyway. Yeah, well, they're going in. Zara's going to wide swing here. Look for Willies to be aggressive. This is their time, and they know it. This is the time, and all the ultimates will be popped, guaranteed. Yep. Zara with a pick. Kevster stays up. They're getting aggressive. Literally, no doubts about this. There it is. Finn's going to go down in a second, and honestly, chat, I think we're going to see... Dude, these teams are, like, crazy right now. Look at that. A 15-second difference. Holy crap. Dude, what a series thus far. Both of these teams just not even giving themselves a chance on defense. They're like, no, you're not getting any chance on defense. That ain't happening. Damn. Dude, these teams are so good. I think we deserve another map out of these teams. I know, like, what the heck?
Less of a time bank. And
am I doing commentary while commentary is going on? Well, yes, that's how I do things. I don't have a clean feed, so this is how I do commentary, yeah.
These are kind of highlight level plays that we're seeing.
I know it can be a little bit jarring at times. But this is how I do it. People seem to like it, and I don't really want to stop doing it. It's fun. It's just a fun way to kind of like talk about Overwatch and what I see happening, obviously there. So, but how healthy is the esports scene nowadays? It's definitely growing a lot. I mean, the esport loot boxes have really kind of gotten more eyes on the esport. And you know, more orgs are back in there. I mean, hey, I'm a streamer for Dallas Fuel. I mean, Dallas Fuel returned this year. Like, we're seeing more orgs get into it. We've seen amazing Overwatch being played. Yeah, I would say, like, if there's a time to get back into it, the time is now.
This come to be effective, and they want, like, Sweden to obviously kind of fail playing into it. Like, this is kind of the preferred example.
You love the title? Yeah, it is a good one. I agree.
That Finland would love to play, you know, really the entire series.
And they're very, I think, happy with the setup.
I did that thing again on my mic. Well, not as bad as... Oh, I did it again. How do I always do this? How am I...
Kind of gone.
How?
So, you're locked into this for sure, but... Now Sweden seem to have.
How do I do that?
Key point though is making sure Zoro can't just.
All right, 1 second. I'm like a.
Free,
I'm like the. I don't even know. All right, here we go. I get to my mic. I'm holding it like this now. I'll fix it after. I gotta hold it, otherwise it'll keep flipping around. So, technical difficulties, but not like, you know, not like my computer shutting off or anything like that, so I'll take it. So both teams here, you know, vying for the win here. Obviously, like, this is it. Like, both teams, you know, Sweden, if they win this, they pretty much are going to solidify a spot in the playoffs, in my opinion, at least. If Finland loses this, they're going to be probably out of the playoffs of this, which is going to suck. For Finland, this is important for them. Good start, obviously. A minute off the clock already. So they've done a good job of managing the point. This is one of the tougher parts where you want to play the high ground with the Sigma. I hate this part, honestly, chat. I hate this spot. Dude, this is one of the most common spots in pro play. Trying to play this spot that Vistola's played in ranked is one of the most frustrating things. They do put a TP out, obviously back and forth, no percentages being given here. Finland's trying their best to kind of hold this. They do get some damage onto Willies, and the damage output is actually looking pretty nice on Finland's side. There's a lot of HP to be caught up on right now. It does look like Sweden has managed to do so. Ghost is getting closer and closer to that ultimate. Try not to use the burst heal yet in case he gets dove on. So very good patience here by Ghost. We're going to see a window come out very, very soon, in probably the next 3 or 4 seconds. Ghost is just that it hasn't got the ultimate yet, but there's definitely going to be a window. There it is. Now they're going to look for opportunity. Again, not able to really find too many kills here, but the idea is to just basically win, you know, force them into a weird spot. Kevster immediately tries to ult defensively. That's why Kevster used the ultimate in that way. It was kind of just to try to help the team survive. We have a High Noon coming up, a Sigma ultimate coming up here. Things are heating up. There's the Sigma ultimate from Finland. Gonna just use it on Willies. Why not? At this point, at the very worst, you force a Kiriko in there. Kevster goes into the back line. We do have a Juno ultimate coming out right now. This is an opportunity for Sweden to still be able to take this. Mizuki ultimate has to come out. It does. Kevster gets the kill on Noguchi there, so a good enough trade for that. If they can buy a little bit of time for for Willies to come back as this Wrecking Ball, you could see an opportunity, but it's not quite there yet. Zaro taps the point, doesn't find the kill. Vistola, gets an early pick onto Zaro. Wrecking Ball is trying absolute hardest to stay alive, but the numbers are going to start coming back for Finland. They haven't had a pick in a while. There's the rock. Skyle gets a pick, though. Willies goes down. And I think if everything looks like it's going to go, I think this is going to be held by Finland. Finland needs basically 2 ticks and a little bit more to win this map.
On their offense, and it's just unfortunate, right? Because Willies has to go in, get a touch, but they have the Gravitic Flux. They're kind of holding. They can't send the supports through the choke because both supports have ultimate, right? You have Kitsune Rush. Plus
get
Orbital
on there
right there, so you're not going to sacrifice either of them. If you would have had Willies alive with those 2 ultimates rolling, I think Sweden probably would have been able to take first point.
I mean, that's going to be good for now. I
know maybe enough
temporarily. I just got to not touch that. It's going to fall again at one point.
Really see, we've seen it.
It's going to fall again at one point. I don't know when that's going to happen. All right. Can Finland force the map 5 and bring this series to an epic conclusion? Or will Sweden take the series? We're about to find out.
The defensive side.
We're about to find out. We will see. This has been great so far.
Is where Sweden kind of gets that first checkpoint. We'll see if Finland can kind of match it. If I'm Sweden, I'm fully preparing for Cat Bastion here.
Absolutely.
I know potentially with Afara in the mix. I'm curious what we'll see from Kev. Do you play Tracer here? Like that's
Denmark all the way to 5, and if they can do that again here, but this time convert it to a win, it would be huge for them. But Kev's throwing the far.
I am ready to see.
Is interesting, right? I know Kev gonna hide here around the corner, so not gonna kind of give any insight that he's playing this. It'll be Cat Bastion on the other side. So the Pharah to match the Pharah of Sauna.
All right.
Very susceptible.
Both teams hoping for the win here. Finland needs 2 ticks. They start with a Jetpack Cat Bastion. Sweden did know this was happening, by the way. This was something that they lost to at the beginning, so this was something they expected. Zara with a huge pick, though, on the Gucci, so that's going to really slow down this Jetpack Cat Bastion. You know, for Zara, the way you have to play is actually how you're playing it, very sneaky, kind of all over the place like that. Huge pick here, and Sweden starts off extremely strong for this first team fight. They're staggering Vistola right now. This is a great stagger, by the way. If they don't lose anybody, oh man, what a stagger. That was
here. So really good first fight.
That was something.
The changes here. They're just actually.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the games to be honest with you, but I heard I went to bed pretty early last night. Not pretty early, but.
Who's playing the Bastion? Who's playing the Pharah here?
Okay. Here we go. 1 minute on the clock. No ultimates again, so Sweden has to win one more neutral. If they can win this neutral, then they're going to be in a really good spot. But for Finland, they have a comp that will take away map control. Zaro they do force out the cleanse. That cleanse being forced out early is actually really key right now. Sonic can't find anybody yet, but that is key there. Vistola has a little bit of map control. Finland is starting to take some map control back. It's not, like they're guaranteed to take a point right now, but this map control is completely disrupted by Kevster. There is a trade. They are going to try to get one more, not able to find any. And but I got to point out, it looks like it's going to be pretty intense here. But I want to point out to you, Chad, they just lost 2. So if Finland gets back quickly right now, which I think they're going to go for, they have a chance to be able to kind of pressure this point early. This timing is going to be it. It's down to one team fight. One singular team fight to decide how this goes. The Jetpack Cat's in, already putting pressure in the Lucio. The Lucio might go down before beat. Does not go down, so that's a really, really key moment in this match here. Vistola has Sigma Ultimate. Is going to be ready to go. There's the rock onto Willies. Get ready for all the yells. Zaro's looking for the kill on the Bastion. Zaro gets it, hits the high noon. Does not get the kill though, but she gets the kill. Kevster gets a trade. Oh no. Is it happening? Is Sweden going to be able to hold on here? Admiral's one shot. Watch the kill feed. Admiral doesn't go down. And oh my, they do it, Sweden. Holds the point.
Yeah, huge.
I cannot believe they did that. After both teams have one of the worst Kings Row defenses you've seen in a while, both teams bounce back right away and take the series. What a match that was, though. Sweden and Finland starting us off strong with an amazing match. Congrats to Sweden on the win. Finland, damn, but that was close. Any of these teams could have won. So there you go. There's your map. There's your win. I'm going to take a couple minutes, Chad, to be right back. Just kind of walk around. Maybe go bring Sully upstairs. You want to go upstairs, buddy? I don't really think it's gonna. It's more about the personality of the cat. Yeah, I don't know.
More of tiebreakers, but if there is,
there's some really cool places you see, and then like the cats are like
tier above of most
You know, like for
everybody else,
example,
so
like obviously if you're going
who's
like a
gonna be
brand new
someone
cat,
who's
you know, like
gonna
I have a
be
Bengal, and Bengals are like very wild. They're definitely a little bit more,
best
you know, they have a little bit
contenders
more like the
so
huskies
far.
of cats.
I
So
was curious if Norway
here we go.
would pull this out. Like, I don't want to fully fall for the
Do,
spawn
do,
bait
do,
yet,
do.
but this
Yeah,
is
it's not
kind
worth
of a
arguing
very
Rosie on that one.
unique
It's just I think it's somebody trying to be
strat
edgy
that
for the
they've
fun of
been
it.
attempting
You
to
just
play
basically
so far
ignore,
in the
you know.
tournament
That's how I
to
look at
limit
it.
its
All right, here we
success.
go.
If they manage to do that
Yeah, exactly.
again here
I'm saying,
against
like, yeah.
Germany, I'll be very impressed with this outcome.
Yeah, Germany looks like they're going to come out.
I think it'd be like more like just,
okay, so they're going to play some Sigma
you know?
Zuki off the rip.
the cat just spawn in front of you at your door. That is the cat distribution system.
Zarya-based composition into this.
That's what it's called, right? The cat distribution system, where a cat just shows up and that's it. That's your cat.
I know, as we used to, right? I know what did he say
Okay,
like at the
so
start.
Norway going to be starting off not ideally here, losing their Sojourn. They are going they do go the Venture here because I think they were expecting some type of like Symmetra-based comp. They didn't really go as planned. Don't be surprised to see the Venture swap pretty early. Germany with a great start. Again, I think Germany is the team predicted to win this one. We'll see how that goes.
And I think Norway, they really want to engage with Jesper as much as they can, but if they
We'll
can't
see.
get him in a position to fight, well,
What happened to that team? But they got dominated.
Yeah, I mean, if you
You have a tuxedo when he demands the faucet is turned on to a dribble so he can stare at it. Same that my orange cat does the same thing. Yep. Whenever it's brush my teeth time, Arnie is so pumped because he knows the water's going to be on. He sits there and he waits. Here we go. They're going to be going aggressive here. Nothing. I mean, something. I'm surprised they actually stay on the Venture because the Venture's really good against the Simcom. So I'm very surprised to see that happen. But you know, I'll give the team some time here to figure it out. They're going against the Zarya comp here. Straight up, like from just looking at the comps, Germany has a much more, like a much better comp right now based off of current like Overwatch, what we've seen. It doesn't mean that, you know, Germany will win every team fight or, you know, they won't play well here, but it's just, it's the comp that Norway's running is definitely, you know, a few seasons ago type of comp you would run. Now with Germany, this is kind of more of the current meta, believe it or not. I know Jetpack Cat Bastion's had a lot of discussion, but we're seeing a lot of what Germany's running right now is probably the meta. I think is, you know, up until Season 3 starts, I wouldn't doubt it over the next couple of weeks. This is what you see is like this, you know, Sigma, May, Mizuki, and Kiriko one, and then whatever the other DPS would be that. So. Oh, and you're gonna have a few days, about a week on that one, strange over like the period of a time, but yeah. Here we go. There's a Kitsune going out there from Germany. Again, Norway has that, but like they just don't have much they can do when they're getting like that aggressed on. If we look here, they're gonna have a Soldier ultimate here from QRXU. Get ready for that, like in about 3 seconds. Pending that, you know, once they push in, there it is. There's the ultimate. Now you get aggressively in there. May is gonna also have ultimate, and I mean honestly, like. Unless I'm seeing something absolutely crazy wild right now, I believe that Germany should be able to take this first round with relative ease, in my opinion. Still waiting to see if anything's happening. Arnie's drinking some water. I know everybody needed to know that. So, and there it is. Look at that. That was not that close, was it, Chad? That was... Okay, is it me or is that a stark difference? Was that a stark difference from the match we watched previously? Holy crap! We just came off that Finland-Sweden match, and we just got this right away. Hopefully that was just Norway having a rough start. But holy crap, that was a roughie. I mean, look at the scoreboard.
A lot of good stats for one team, a lot of nothing. Well, quite frankly, outside of death for the other.
Look at the scoreboard. The heck?
No deaths on the side of Germany.
You're busy talking about cats? I wasn't even close. You didn't miss much. You did pretty much domination. I mean, look at the scoreboard. Absolute domination.
Swaps in order for Norway going on ahead. Isaac is on the same page. We'll see what Jesper ends up going towards, whether it's the Venture or...
back.
Yeah, actually going to stick on the Symmetra.
There it
see
is.
If we can take these fights closer.
All right.
I mean, look,
it's time.
High ground, right? They did this last time. They end up losing.
Here
drop right away.
we go.
And need now, how do you go down though? Like
nothing's really shifted too much outside of Norway going with the sim. It's kind of funny. I actually thought Norway was running the Venture to prevent the sim, and now the Venture's on sim. But again, Snowdrop says, you know what? We're gonna drop really early again on this first team fight. But as that happens, Kiriko next Steve goes into the backline and gets 2. So what a huge turnaround! This is actually opportunity here finally for Norway to get on the board, like even percentage-wise. Obviously, the May's on the point, does manage to stay on. They're going to get the kill on the May very soon. I expect this to kind of be one of those they're going to grind them down type of team fights, and they do. So Norway finally on the board, finally getting some limbs, and Germany now has to retake, which, of course, retaking in this map can be tough. So we'll see how both of these teams end up playing here in a second.
Surprise there where Norway took the TP, next able to find 2 there. So see now how Germany decides the approach. Obviously, she's not really close to the Sanctuary just yet, which could be pretty nice to kind of fight here.
Everybody here getting wild.
Projectiles forcing Norway down to the low ground.
We'll still have to do anyways. The point being contested there. Ice Nub, very close to that gravitic flux. There won't be a sound barrier.
Sigma ultimate coming up.
Necessarily stop that. Expecting it.
Up.
This fight momentarily. He's gonna wait for the Kitsune
Kill there from Pure XU.
already finds Jesper Swag.
I do think Germany's gonna be able to take this. This has been pretty.
Space, make sure Isaac can't walk towards the front line of the team.
Germany's gonna grind him down here.
Go ahead and get in there. Make sure Norway sent it back to spawn rather quickly.
All right, so at least Norway gets like up to like 50%.
I didn't really commentate that one. I just kind of sat here and just like stared into the abyss.
No, to test back.
You ever have that, chat? You just stare into the abyss for a second. You're like, I don't know. That was a team fight. It's over, and Germany won that. All right. Anyway, let me get back on track here. Sorry, Kitsune coming up here from the Kiriko.
They're just going to be playing it into a blizzard.
In May ultimate, I mean, I think Germany has the ultimate here to be able to kind of take this pretty relative easy. Yes, there's a Ramatra ultimate, but I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm a Ramatra, 2 things I hate going against: a May ultimate and a Kitsune, because basically that's the only way they're gonna be able to grind you down when you go into Nemesis form, and even worse when you don't have Nemesis form. Gonna be popping an ultimate here to make up for that space control, but like again, this May is just gonna pop a wall. Snowdrop almost goes down here on the ult. They pop beat. Ultimates are gonna be going across the board. We got an ult dump, but again, the May ultimate just stops them in place. They do, consolation. They do get to keep their Ramatra ultimate, and they have a sim wall coming up, so like it's not quite over yet here for Norway on this map. But damn, with the stagger onto the Kiriko, SXJ didn't get the memo of staggering the Kiriko there, and here we go. So the claiming drops on Twitch. No, there was people mentioning it yesterday though, so maybe there's just an issue with like some of the stuff that they have going right now. Not that that's a guarantee, but maybe that's what's causing that.
Drops that Sanctuary. You have to play inside of there against the May. It's a brutal spot to be from. Snowdrop going to go to the Widowmaker here, most likely just trying to find a kill out of spawn.
All right, Sojourn ultimate coming up. It's going to be pretty intense here. Isaac does have ult. There is the ult, but that sim wall is not going to be that effective. Unless I'm missing something here on that sim wall, that sim wall was, that went like somewhere on a different side of the map that was based, that should have been more in the middle of the point, but either way, is what it is. Germany takes the first map. Nothing else I can really go there. So that's that. Would I ever cast officially for Overwatch? No, I would do a one-off, like maybe like say I go to World Cup, for example, and they're like, hey, you want to, cast the map? I can do it. But there's a lot of great casters. I'm a streamer. I enjoy streaming. I'm locked in on this, and I'll probably continue to be locked in on this. Great. I mean, that was a rough first map there. Ice Gnome gets the 19-0. And I mean, this is what I saw when I looked at the roster. Like, you recognize some players, obviously, on the Norway side, but Germany has a solid team there. So, pretty rough go there. I'm not sure what map you're going to want to go right now. Also, Ice Gnome also has a really good hero pool, so it's not going to be banned on the tank side. So I'm looking at what you would want to ban. Maybe you ban them. Yeah, I'd say ban. It's going to be crazy, but ban the Mizuki probably to force it like a Kiriko Lucio comp or something. Maybe kind of play more of like a default comp. Because right now I don't think they've played that well against this kind of new meta comp, and unless they plan and played it themselves, I think the best bet would be kind of force a Kiriko Lucio now more than anything else. But we'll see what the bans are going to be. I'd say that's what they're probably going to go for. Because if you ban the Sigma, it won't matter. I don't think that's going to make a difference on that one. Banning the Sojourn wouldn't make sense either. You can maybe ban the May. Maybe the May. I'm thinking the bans are either going to be Mizuki or May. I think that's what we're going to see coming up here right now. So. Mizuki and Sim. Okay, so that's what I kind of figured was a Mizuki ban. And then the Sim ban, I actually kind of surprised by. I thought it was going to be one of the teams was going to ban one of those, not both of them.
And I think that's why they're likely to be one of the very few.
How do you determine who to ban? Well, the team that loses bans first. and then you kind of go from there. For them, it's basically what's causing the problem. They don't want to play against the comp. They want to force Kiriko Lucio. Sensational. Thanks for the 14 months of the Tier 1 preview. Thank you. You might see a Wuyan, though. Can I do polls? Once the mods are on, we start rolling with all the channel points. Sorry that we don't do it frequently. That's usually when we do it.
With Great Britain would basically just be like
we're back, we're ready. Matches are looking strong. Games have been strong. It's been a fun day. I'm having a blast.
Norway, so the manga was banned.
Been good, man.
In game.
All right, here we go.
Maybe they want to come out.
And yeah, it was. So yeah, so Norway did ban the music. That was what I thought.
Adventure. So
they exactly what you know, they're not running Kiriko Lucio though. Yeah, they are. They're not going to run Mercy here. They're going to run Lucio. So they're going to go Juno Lucio. They might just be doing Juno to go. I know this has been a roller coaster of emotions, but Juno to speed ring, then Kiriko to go back to the TP. Yeah,
I think the Juno maybe just the speed ring. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. So this is exactly what I thought they were going to do. Basically, force the Kiriko Lucio because they want to play a more like comfortable comp. They just struggled against that one and they need a map win, so you want to kind of get that map win now. So this is going to be more of an even like kind of you know what to expect. You've seen the Zarya on both sides, Kiriko Lucio. The only difference is a Cassidy Venture versus a Sojourn Tracer. For first point, I definitely don't mind the comp Norway has. It will get worse as the team fight goes on. Like this Venture can be pretty annoying to deal against or to deal with. Like they are very strong. But they have to be like with the support of the team. So Germany again is taking away map control and getting the media pick on the Lucio. Losing the Lucio is just going to grind him down now. It's not even like because you lose the support being healed. It's because you lose the speed boost. Snowdrop though, who had a bit of a rough start last time, starts off with 2 really strong kills. Those will help maybe in the long run here for how this team fight plays out. But Germany again taking the point, starting strong. Norway a little bit better of a start. Got a couple kills. That's better than the last time. So you will take that. You know, see those shots. You know, the ball go through the hoop. Looking at ultimate wise here, Norway is and Germany are about even. You know, it's going to be another neutral fight when nobody has ultimates. Longer it goes, obviously that could change. Venture is caught out right now, so this Zarya actually is going to get probably aggressed on soon. The Venture's the one on point, but you can just kind of put your Tracer there, and the Venture's already at 1 HP, so you don't have to worry about much of that. So there's going to be a lot of Tracer contest point. Rest of the team takes kind of this 4v4 up on the high ground. Snowdrop with a huge pick again, so it's been a really impressive middle point for Snowdrop here. Obviously not getting the results they want just yet, but definitely a good start. Isaac is getting grinded down. The Kiriko cleanse being out early there is a little bit concerning for them because now they're going to be able to come back with their own Kiriko out. And then probably be able to win off of that. Oh, as I say that, though, they get the kill. So Nexty, again, getting those early picks. We are seeing the Kitsune grab is going to be on Isaac's side. So I think Norway's actually kind of settled this team fight down, right? For Germany, it's not going to be, the worst deal right now for them, but they should be going pretty well. So we'll see.
They end up losing the Venture, and that's huge, right? It allows them to even kind of hold on through.
Yeah, CJ. I didn't get to see the game, but I'm sure you're excited. Let's go.
The next fight.
Snowdrop, yeah, that's kind of a cool name, isn't it? Loving this grab. This is normally what you do, by the way. Zarya's just grab each other. Isaac actually doesn't grab who I thought would happen, so ends up not working out. But they do end up getting kills here. If Icy Gnome could actually survive that, welcome back, Bucket Boy. He's all pumped after his treats. Right back down here. Good to see you, buddy. And damn, good clutch right there. Much better round for Norway. This is what I was saying and why they wanted the first force to Kiriko Lucio. It's a very bread and butter comp where basically everybody's been playing Kiriko Lucio for so long right now that these teams are just going to basically be in this spot where they're just like kind of like, hey, we know how to play this. We just got to play better. And that's why they went that route with Kiriko Lucio. Really, OG? I'm sorry to hear that. There's a beat coming out here. Probably an aggressive beat from Germany. Never mind. They're going to use Sojourn Ultimate, and they're going to get beat out, and they're going to pop beat second. They want to pop beat second here, I think. Normally, I don't actually call for that, but I think they want to force out reflex beat. And if not, they just get a free kill. So, like, as you can see, they're just going to basically all in on the Zarya. The Zarya's going to fall over. As I say that, though, things go the exact opposite how I thought they were going to go. The Zarya stays alive. They kill the Lucio. Now they have a free beat. So don't be surprised to see them go for that beat. I think they're almost playing a little bit too hesitant here. Yeah, I'm very surprised. I felt like they had a numbers advantage and they can't really afford to like give up too much like team fights here. And instead they get the pick, which means they have a beat advantage. But I guess like they want a 1-for-1 trade it. But like I feel like sometimes in these matchups where you're the underdog and you're just not playing as well as the other team, sometimes you got to go for that risk reward play. And yeah, it looks a little bit scuffed from like the perspective of like the viewer, but like it makes sense to me to be able to kind of just, if you have a team fight advantage, try to take advantage of that and win it. You know what I mean? So either way, here's what it is. We're going to have double beat right now. I fully expect it. The problem is that Germany already has another grab. I mean, look how quickly that grab came out. So get ready for this grab to be pretty quick, actually. You basically just have to just grab the Zarya. One bubble used. Shift is used by Reaper, so you kind of know you have opportunity. Now Kitsune's coming up. Grab is going to happen right when the Kitsune happens, I think. Nope, even sooner than that. There's the grab. They get the beat. Now you're going to get the counter beat in about... Nope, they went with the Kitsune. Sorry, I'm a little bit off of my timings here. I guess they're thinking there's going to be a grab or something. But there's the beat now. Okay. I think what happened is they thought the grab of Isaac was there a little bit quicker. So sometimes when you see ultimates not being popped, it's because it's being tracked that they have something, and they don't realize that. So still an even team fight here. It's not. I mean, losing the Kiriko right there is actually huge. You know, for Norway to have a chance here, but Germany gets the pick right now. I mean, Icy gets the pick right there onto Isaac. Now it's about to be a 3v3. They do have a couple people there. There's Zarya with a lot of charge, though, against the Kiriko Lucio, and then maybe, like, what, a Sojourn here. Just not going to be enough. And again, Germany starting off strong. Great right clicks here. And the Reaper kill. Damn. Icenom is playing very well.
This would be his
very
third,
well.
And this is working
anyway, Norway is building ultimates up. They do have an advantage, but remember how we just saw a grab recently? I want to point out to you that Icenom is about to build another grab before Isaac's other grab. Just so you know. Nah, I haven't heard any of that stuff on CS side. Just want to point this out. Do you see this? Already has another grab coming up. I don't think they're predicting this. If they don't grab right away with Isaac, there's a chance you just get a double grab here. And, like, they just don't get any value.
Yep. I think they're going to be shocked that he has another grab. I think they're going to get grabbed. And
here we go.
No clue.
There's not a chance you're ready for this. And grab full from no sound barrier this time either. For both teams in Norway, if you can find a way to engage early, maybe set just for swag up for
still waiting.
Death Blossom.
There's the ults. I mean, dude, this is crazy. Because guess what? They're not going to expect this. I was going to say, dude, like, it's funny because they probably did not expect that grab at all. But that grab really kind of, it kind of forced out an extra ultimate here. A couple extra ultimates from Norway. So while it wasn't the success they wanted there from the side of Germany, it accomplished the goal of kind of resetting the pool across the board. So now you have this Kiriko Lucio versus Kiriko Lucio battle coming up, and like Germany so far, even though Norway's been wanting to force that Kiriko Lucio comp, like I said, most people nowadays know how to play Kiriko Lucio in at least pro play. So it's a very common comp. We're gonna see a Kitsune come out here soon. There's gonna be a slight timing for Norway. If they actually time this Kitsune beat correctly, this could go really well. Here we go. Here goes the Kitsune. They're gonna probably pop it like now. This is their timing. Definitely their timing now. They might lose their Kiriko. Kiriko actually stays alive during that. They do end up trading out on the other side. Reflect pops beat in a 2v5. And unfortunately, doesn't go that well for Norway. I know they really wanted to kind of go by like the book there. What you do is you basically just send... what's it called?
That is a fight where
you just basically send like Kiriko Lucio on both sides, but like once you get to a 2v5 situation, it's probably best just to hold it for a retake. Obviously, again, like it's not the worst case scenario. I mean, like that is kind of the taught way to play that comp, but obviously if things change, you want to call that audible as quick as you can.
Or like even Snowdrop, like feels like
everything again looking pretty clean here for both these teams.
Like, okay, Reaper does have a lot of
no ultimates really on the side of Norway. Like literally, we might have a pulse bomb here from Germany. Germany's kind of looking for this early pulse bomb. Does miss by a mile, but hey, you know what? That's okay. I've been there every single time I pulse bomb. Oh, I mean, Icenom's been playing extremely well. Very good player. Does go down, though. Great timing on that one. Reaper no shift, so they're going to be looking for that Reaper as the main target here. So look for the HP of both the Zarya and the Reaper to kind of fluctuate. But I think for Germany's sake, I think they're going to back away right now. Just they don't really have an opportunity to win this. May as well just reset on the point if they're still there, and then come back for one more team fight. But not a bad job by Norway. I mean, this gives Norway a window of opportunity to kind of be able to win this still. So that's going to be very interesting to see if they can kind of like play this perfectly. So, yep.
Get another fight here for Germany. Germany going to end out.
We will see.
Another grab. Grab plus OC. You can kind of free fire into it. Potentially, we'll see though who will get a touch. It looks like it'll be SFJ.
All right.
Trying to slow down touch. Just take a bite out of Icenom.
Grab coming up. Aishigat, thanks for the 18 months of the Prime sub. Appreciate that.
There you go.
Glad you enjoy. Snowdrop with the huge pick. So Snowdrop's been having a much better Surabasa here. That grab is huge by Icenom. He's going to be able to get two of them. I mean, Isaac might try to force the grab here because you have the beat, but they're going to have to decide if you're going to all in these ultimates. You got about 1 more second to decide. It seems like, again, the decision to use beat there is just not going to be the play. And just like that, you know, I mean, sorry, not use beat, use the other ultimates. I'm confused. Why do they not ult? I kind of got lost track of where the point was. I'm confused why they didn't use the ultimate when they beat, right?
I mean,
like at that point, that was the last round. I was confused. I'm like, that's why I started calling it that way. I'm like, huh? Anyway, Germany goes up 2-0. Yeah.
What they decided to kind of plot in the end. So they did go to the Reaper. That could definitely be something we see them kind of go to here yet again. Next year, obviously, making some changes. No, I imagine Snowdrop probably ends up pulling the Sojourn. So they want to go and play this Venture yet again.
All right, Zarya
here against like the May.
I didn't even mean to say laugh, but apparently that's what we went with. Thank you for the jewels, by the way, on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you, Puzzler. Appreciate it. We're seeing the Ramatra versus Zarya. I do like the Ramatra here. I just think Germany's comp's better here. I mean, straight up, like. But Norway's playing to, like, you know, what the limitations of the comp they have. I mean, so, you know, that's just sometimes that happens in the World Cup. Like, you just have, you know, teams that you have, you know, some of the best players in your region. You just don't have the synergy comp-wise. So Norway's running that, like I said, that very, like, Kiriko Lucio style comp. But they're still not playing, like, you know, necessarily the worst either. They just had more about just winning than, like, these, like, long team fights. Which I think Zarya's going to go down here shortly. I say that, but they do actually rotate out perfectly. So both teams kind of just rotate around the map. Nothing really happens, so clean there. Some good map control here, though, from Norway. So that's a really good start, getting the Mizuki there. That's going to kind of lead on to better things on this one, which isn't too bad.
Does find one, so you end up losing the Mizuki. Huge here is more.
Kiriko's going to go down here, too, so I actually think Norway may have grinded them down here. They are disengaging out. So if their May can survive that, they're going to go for one more team fight, by the way. They're going to have Ramatra tap, then you get Ramatra onto the point, then you have a May wall there, you follow up on the Zarya. What a play. That's exactly what the meta is, by the way. You just chain the tank and you wall them, and that's pretty much what happens. That was just very clean. Now it gets scary for Norway because that was such a great job by Norway, and they should have probably won that. But instead they lose it, and now Germany kind of starts to bleed into this like more alt kind of favored rotation. So
you don't really have to feel.
Yeah, the last maps weren't that close, in my opinion.
If you're Norway,
but yeah, expect to see a May ult here. Look for the May wall to go in. As I say that, Sojourn immediately goes down, though. I don't even think you'll see a May ult at this point. They're just going to disengage out. You'll find that it happens a lot in like these type of series where it can happen a lot in these type of series where the team that isn't really expected to win, or even in World Cup in general, will disengage more because you don't have as much playtime together as you would normally as a team. So you don't really know if you should continue a team fight, right? Like some teams will have more confidence that they can just win a team fight. So, like, they're willing to do that. But, yeah, anyway, Kitsune coming in from Norway. The May ultimate's going to be there if need be, and then that's kind of what they're playing for. They do have the Zarya walled off again, and that's going to be the consistent play. QRQ gets the kill on the Venture there, so they go down right away. Again, going to be a reset here. And this is what I mean. Like, you know, in pro play, you might see teams still battle for this. But, like, in, like, World Cup, the teams just don't know how they're going to play in these team fights. They don't have that, like, ability to know, hey, let's keep winning this, right? Like, if we were watching, say we were watching Zeta, like, Zeta would be popping their ultimates in a 3v5 if they felt like they knew they could win it because they have that confidence. Every ultimate here for Germany, sometimes scary when you have all those ultimates, but I do think they're going to be aggressive here with the Kitsune. The Kitsune is a way to do it. We do have an aggressive Sojourn ultimate on the high ground, but it may only get one, if anything. It's really hard to find that angle. Look for them to get more kills here. They don't even have to use a second ultimate. The Kitsune was enough. They might try to clean up a team fight. Like, if they find the Zarya, say the Zarya grabs, you might see a May ultimate come out, a Mizuki ultimate coming out. Actually, they might just grab in this room anyway. Whether or not that's a good idea, probably not. Their Lucio decided to go in there and see if he could 1v5. Unfortunately, doesn't. It looks like the vision here was just to reset and kill the Zarya. Unfortunately, that ultimate doesn't go as planned. Kiriko is looking for opportunity. Isaac is staggering as much as possible, which is not ideal. A little bit of an unlucky in that situation on that one, so We'll see how this goes on the reset here. Who won between Finland and Sweden? Sweden won 3-1. It was a really good game, though. Really good game. There's the beat. Reaper's going to tap the point. They're going to chain the Reaper. Reaper goes down immediately. They're popping Defense Matrix in the middle of the point. They have a Mei ultimate there. Sojourn, will we see a grab this time? We might. Last time we didn't see the grab. There's the grab. They get the Mei in the grab. The Mei survives. They have a nice block, so obviously that's not going to go well. Couple in the back right there. It's not over yet. I mean, the HP is looking okay. There's the Kitsune coming out from Norway. So there's an opportunity for them to be able to take this. This could be it. Doc gets a kill, but they do end up losing their Kiriko. So a huge chain here onto the Pharah. Back and forth battle, and Norway ends up clutching it out. Now, I don't know if anybody else saw this, but I think Germany might have hecked up their ultimates a little bit more than they should have. That's what I saw. A little bit more than they should have.
Not pretty to start. I mean, that looked like all Germany, and then, I know, just for able to get back into the fight, they keep Isaac alive. I know, coming off the spawn, I know
that's how that went.
Definitely paid off there towards the end as Naku, she was trying to make some plays. A nice chain on it, just for not enough HP to kind of finish off that Pharah. Now a swap for Norway over to the Maga.
Keep going here. Thank you for the
going to try and really be aggressive with that Maga.
I'm not sure if
we need to do some of that Pharah damage. See if you can put pressure onto these backliners.
So now everything's kind of reset. Both teams have, no ultimates. We are seeing a bit of a Maga swap here. So yeah, I think they kind of thought they were going to win it, and then they kind of just like didn't realize it, and then they were like, uh-oh, we hecked up our ults. It kind of happens, teams can play like that. Either way. Germany is going to try to kind of slow down their roll now, make sure they kind of just get in there. Obviously going to be a good amount of damage now onto the Mauga. The Mauga's not able to get too much cardiac overdrive right there. There's a Pharah ultimate coming up very shortly, but Isaac might fall over here, and that's going to force them back. Again, if you haven't noticed, Norway backs out of team fights pretty quickly. As I was saying, like that generally is the safe play, so they don't really see any opportunity there. Even in pro play, I don't think they would actually kind of push that one. Once you lose your Mauga there, you're probably going to fall over and just lose. So that's kind of how that team fight breaks out throughout it.
Nice use of the vortex there from Ice.
Keep seeing how it goes.
Trying to make a play for Just Swag, just kind of ripping him out of the sky. Looks like Norway is actually going to wrap here and try and go high ground. I would like this to be like high ground here, and, like, push out with like a rush or like maybe even a beat, but like they don't really have much.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Germany's ultimates right now, they're going to pop Kitsune first. I mean, if they see an opportunity to pop the Mei ult, they're going to, but Kitsune is like kind of like just the easy decision here. It gives your other teammates opportunity to build ults up. I'm waiting for Kitsune probably in the next like 4 or 5 seconds. There it is, even sooner than I predicted. There's the ult. They're going to just start slowing the tank as much as possible. Pharah does use an ultimate, but Mizuki ultimate kind of just clears that out. 2 go down right there. Now they're going to have many ultimates, and I have a feeling that Germany will, 1, play close, and 2, I think they're going to be a little bit smarter with their ultimates this time. They don't want to make that same mistake. They decided to fall back, played even safer. Don't be surprised to see Norway take a rotation up on high ground. Okay, well, as I say that, I see a Mauga appear out of nowhere. So there you go. This is so you can kind of do a waterfall drop down here. You can go either way. You can go back main. The idea is just to take away a couple of seconds away from pressure. Here we go. We're going to see the beat come in from Reflect on time. There's the Sojourn ultimate. There's the Mei ultimate. We do have a couple of trades here. Keep in mind, it's not over yet. The Mei ultimate does go out. I mean, again, apparently the kryptonite here for Germany is their own ultimates. Every time they have a bunch of ultimates, it feels like they lose the team fight or it makes it way too close. So apparently, if you're on the Germany team, you don't want to use your ultimates because every time they have a huge ult advantage, they just lose. So we found their weakness. Husker, thanks for the 13 months of the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, Husker.
Find another way.
Norway actually has a chance here. I mean, there's no ultimates on the side of Germany. There's a Mauga ultimate that can kind of like line of sight the rest of the team, so they're going to be forced to go into the Mauga ultimate here. As long as they don't get picked off early, they could be in a really, really good spot. But, this has been a slow grind by Norway. It hasn't been perfect, but hey, sometimes you just gotta, you got to grind out the map to be able to have a chance, and I think I'm glad to see that opportunity happening between these teams. There's the Mauga ultimate that we were talking about. Keep in mind, they're going to have to commit into the Mauga ultimate as a team. They're going to shoot the Mauga ult because it's actually not as hard to kill as people think it is. But unless I'm seeing something crazy here, I think, again, Norway, last second, overtime, takes the point, going into third. Now, this goes back to the time bank, though. Obviously, Germany is going to start running out of ultimates, which is going to cause a problem, at least in my opinion. So it's going to be tough to see how they approach this or play this, but yeah, you kind of get what I'm saying here. Is like it can be a bit tough in those situations.
Jay is now going to match the Pharah here. going to stay with the Mizuki Kiri backline.
Jesper with a huge pick. That's exactly what you need. Picks like that are exactly what you need in these situations. Really good job there by Jesper. Germany now has to kind of play in their back foot. I think they're going to play for ultimates. I mean,
around this first corner could be quite huge.
Wait a second. There's the play. Sorry, just clear my throat.
How they decide to employ them as Isaac is dangerously.
Isaac goes down, so this might be an opportunity for Germany to take it back again. Unfortunately, that was a really good window of opportunity for Norway to at least get ultimates out. You don't have to win that team fight, but they had basically 2 team fights, and one of them could be maybe get ults out because you may not win it just due to like the sheer like power of the ults they have remaining. But they don't even do that, and because of that, now they're going to be kind of on like this weird like have to kind of get out, you know, Kitsune, have to get out Mizuki ultimate, also have to build beat. Right now they're taking damage on purpose to get that beat and Kitsune. I think they're going to slow it down and just try to get their support ultimates. Germany might know this and play aggressive, but I think they're going to slow it down a little bit. At least in my opinion, I think they will.
Get a touch here.
We'll see, though. I could be wrong.
Wait, hold on, Jesper.
I could be wrong.
Stay alive here for the time being for a second.
All right. Huge ults going in there. Jesper goes down to QRXU. Obviously, there's a lot of ultimates on the field. It seems like finally Germany has figured out that they can win with ultimates and has won with their ultimates this team fight, putting it at a pretty okay spot. I know I still expect Germany to take the map, but this is better than being full held on first, right? Maybe Norway has a good defense. Maybe it ends up going in their favor, right?
I know.
But
we were at in terms of the game,
not bad, right? Not bad. We'll see.
I know
we'll
as
see.
kind of
at least it wasn't a stop.
Felt like time after time they were able to clutch
up.
Yeah,
I say you had Germany and no ults are going to dominate now, dude. It's. I always you probably hear me say it many times when I'm watching these spectators. The team that has the most ult, like has like all 5 ults, is one of the scariest moments because like on paper you're like, dude, we have every ult, we're gonna win this, and then you just like you don't use it correctly, or you're like you overthink your ult usage because you don't want to over ult to get your ult economy, and then you end up ulting late, you lose one, your next ultimate loses value, and then you just lose. So that'd be
this is
pretty much how it goes. Yep.
I think between Isaac kind of starting to find his rhythm and just for swag Farah as well, I think was a real catalyst for this Norway team. I did get the better of SXJ for the most part when they're mirroring it, but looks like they're going to go back to this venture composition, or well, the venture with this time they're on Matra, which is a little more stable for Norway, but I still just fear the impact that this venture has been able to have. You can lock down an angle, but
still waiting.
That's pretty much about it.
I mean, I think it's rough for the venture on defense because like this allows, like we'll see what Germany decides to do. They could play you know, a Farah, right? And then it becomes very difficult to kind of contest with. So we'll see what Germany decides to do. I think obviously just gonna, maybe we'll just take a little bit of a different angle with it.
Okay, the Jetpack Cat Widow, what we love to see. Again, probably inspired by my amazing Widow gameplay earlier. You know, a few weeks ago, I played some Jetpack Cat Widow, pretty much dominated the lobby, so I'm not surprised to see teams doing it more. You know, with how good my Widow is. Okay, here we go. Germany going to be running the Farah comp here, so a little bit more of this kind of like spammy, kind of like rotate around the map. This is a very map control-y type of comp, so you're not going to initially go to the point. You're just going to kind of basically do what you're doing. Norway's in their spawn doors. Yeah, I didn't expect to see Norway in the spawn doors. I thought it was going to be the opposite way, if anything. Unfortunately, the dive in the spawn doors of the attacking team on King's Road does not work. You know, I'm okay for aggressive gameplay. Not sure I'm about that. That was a little bit too aggressive, and that's pretty much going to be the point there. That might be one of those, they try to go a little bit too deep into their spawn. I get being aggressive, but there's a reason why not many teams go that close to spawn doors there. It's very easy to kind of like fall back into an area. So, yeah, Norway kind of just gives up first point for free. They didn't even like give themselves a chance. Maybe they just like struggle against that comp right there, right? So I guess maybe that's like more of what their vision is. They struggle against that comp. So we'll see.
At this point, is quite rare, right? I know Farah kind of loses some value in the streets portion. You kind of play around some of that damage a little bit better, so how both teams decide to play.
We'll see.
SSJ kind of staying on it from attack.
Kitsune coming up. Get ready. It's going to be happening shortly. From Germany, they're going to wait for a little bit of space, but they know they're going to pop it. They don't really have to right now if they're going to feed their Diva mech in. Like, you don't have to pop Kitsune. Like, you're just going to win this team fight right now. So, like, this is just... It feels like Norway is starting to try to... This is like, okay, the way I'm seeing it is they're trying to do too much right now. Does that make sense? It feels like what they're trying to do is like they feel they have to be aggressive into their backline, but like you don't have to do that on Kings Row. Yes, you want to go for map control, but you don't need to go into like just like try to force a team fight early. And Germany's just taking advantage of that. I mean, now they have the Kitsune. They're going to, go Kitsune for Kitsune. But, yeah, map control, I mean, Ice can go in the back line with Diva Ultimate. Not, like, ult in, but you're going to, have an extra life there on that one. So just more opportunity here for Germany to do this. But get ready for the Kitsune. Going to happen very shortly. Probably the next 4 or 5 seconds. Okay, perfect. I'm off of my timings. There it is. Going for the kill on the Pharah is the correct play. Doesn't pick up the kill, but that's going to keep the Pharah out of the team fight. Huge kill there by SXJ. Diva's getting low. Now you're going to have this backline pressure again. When you have this Diva ultimate, you feel more inclined to go into the backline because even if you get demeched, you have your ultimate. Which even if they kill you off of that remech, it's creating a lot of space. Is it Bingo Esports? Oh, of course I've thought about that, but how do I make a video out of it and make it like good? Has been my concern for that. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but one of these days again, we probably will reintroduce the idea for a bingo on that one. I just don't think it's going to be the day right now. Either way, teams are getting aggressive, making these plays. We're seeing a Sojourn ultimate, a beat, Diva ult. I think Norway could win this. They could just go with beat. There it is. They have the Pharah ultimates. This is kind of like a back and forth. They end up using both their ultimates. They end up getting nothing done with those ultimates. This is going to make it really difficult now because now you're going to have a Mizuki ultimate kind of clear the corner out. There's a Sojourn ult. Almost Hex up there in the movement. That would have been embarrassing. It's been there. Done that, though. Sojourn ultimate gets a kill on a Diva. This is going to open up the rest of the map for them. You can probably put Mizuki ultimate in the middle of the open so that way no one gets value across the map. They have to run to the point in the next few seconds. They will make it there, but unfortunately, again, like it's not going to be the easiest type of tap here. There's that. There's the ultimate from Mizuki. You have your Diva ult, so even though Diva gets all in right now, you can pop your ult. This is what I talked about earlier, by the way, chat. About how like, oh, that was almost an outplay. That was almost an outplay right there. That was actually really smart because you expect the rematch. We get kills here. Germany up 4v3 in this team fight. It's not quite over yet, but Snowdrop's being isolated out. Not going to be able to follow up on kills. Kiriko goes into a kill there. SXJ finishes strong, and Germany 3-0s Norway. So, not the closest of matches, I would say. Going into that, we kind of expected the result to be somewhat like this. Not necessarily perfect on that one, but 3-0. Unfortunately, but up next, chat, we are going to have a matchup that should be a good one. We have France versus Poland. Both of these teams have solid rosters. Obviously, who can win? I have no idea, but I am excited to see. And one of these teams will be, trying to take control of that group. And then following France versus Poland, we're going to have Great Britain versus Portugal before they move on to the Americas region. Here we go.
Yeah, so will be a mirror match.
Diva versus Diva, Kiriko Lucio, Sojourn Tracer versus Cast Tracer, so nothing really surprising here. Two teams just kind of more comfortable running Kiriko Lucio, obviously, like with the FD God roster. That makes sense. So yeah, that's basically it. France is running this comp. We'll see how it goes. Both teams kind of playing this same type of style so far. Nothing happening, but that's been a few seconds in. Point unlocks in 2 seconds. This is where things get interesting because then you have people go for the point, trying to deny the point. Map control is being more established. So that's what we're seeing. Both teams vying for position here, but so far it looks like Poland has the slight advantage. They were able to go into the back line here, make a lot of plays. Things are a little bit even still. No team has quite got a grasp even on like just the point in general. It looks like Sojourn might be the first target here, but a great cleanse across the map there saves the Sojourn. Always impressive when those cleanses hit cross map because you still need to really aim at that one. So Diva getting low on the side of France. Poland is going to try to take advantage of this with the Diva being low, but as that happens, the Diva tries to relax and goes down. So instead of France losing mech there, which looks very capable of that, it ends up being Poland that loses their mech. And both these teams are just going at it. And finally, after all is said and done, there's a kill on the board. It gets Diva on there. FD God gets a boop on ICAV. And that should finally give France the team fight win, but that was not easy. That could have went either way. So far, still no ultimates. Actually going to be a couple ultimates on the side of Poland, one on the side of France. A little bit of an ult advantage for the France side with the support ults, so that could be a deciding aspect of this next team fight. Sometimes the team fights will slow down again, just like we saw, and that could cause a little bit of a problem for like being able to like use those earlier. But as I say that, ICAV gets a high noon kill without a cat, so I don't know what happened there that a high noon kill happened, but it's going to need to be a trade. 2 more seconds, and they're going to have their own Kitsune, but a Hinda from Cav again gets the kill right there, and now it's going to be just a die-on-point type of situation here. Don't expect to see any ultimates in the side of France, and Poland is able to take the point back after a little bit, so not too bad in general there. Why did they DHL there? Because DHL sponsors like OWCS and the World Cup and all that. Yeah, they're a sponsor of Overwatch. That's how it goes.
Them up to get a flip and potentially, just one fight away.
Things are heating up between these teams.
France, though, will come in Molly with absolutely everything to use.
Oh, sorry, Johnny.
An opportunity to just kind of like bulldoze through Poland.
France has ultimates on both sides here. I expect to see a beat come in.
And they're trying to wrap around the opposite side of the
after this Kitsune, if they need it. But the Kitsunes are out. I probably should have called double Kitsune. That's my mistake. Nothing really happening right now. I mean, for the sake of like, I think France has an advantage just because they got the pick. Obviously, pretty easy to call that. But overall, I think they just have the map control too, France that is, which is what you're seeing. They're trying to delay point as long as they can, but unfortunately when they lose their Kiriko, it's time for them to lose that team fight. Bit of a surprise beat here, not in like a bad way. It's actually, they actually surprised them aggressively with that beat. That was actually a really fun play there by Poland. I even thought, like, at first, like, okay, what's the plan here? And there was a plan. They saw an opportunity. They went for it. Obviously, France had a good reaction to it. But I do love that aggressive play. Maybe their vision was to end up switching to a Mizuki at some point because now they're on the Mizuki. So maybe that was, like, their end goal was they were going to swap that anyway, and that was going to be it. But yeah, things are looking a lot better now for these teams.
They'll have the X switch over to Mizuki, just going to try and put some more pressure on the Majin. It's going to be AwCrap with the Deadeye working his way towards the point as Majin.
High Noon coming in from Cassidy soon. Obviously, he doesn't get the kill there. We get the Sojourn ultimate here from France. Gets the kill onto Tracer right away. This is going to give time. Nice shot onto the Cassidy right there, and France is now starting to take control of this round. Still a little bit of time left for Poland to be able to get back, but they don't really have the ultimates either to be able to win the team fight. They just need to be able to, I don't know, get a team fight going. That Pulse Bomb almost gets 2. So believe it or not, that Pulse Bomb kind of backfired and ended up getting a free kill on Sojourn. So what we know, the only possible way to get back into it was that Pulse Bomb. Ends up killing 2 because of it, and Poland actually takes advantage of that. So what was looking like a pretty much a clean-up type of team fight win, the Pulse Bomb, I think the Diva goes into the Sojourn, almost gets the kill, or the Tracer did, whoever got Pulse Bombed. And now we're back to Poland retakes it. So, wow, what a very surprising, like, very surprising retake right there. That was crazy. I think it was the Tracer, yeah. It was like somebody went into their own teammate, basically, and it backfired real quick. So, yeah, Poland now has a bit of an ult advantage, too. You're going to be able to pop your Kitsune about, 5 seconds quicker than France will get it if they so choose. They don't know of this timing, though. They might be predicting it. There is going to be a timing, though, if they don't use their Kitsune soon, that France is going to be able to pop both of their ultimates, and that's where it's going to get scary. Because then you have to rely on your Mizuki to get the ultimate, and sometimes that can be pretty inconsistent. Get ready for this. We're going to see possibly a Kitsune. There's the Kitsune, and then they're going to heal up, and then you're going to see a beat come after, and then you're going to see Mizuki ultimate if they can. Now's the Mizuki ultimate. See, that's why it was scary. I saw the percentage that the Mizuki was at, and like, even though it was 82%, it's just one of those heroes that like you need a lot of AoE damage to happen. Great blink melee. That's a scary blink melee because of the remake. France gets the kills there, and unless something crazy happens here, this Tracer, is able to hold the point for an hour. The Pharah boops somebody in the pit. I think it's going to go in favor of France in this first round, but you know what? If this is how these teams are going to play, I'm all for this because that was a great first round there by France. That was very, very well played. That was excellent. So really good to see from these teams. Really, really good to see.
This isn't going to be like a walk in the park series. At least it seems like for France, where it was a nice binding chain that came out from Eggs, but I know Machin just gets the benefits of the sound barrier. They push on right through it. You take a look at some of the stats. Dip with only 1 death. The FD God with 0. Those 2 players, and they can play that aggressive throughout a series and not get punished for it. France is going to run away with some games.
Yeah, and no deaths on FD God, too. And this is a comfortable map for this team, to say the least. They haven't figured out for now, and have quite a few composition swaps by the looks of it.
Still waiting.
Heading into this Ruins map, more focused on this brawl.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be France coming out here with a look of their own with the Mizuki Sig, and I think this is going to catch Poland off guard.
All right.
Poland now playing the Diva.
Game time.
On the other side, now it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Relax, right? Not getting hit with those chains constantly. Just kind of burned down by this Sigma.
So France is going to be running that very, common comp with the Mizuki, the Sigma, the Mei. It's usually the other DPS is the most interchangeable of this one. Usually the Mei is kind of the requirement in that comp. And then basically you can run a Sim, you can run you can run a Tracer, you can run anything you want. But anyway, starting off here, it looks like France does actually lose 2 right away. Poland isn't in a spot where they have the advantage. They're probably going to end up getting the point. If the Sigma can trade out on somebody, that could change things, but trades aren't happening right now. Mizuki survives, but actually a little bit of extra pressure on the Mizuki than I think they would like. But regardless, Poland is going to be able to get the point because of that.
I mean, we'll see if they're able to kind of hold on to it, as it looks like Majin's trying to work his way on in. Getting
Pickle, thanks to the 36 months of the tier 1 PG. Thank you. Said Kiriko won't be as meta. I mean, Kiriko is just, it's just survivability. I mean, in pro level play, you have to have those heroes with survivability, right? Like, for example, if you have an Ana, like Ana's survivability is a little bit worse. That's why Jetpack Cat was a big part of that comp, right? Kiriko just has good cooldowns, and that's why in pro play, I mean, Cleanse is good. The ultimates, I still think Kitsune is probably the S tier ultimate in the game. Can you name a better ultimate? I mean, maybe EMP, but even then, EMP is like not as good anymore than it used to be. Like, it's still good, but like it's not like the same. So it's just there's so much value that Kiriko brings, even when she's at her weakest. I mean, we've seen her at her weakest. I mean, she had one of the lowest win rates for a while too in regular Overwatch, but in pro play, just that utility is so strong. Either way, high noons coming out here from Poland. Poland's looking for opportunity. Dip does have Mei ultimate, so they can dip back here, but no, Relax gets the kill. That's going to allow for Poland, again, just to win this team fight with pretty much relative ease, I think. No, I say that, and I look at the position now of the Sigma. Maybe there's a chance. No, they're going to be getting kills here. And they can all in, too. It's going to force out the beat. I do like this by France going with this ultimate. At the very least, you're going to bait out a couple other ultimates. Obviously, maybe you could just save your beat for later, but I think like they just needed something to maybe give themselves a chance here. Diva's getting low into the point right now. A good DMAC on the Diva could be huge. Obviously, they get the ultimate out. Things are going to start looking a little bit better for France here in a second once they get their teammates back, which is going to happen. Dip does pop the Mei ultimate. It does clear out the point a little bit. Nothing spectacular. Obviously, Dip gets the kill there. Blink melees are always so impressive to me. Lucio is going to get the kill there eventually here, and it does look like France will take the point back. Obviously, not as easily as they would have liked, but they do take the point back.
I mean, they almost
We actually saw some BAP earlier. There was some BAP earlier in Ana gameplay. Ana you see more out of teams like Zeta and like CR and stuff. So you gotta hang out with your family. Sounds good, Dementor. Have a good rest of your day.
Some of that damage up that's coming in, being able to live, but. Look, I mean, at the position where the game was in, they kind of needed to go all out in terms of that fight. Now you kind of worry about how you kind of get through some of the rest of these fights if you're France, because that was on the brink of just being a round that.
Try making another coffee here soon. Pulse Bomb does get Zeri on there, so that's actually going to be really tough here for France. I mean, like, Kitsune does go out, though, so that leaves like the silver lining is like the ultimate did go out, but not a guaranteed team fight win just yet. Now, I love that the Sigma went to the point all confident there and immediately got destroyed by a Cassidy and a Kiriko. Speaking of Kiriko popping off over here in the corner. I mean, this could be just a team fight win specifically because of that Kiriko. As I say that, though, FD God says, you know what? No, we need to win this. And after all is said and done there, France does pick up the team fight. Not the map, though, or anything like that, because there is going to be an important ultimate coming in here, and that is going to be a Kitsune, which they do not have, as they just use. FD God does have beat. Don't be surprised to see an aggressive beat. Maybe high noon to buy some time if you don't have beaten time. But this is basically what it comes down to. Can they win with their Kitsune? Can they stop the Kitsune? So they have excuses in rank. True. Sigma is kind of meta now with. You haven't actually seen recently. Sigma's actually pretty much meta now. Even more so than like Diva. Samaya, thanks for the prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I luck out in that sense. Either way, huge pick here. They do survive some of this. They get 2. They get 3. And I think France is going to be able to clutch this out. Tracer is still on the map somewhere, so they know they have to find the Tracer, who is currently hiding in that room over there, just kind of waiting to tap the point. So they will be able to tap the point. How many cats do I have? 3.
Only China alive right now, and he doesn't even get to recall. Like, yeah, the touch is there.
They get the kill. Diva goes up into the air, and there you go. France takes it, but that was not.
Stops them getting any more touches. France.
That was a lot closer than I think even some people expected. So if this series is going to be good, I mean I think this series will keep getting better. Is what I mean. That was a good series. All right, so France wants to be very secretive about this comp here, as you can tell by their. They don't want anybody to know that they're running the comp that we all expected them to run. Okay, they're being
We'll
very quiet.
To do, obviously, a lot of time to
Is the
make
dishwasher running? No, it's not, thankfully.
for them.
There are more matches tomorrow? Sure is, yeah. I'll be covering those matches tomorrow, too.
Some fun heroes, and we're going to get out of the spawn and then decide what they're going to play.
Okay, to ask people in chat if they want to play some games? Of course, yeah. Obviously, be be kind, be good. Don't,
on this map, but that might be
screaming at everybody, and yeah, I think that's totally fine. Hanzo, just a scout. That's all it is. Going to swap off pretty quickly to Pharah. So we're seeing the pretty similar comps here. The only difference is a Cassidy versus a Pharah. This is the meta. I was talking earlier how Sigma's become meta. This is, for me, hey, hero pool wise, maybe I can play some 5v5 games, play some Sigma. Because Diva's going to be banned, but now I can play Sigma without, like, any issue there. Although last time I played Sigma, I played against Counter-Strike Carl, so that didn't go as well. So obviously here, the idea for Poland is to spam him out, get him off that high ground as soon as you can. Great boop right there. That actually is an excellent play there to get him off the high ground. But France is able to get a pick on the AwCrap, so that does slow down this approach a little bit. So why would Diva ban? Oh, in my rank games in like Champion, Diva's banned every single game for the most part. Well, I think it's like 50%, but once I'm in a lobby, that Diva's banned every time.
No really real concern on that.
The streamer mode can only go for so long at that point, and then that's it. Because like usually when there's tanks queuing at Champion, there's only like 2 tanks queuing. So usually you just have the same people over and over again. Maybe you have 2 lobbies, so 4 tanks. So it gets pretty rough. To worry about like that, they'll at least always ban that. Sometimes they just ban Diva Sigma every time too. On the other side. So anyway, so far pretty good start here for France. Obviously giving up a tick is normal in this meta. Like you're kind of do that, but immediately trying to get some pick there on the dip. Now, can they immediately give up the advantage though? This is going to be a very unique team fight as long as they like come together as a team. France, that is. They're going to be able to kind of just hold this. They win the team fight, and they're going to eventually go into a reset moment here. 5 ultimates coming up for France, with Mizuki ultimate being the slowest one there. Same on the other side of Poland, kind of similar ult path, except Sigma is way behind on the Sigma ultimates, which can be common on this type of map. If you can't get that high ground control, you're spending a lot of time spamming, but not a lot of time, actually hitting the damage. We have an immediate ultimate here onto the Mizuki. Mizuki is going to get really low there. Not able to get fall up on a kill. This is a very all-in type of play here, by the way, from the Sigma of France. But, again, seems to be pretty straightforward. France holds again against Poland, and now they have to go again. And ultimates are going to be pretty good on the side of France and actually on the side of Poland. So not going to be a huge ult disadvantage in this type of situation. I do expect to see double Kitsune. Harder to call how they'll approach this ultimate because when they play this way, you need to kind of like you need to control the high ground. So like they could, in theory, go take high ground. They can Kitsune in the hallway, but I think they're gonna go to point. They're gonna drop, and then they're gonna Kitsune. They're gonna wait until Sigma drops. So I think that's their goal, is have Sigma drop. Pharah ultimate does come in though. A great timed Mizuki ultimate there. They do all in though and get a kill, but the Mei ultimate's gonna connect. But the cleanse ends up saving. Not even like the Mei ult. Sorry, the Mei left click ends up connecting there, and it does look like Poland should have grinded this down, and then that gives them a good amount of time going into second. Obviously, you would like a little bit more time. It's 2.5 minutes added onto the clock. 3.5 is a reasonable one. You win a team fight or 2 in a row, and you're kind of back on track. So good job there to be able to kind of slow their roll, I guess you could say. But yeah, we'll see.
Good news too. Yep. You still have the Scrivetic.
We will see.
That you're going to be able to pull out by the time France manages to regroup and get back over.
Drinking my coffee in the meantime. Some good coffee here.
We'll see France.
World Cup stuff already started. It did, yes, a little bit ago.
Work their way through.
This is the qualifiers for the land in Asia, in Korea. That is.
Defense here against Poland. Poland, I mean, that is some serious.
Okay, Sigma ultimate coming up. There it is. Poland has a good one there. Not sure how many kills we'll get. Just counter it with a high noon. This is gonna kind of just a trade. Nothing really gonna happen here. Just both teams doing that. High noon from the other side. Yep. So the high noon just is the same exact thing. You're clearing space. This is all just like. This is all planned. Like that high noon right there was not meant to get a kill. It was meant to push them back. Unfortunately, they lose their Pharah during that, and that's kind of a little bit of a misstep. This is going to basically give up the map control, and this is really how it is. A lot of back and forth. That's how you want to do that. You want to disengage, re-engage. But that was a really important team fight for both the teams, and France was able to get that. So good kills here. Obviously, we're going to see if the Sigma's able to get a kill on the left side. Not able to get full amount of kills, but does clean up right there. Pharah's on the outside. You're going to back up now. And that's going to be a good job here by France. Kitsune coming up, Sigma Ultimate coming up, and May Ultimate coming up all for France on the side of Poland. Possibly Mizuki, Kiriko, and Farah, but a little bit behind Farah. Ultimate's kind of hit or miss. You got to kind of sneak up around and get a kill that way. So here we go.
It's great that China does the damage, right, Molly? But
teams are getting aggressive. They're going in. They boop them in. Nice boop there by the Farah. That's going to have Ultimate available. There's the Sigma Ultimate, though. It does get one. Don't be surprised to see like maybe a possibility of a Farah Ultimate here from above where the Farah was. Yep, there it is. Because, like, you didn't really know the Farah was there, so you kind of go in, and then you just kind of ult from above. Like, that doesn't seem like, oh, what the heck, you trade out and you lose your team there. But, like, believe it or not, that's actually more impactful than you'll probably realize here. Because they don't have the control of this corner, so they have to fall all the way back to wait for their Sigma. So, it was actually a really smart play, and you get a sim swap back on that. So, a very good play on that one, at least in my opinion. France will be able to come back with this Kitsune, as well as obviously on the side of Poland. They do have like kind of a May ult, kind of high noon pushback moment here where they can kind of dictate where they want the team fight to be. So if this disengage isn't done perfectly by Poland, they're going to struggle pretty heavily against this this ult pool that we're about to see. Obviously, May Ultimate goes in there too, and yeah, they just clean it up. It was a bit of an unlucky there. They just not even unlucky. You just need proper disengages there, and like that needs to be perfect disengages. So
here to provide the mobility because you're not playing
I'm not
Lucio,
for that, Hugo, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
And you just got CP in on
so yeah,
there, and
teams
it
are
does not
making good
work.
plays
Not
there.
able to really stay alive.
High noon, both sides. Might see the same thing we saw last time. High noon for space. High noon to push him back. No other ultimate's going to be happening outside of actually, no, I say that, but Poland has a Sigma ultimate, and Relax has been pretty aggressive here. I don't think he'll relax in this ultimate. Been pretty aggro with that Sigma ultimate, just kind of waiting for that shield timing to kind of align with what you're looking for in this situation. So Poland really needs this. I mean, this is it. High noon TP play. There's the Sigma ultimate. Make an ice block. They do end up blocking perfectly. Everything goes well. There's the high noon on the way back. Pretty much as we said. The high noon there is just, again, designed to push them back. ICAV with a huge flank, very smart flank, but Kyo immediately trades. They do lose their Kiriko, but I think it might just be a little bit too late, as JoJo once said, and that would be a round or half of a round for Poland. So there you go. I did not play the original Veronica, but I'm definitely looking forward to it, Rosie. I think it's going to look. It looks really good. I mean, you know me. I play all the Resident Evil games now, Silent Hill, and obviously, you know, I'll eventually keep playing more. I'm just having too much damn fun with Overwatch stuff recently. Hi, buddy. Oh,
towards the
I don't want
end,
you to have
right?
that.
He kind of drops down to the low ground, and we see him kind of connect. It's like a Suzu that comes out of time. You have an ice block, and then you also have like a kinetic.
Yeah, I have to put that box there because you would turn the computer off otherwise.
Not able to find any kills there. As we take a look at some of the stats, China with a pretty decent round in terms of damage, right? But a lot of that is just kind of like playing. Yeah,
Arnie's like, I want to turn your computer off. No, Arnie, not this time.
Won a really strong game playing that hit scan role for France.
Can you tell I have much more energies during this World Cup matches this week, chat? Dude, last weekend, let me tell you. Oh boy, we were running on fumes. Yeah, of course I'm looking forward to the USA match today. I'm pumped. Yeah, absolutely.
He's able to do to start to shut this down, but I think another one of the things that has stood out is Dip's.
Gotta watch him pick up the dubs.
While he himself hasn't necessarily been in the kill feed a ton, the
very excited for that.
They've had to set up players.
Good average orange cap behavior. I didn't even mean to do that. He's a good boy there.
Good quality fight.
He was up over there sleeping in that for a little bit, so it was kind of funny.
Bit of a swap though. A Ramatra pick.
Okay, here we go.
From Relax, he's kind of given up on that Sigma mirror.
So this is like one stage of the tournament right now. So basically it is. The top two from these groups will be able to make it to the LAN in Korea, and then the LAN in Korea will have 16 teams. The top 8 from that, I think, are going to be going to the major or top 6. I don't know how it's going to work. I forgot how it works specifically. We'll make it to the finals at BlizzCon. And excuse me there. Apologies. All right, here we go. France definitely, has an advantage right now. They held on second, but this map again, it's not uncommon to be held there, so something to watch out for that. Kyo though, right away with the pick onto ICAV, and that's not what they needed. The Kiriko is able to escape out. The Cassidy's gonna be left over there, but like that's fine. You're gonna have a good angle here. Kiriko is not expecting this. Boom, yup, rock there, and France runs over this first point. Unfortunately for Poland, if they're gonna want to have to hold this, chat, they're gonna have to hold this for a good 5.5 minutes on second point. Pretty much exactly 5.5 minutes. So good luck. We'll see how it goes. 5. Thank you for the prime sub. Appreciate that. 5. Thank you.
Zerion able to
but this is getting
long
intense
enough to kind of make it out and TP back to the other side. Over by Hotel.
That's just a rough start. I mean, that's the difference thus far in this map is that hold. I mean, 1 minute remaining on the other one. It's really hard to get things rolling when things are going that way. France is trying to get this though. Poland needs to win this team fight. If they lose this team fight, things get really scary for them. Because they just won't have the ability to build ults up. They need to at least have a long team fight happen here. If you're not going to be able to just win the team fight straight up, you need to at least get your ults built. And right now, they're doing that a little bit, right? Obviously, they have the Juno now. That's a little bit behind because they swapped up a little bit. But I'm expecting to see a high noon right now from the side of France. They might actually, I guess they're going to Sigma ult and then maybe high noon if need be. The Mizuki ultimate's perfect. Still gets a kill, though, when all is said and done right there. You get into 2 trades here. Sigma gets 1, gets 2. It's a nice yup rock right there. From the side of France, even though they lost their Kiriko, they still have their Juno. So they still have, number advantage. Looks like Sigma's going to go down. And unfortunately, they're just running out of time. They're running out of space. And they're going to go try and take advantage of this. They might even put a third on cart just to kind of try to solidify it. I don't see anybody on top of them behind, from what I can tell. So France goes up 2-0 in this series. Not a bad map by Poland again. Straight up, they're actually playing extremely well, all things considered. They're just not able to pick up that last second kill, so that causes some problems on that one. So, yep, we'll have to see.
Okay, I mean, that's more reasonable. Yeah, that's more reasonable.
He's this place where he's safe from the room, but we don't have the room on right now.
Over here. Final answer, Junker Queen from Crocs has had a series
and
of
it's time.
Still a hero.
All right, so France, we're actually seeing a bit of a different go here. Also, why did I say Isaac? I meant relax in this one with this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're
I had
also seeing Poland
stuff wrong on this one. But Poland running the Orisa here. France is running the. I gotta reach my back.
An interesting comp from
the Queen. So a little bit of Junker Queen right now, Chad. How often do we see Junker Queen? This will be nice to see. Kiriko Lucio, Sojourn Tracer going against Orisa, Juno, Kiriko, Symmetric Cast. Not sure I like this for Queen. I'll be honest with you. Not my not my favorite comp to play against. And as you can see, the problem with Queen in at least this level of play is just a lot of poke damage. If you can't get to him, you're pretty much just sitting there going AFK and relying on your teammates to get the picks. But hey, Dip says, you know what? I can get a pick for you. I got this. It might be a free kill there on the Juno, unfortunately. Took the TP and just immediately trying to run away. And after all is said and done here on the first point, France again, even with a little bit of a good poke by Poland, France takes the first team fight. Kitsune coming up pretty quickly for France too. Might even happen in the middle of this team fight. If not sooner, a couple headshots across the map right now could pretty much change that. A little bit of poke damage that's healed up could make that change very quickly. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, again, so far so good from these teams.
Right away.
And it does force China on over to match that. So no more Symmetra for Team Poland is, ICAP just falls to some chip damage from Keo. That absolutely should not have happened. As Croc's like, all right, notice that. Suzu is
huge pick though on the ICAV though, so that's gonna again slow things down. And as I was saying, before this team fight even breaks out, they're gonna be at what 90% now on the Kiriko. So Poland is just getting grinded down right now. They're gonna end up Kitsune in this very soon. They try to tap the point to maybe buy some time, but it's not working. Kitsune is gonna happen very soon. There will be an Orisa ultimate, I think, during this Kitsune. I think the idea is they're gonna all in the Orisa, then when they all in the Orisa, you pop your ultimate. Okay, never mind. Orisa saves ultimate, and that is basically first point for France. I mean, they can try to tap point with Tracer underneath, but it's not going to matter. So France pretty much just dominates the first point. I mean, Poland didn't even have a chance right there, so time to keep going right now.
Seem to be running out of turns here. See what they can work out on bomb flats with ults.
Yeah, so when we go over to the bomb flats, right? I mean, you're going to have the sound barrier to get aggressive if you want to go in, right? With Crocs, Crocs just taking a load of damage before they can kind of get him into the fight. But when they get him in the fight healthy, I mean, it is difficult to stop the Queen. If she gets rolling, it'll be actually Kyu who opens things up here with an OC. Is a nice Suzu there, just going to keep the players alive for Poland for the time being. It's going to be Poland.
Both teams going for the player. I love this aggressive play by France. They're going with the beat. Nothing really else kind of going to be. It's going to be kind of like even for a little bit. And I think Poland might be able to like sneak this I don't know. I think the Queen and Tracer being alive here is going to put a lot of pressure on the Orisa. They don't even know it exists right now. Good job, buddy.
Okay, I don't know if that was necessary, but it definitely is going to be one that Crocs will remember. Poland want to make sure.
But yeah, so Poland does get that. That was a very close team fight.
All in on that one.
So
I mean,
not bad at all.
Had to go all out. Use their own rush towards the end. I know when there were a few players down at that moment in time. Terror Surge also got everybody pretty low after FD got at a really interesting sound barrier kind of on the way in.
This crosshair is kind of sick, by the way. So I don't know why I like it. It lines up perfectly with like the damage. It's like satisfying. You know what I mean?
At the moment is Deadeye here for iCap. See if he can.
Fox, thanks for the 21 months of the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, Fox.
This doesn't look like nobody's gonna poke out around that corner. So.
All right.
Poland getting up to about 60%.
Juno ultimate coming in from Poland.
As soon as they pull the trigger on this, France don't really have an answer for it unless Dip get like a really good sneak on the full spawn.
They're kind of waiting. They don't have to. So this has actually been a really good recovery here. This has been a good point for Poland. They're going to win this. This is going to be a pretty easy point for them. This is actually as easy as it gets. You won one team fight, you won a second one, and that's it. Like, there's nothing else. No real issue. No ultimates need to be popped. Just like exactly what you need to do if you're going to win these team fights.
I wonder if you have to maybe consider
that was literally
off
perfect.
Of, the Queen here, if you're France. So we'll see if they decide to kind of stay with it. It looks like at least now with Crocs being that far out of the spawn, you're going to kind of continue to run it where, maybe it's like Dip's spawn that kind of opens things up here for France. But a good flashpoint there for Poland.
Fawn, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it.
Very much alive.
Thank you.
In terms of the groups, really, regardless of this series outcome.
Are these the crosshair the players use? Yeah, I think they are at least. I don't think unless the commentator goes through and changes them to like non-default randomly. I think this is correct. Yeah. Kyo with a huge pick right there. Obviously, the Juno ultimate is now popped, but the Kitsune is out. That pick on the Cassidy is going to be a lot of burst damage lost. So even though the Juno ultimate is effective in the sense that like it's going to help, losing the Cassidy is one of the toughest parts there. Cassidy has so much burst damage there, so you're going to be the one to kind of like make the HP pool like dip down really quickly. So right away, France is going to be off to a great start here. Kind of a tale of three different points now. Where one, so hopefully we kind of see like that 50-50 point now, where it's kind of like in between, both back and forth. Rissa ultimate coming in here, Kitsune coming in. So actually, Poland does have the ultimates to take this, but they have 4 major ultimates coming up. The Soldier ultimate is going to be pretty good here from France, but I'm expecting to see Beat come out here soon from France. So they might have more of an aggressive Beat play here. I mean, France will probably do that, knowing they don't have an advantage. Get ready for the Beat in 3, 2, 1. There's the Beat. Queen doesn't get it, but they're not worried about that because the Queen can use the ultimate, gets a kill on the Cassidy in the backline. Don't even be surprised to see a Queen ultimate come out here very shortly.
Terror Surge comes on in. Looks like everybody gonna get out.
Multiple kills happening there. Everything's and it looks like France is gonna be able to take that. So you said
from Crocs to finish things.
Did your wife made a Twitch just to watch me introduce? You introduced her to her, and now she just keeps quoting "Door Stuck." That's a classic. Door Stuck is a classic.
In a losing battle.
That's awesome. 2-1 right now in favor of France. We're gonna see if Poland's gonna be able to bring this one back a little bit here. Yeah, it's a classic CS one, I know. Back in the day. Door Stuck. How many more matches today? After this one, there will be 5 more matches.
Maybe find an opportunity to kind of use that rampage.
Queen ultimate's gonna be effective here. Look for the Queen. Like, even though you can worry about cleanse, if they're not playing stack, the Queen just sends it. Orisa can disrupt that right there. Queen tips, cover, cover, cover. You have to play cover, use your shout to get, like, to be able to basically follow up on kills, and, like, that's basically how you play Queen. You need to basically just always have good cover. Good job here. Obviously, the Queen's going to send the ultimate onto the Orisa. You know, was it necessary? Not necessarily, but the way I look at it is I'd rather win the team fight than sit there and look for a perfect ultimate. If they get one more kill there, that can go the other way in favor of Poland, with the Orisa kind of being very, like, tanky. So a great job there by France to take that team fight. Next up, we're going to have Poland's going to have Pulse Bomb. That's it. France has Kitsune. I mean, on paper, France is kind of set up to be able to, you know, probably get this team fight. Not necessarily the map, but this team fight. We're going to see Kitsune come out here very shortly here from France. I'm saying probably next 3 or 4 seconds. They might slow play it a little bit. I probably don't want to see that, but FD God gets the kill right away onto iCav. Relax is going to get super low. They're backing up. They're on their back foot again, and this is cleanup right here. Free kills, and Poland had no time to build any ultimates. If you take a look right now, they have nothing. I mean, France still should have the lead on ults. They're going to try to go here and get the kill on the Tracer because they know that if they get the kill on the Tracer, the rest of the team is going to struggle to tap the point. Keo does get out right now. Both the Tracers have a 1v1. China's going to try to just go back away from the team fight. And now it's just going to come down to the point. Get ready. Dip has a pulse bomb here. So does China. So, whatever, one hits the pulse bomb. But unfortunately, ICAV has been their target. Goes down again. Lucio's going to try to tap. They know Lucio's almost one shot. Dip gets the kill onto the Lucio. We now have a 5v3. 5v2, and France, pretty easily is going to take this map and series win over Poland in a very, kind of stomp-heavy match. I mean, the first map was great. After that, just was really rough. France takes it, and congrats to France. I think that's going to kind of solidify some of their standings, too, if I'm correct. So, good job by France. Next up, we have Great Britain versus Portugal. Going to be a very important matchup for both of those teams. Obviously, Great Britain is going to be, I think, the team to be predicted to win. But in the end, we don't really know how it's going to go. I like how they also have the name Platinum Exterminator. I don't know what that's even from, but that is that. I'm going to take this time again to go AFK for a couple of minutes. I will return. We'll keep casting these matches. And I'll be right back, Chad, okay? Up next, Great Britain versus Portugal.
Especially have coming into this
Who won versus France versus Poland? Pretty quick 3-0 for France. First map was okay. Last two were pretty rough. Here we go. Can Portugal find a way to win this against Great Britain, or will Great Britain take this with relative ease? Obviously, there's a lot on the line here for Portugal. Pretty much if they lose, they're out of, they're going to be out of the playoffs, I assume, based off of the stand-ins. So, this is the land on the line. If you can get a win here, it could be huge. But obviously, Great Britain has a great roster. You might recognize pretty much their whole team. So it's going to be tough, but you never know. That's the beauty of this. You never know. Hi, buddy. Oh, big stretch again. You're a tired boy. He is so tired today.
Tread and Great Britain. I mean, it's just not a normal team. I like how aggressive they are.
All right.
With the sim TP and the speed, able to take the high ground.
That's kind of the advantage with this Great Britain opposition. Crispy being on Lucio will certainly help. Kaido, first real shot.
So far, nothing really kind of happening. Just a lot of
the teleporter here, Great Britain.
Early damage output here, but immediately Portugal with a pick on the Kai. So Karama's able to get that kill right there as they're running. This is the meta comp, by the way, that Portugal's running. This has been played by a lot of the teams now, especially in Korea. So look to see a lot of this comp over the next few weeks before, the Season 3 patch, whatever that may bring. They'll probably buff Roadhog or something. But Portugal gets multiple picks to start this. Obviously, there was a trade at one point, but I mean, Portugal is still has point control, so exactly the start that you needed. If you're the underdog going in, emongg does get Rafa though, so that's going to kind of slow things down a little bit for Portugal. Once you lose your tank here, it's just going to allow for Great Britain to take that back. But it was a good start. It was a good start.
And then they came back. They take out Dak Punkcake. And then on the kind of bounce back, Maimon gets back into the fight there. Had to kind of walk away for a little bit to get healed up. He just kind of beams down.
You're having fun on that one, Blue.
On the point,
okay, but anyway, Kitsune coming up here for Great Britain is going to be pretty quick of that, but Mizuki Ultimate is the same boat there, so we'll see what happens. Diva was chained, but was able to fall down to the low ground. Every team here is looking for opportunity. Kitsune will be up in 5%, but emongg goes down before the Kitsune can even happen. Then they have to make a decision. Do you want to sit on the point with Kitsune? The answer is absolutely not. You're going to back away. Portugal, again, getting early picks and making this difficult on Great Britain. Obviously, it's the beginning, but hey, momentum's momentum, and you can take any momentum you can get, and that's what we're seeing right now. So,
Karama able to get a few kills at the beginning of these fights. If they can just get Tagliani to kind of get going here on the Sojourn, really, I mean, this could start to be one that Portugal at least runs away with its first point. So, see Kai kind of building up towards this OC.
All right, I expect to see Mizuki Ultimate coming up soon. There it is. Kitsune obviously on the board also. A lot of ultimates here. I think Great Britain has a little bit better ultimates for what they need to do here. The Sim Wall alone, Sim Wall is so good. It's one of my favorite ultimates to be to have when you're on attack outside of maybe Kitsune, because you're just basically a giant shield that you just know you're not going to take damage to. How's it going? But great play, great job, excellent decision making. We're gonna have a beat come up very soon. Sojourn Ultimate come up very soon. Things are looking pretty good here for Great Britain. Although I do like Portugal's ult. Portugal has every ult you could ask for. It just depends, what they react to with here. Obviously, an aggressive play here, not giving them time to set up. When you're, at a slight ult disadvantage, it's not like a huge ult disadvantage, but we had a slight one. These are the type of plays you want to make. Obviously, Tread is going to be able to ult that and then get out. So gets the kill on Sigma somehow, some way. Couldn't tell you how. But that really backfired there for Portugal because they ended up using Kitsune to try to win that. So that really complicates things. Don't be surprised. It may not happen, but Britain might just get aggressive with beat here. Because they know they have Mayel coming, they know there's Soldier Element coming. I think they're gonna beat in. I think they're engaging with beat. I think that's gonna be their play. Because they just don't want to let them set up. They know they're gonna get poked out, so they're just gonna go with beat and just send it. But they wait. Okay, so they get Soldier Ultimate first, so they wait a second. They do wait.
As the overclock, but no targets in sight. Everyone managed to teleport out from Great Britain. Rafa is on the objective. Brahma is getting run down.
This has been a really good, this has been so patient by Great Britain. Like, they have made this difficult. The ultimate misses. Kitsune, now you beat. Yep. Because now you only have to worry about the Mayel. So you go in and you just all in. Dude, that was flawless Overwatch right there by Great Britain. Even if they lose this team fight, what they did to turn this ult pool around was unbelievable. And I don't even think they're going to lose the team fight. That was perfect. That was understanding what you're going against and then just taking advantage of that. Also, the screen's gonna go away for 1 second, chat. I want to make sure ads aren't playing. I know that they were accidentally or sometimes playing during stuff, so just give me 1 second. I just want to pause. Okay. It says 11 minutes till the next one, so we should be good on this one. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that was good. Give me a moment here.
Maybe realize, hey, we can't exactly just kind of just gonna coast on
1 second.
this one. We really have
You'll
to
see in a second, chat. We'll be back.
In a big way.
Okay,
Kiwi does a great job staying alive the entire round. No deaths.
We're good.
From the Kiri on Great Britain, and then
is Australia still in? Yeah, but they're in a different region right now. They're in the Asia region for that stuff. So like a lot of those matches, I think already kind of happened or have happened, or they're finishing it up at some point. I forgot how exactly how that goes. But yeah, Australia has played.
There, so we'll see if
Oh yeah, that's why that was a weird schedule. I remember that now because I had that really long day because I forgot about those. They had their own World Cup matches then. I remember that now. Okay, here we go. Great job by Great Britain there. Obviously Portugal had a solid showing there on that first map though, so it wasn't anything bad. It just that was like pitch perfect or next to perfect like gameplay by Great Britain on that disengage. So Sigma already getting low. Obviously running the Ramatra here instead of the Diva against the Sigma comp is pretty effective. Obviously it's going to come down to the Mei wall. If the Mei wall is effective, then you can get the kills. If it isn't, then you're going to have this issue happen where you kind of run out of steam. There's a lot of damage though, and they do get the kill on Tread. So the wall ended up being good enough. And again, Portugal starts off strong there. Kiwi does get a trade. That's a good thing to have on their way out. They're going to try to disengage out and kind of play to live on this side of the map. That rock was close, but not quite there. Kiriko gets out. And I know Pitch Perfect is a great movie. I agree with you. I watch that movie occasionally. I've always liked singing shows and like a cappella and things like that. And, I just like the sound of it. So that's always pretty good there too. Yep.
Into this, it's going to be the Mei wall.
Okay, yeah. So Australia did make it to land. So Australia, Thailand, Korea, and Japan made it. There you go. So that was someone in the chat had mentioned that. I thought that's what it was, but I thought maybe they had an extra week of it or something. I don't know why I thought. It always gets confusing. You know what I mean with how they like each region does it differently. So either way, unfortunately though for Great Britain after a good start, it looks like they're going to give up that advantage pretty much right away. Mei has no ice block in a second. They're going to get the target there, and that's just going to be pretty much a cleanup by Great Britain. So again, good starts by Portugal, not good second team fights. I mean. That's going to be, where the more kind of veteran team, the team that has a little bit more experience will generally dominate, is they're not really scared of each team fight. Like some teams like dread the retake, right? Or don't know what to do when they have to come back to the point. And that's where these teams end up losing. But there's going to be a Mei ultimate coming up here. They're going to probably go for a Kitsune aggressively. I do think that Great Britain's kind of proven they want to be an aggressive team. So they're probably going to be pretty quick with this. They might, save different ultimates. But because of that, patience level, they ended up losing Kai. So Kai goes down. Crispy goes down right after. And again, what was initially going to look like an opportunity for Great Britain to win, they're going to have to go defensive. I mean, they're going to lose their Ramatra on points. So boom, just like that. The hesitation gives Portugal some opportunity. And Portugal now, look at the ult charge, is looking pretty good here on this one. So, not a bad go of things again from these teams, to say the least. This is looking really good.
Both Tiagalini and Karama have been fantastic on the poke and opening these fights up before Britain can make the move.
Yeah,
all right.
Ultimates available for
Great Britain has 5 ults. Portugal has 4. They choose to ult first. Kai is really, really low right now. Rafa's looking for some type of ultimate here. Gonna try to get the play. Does get Lucio, fortunately enough for Lucio. Lucio can defy gravity. Actually was starting Wicked at one point. And was able to get a kill right there. Not too bad. And that's it. Awesome. Everybody pops their ultimates, and Great Britain wins the team fight. So Nothing you can do right there on that one, unfortunately. If you're wondering why Rob's doing that, because they were going to stagger the Mizuki, no point to sit there and try to battle, not worth getting 5% extra ult charge to be staggered. Get off the map, reset with your team, go again. Ramach ultimate coming up. Did the Lucio beat in the air? Yeah, that's normal. With Sigma ultimate, you just beat in the air, hence the defying gravity. Yep. Ramach ultimate coming up here from Tread. Going to be pretty aggressive with it too, so look for that to be like part of this play here. I think it's going to be pretty hyper aggro. That's how they've been playing this approach, and maybe they're going to play it safe because they're looking now. The percentages are they're going to go be aggressive. It's all about the percentages here. They don't need to hold. They're going to have Tread play close. They're going to wait for this time, and they're going to go in. They're going to try to cut off this rotation. It's just hard to figure out when they want to go in. That's why they're playing so split. They're playing so split. Are they expecting Mayo?
Another railgun from
that might be what it is.
So
normally they've been aggressive. I think they expected Mayo. I'm pretty sure. There they go. Now they get aggressive. Yeah. I think that was so good. Like, dude, that point of view from Portugal, like, they were doing fine, but, like, where did you even go? And Great Britain takes that map right there. Wow, that was crazy. That was, like, I gotta say, that was some of, like, some of the best rotations from a team I've seen yet in this, like, these World Cup matches, to be honest with you, because that rotation was beautiful. Like, they just kind of split the map, made it hard. Both of those first, like, hard and like Portugal to be able to win that. Like, they made like both of those rotations were perfect. You don't see like team play like that too often in World Cup, not because like they're bad, it's just because there's not as much practice. So yeah, that looked like a well-practiced team right there, from what I just saw there from Great Britain. Excellent play, good rotation, smart plays, got them the win there. So okay. So, Wrecking Ball ban, Bastion ban, so no Jetpack Gap Bastion happening here. We're seeing Portugal run the Sigma Ana Wu Yang common comp with a Ashe and a Tracer. We've seen a bit of a resurgence of Ashe recently. And then on the side of Great Britain, we're getting Sojourn, Echo, Winston, Ana, and Juno as those heroes. That's pretty good there. Pretty good, to say the least.
Number one, so love the idea of continuing to run it.
This is an angle for
look at this Wu Yang spot, chat.
See if he ends up staying there.
This is probably a set spot for damage output. You'd be surprised. Because Sully and I are a great duo of announcers. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sully's doing a great job. He's always there to be in the bucket boy, you know? Okay.
So, we're going to get a Winston here from Golden Pan. So, Winston obviously doesn't see a ton of play time. You know, in the meta at the moment, but you know, with this comp that Portugal is coming out, it might not be that bad.
We are seeing Winston from you know, which is kind of cool to see. You don't see some Honor Brig Winston. When was the last time we saw Honor Brig Winston? This is a classic. This is called we had to play Navani. Are you kidding me? Type of play right here. There you go. Good start here. Just kind of all in it. Honestly, by the way, if you're a Sigma and you play against that comp and there's an Echo on coast, you're not having a good time. Any Sigma player will tell you playing against an Echo is not fun, and that's why immediately you see a Winston swap. It just was not going to be worth it. So Winston's still being played here. Obviously, a good start here. You're going to see Winston try to dive in. It might not go well. You're going to bubble off main. See that right there? See how Golden Pants is bubbles main? That just blocks off the sight lines. They're forced to put all their damage and output into the bubble, and right away, Great Britain just takes that team fight as easily as you could, outside of losing their Echo. But that's it. Pretty straightforward there. Is this the last match of the day? No, Madeline, it's not. There's 4 more matches after this series. Because the American games still are still to be played. They start they're slated to start at 2 o'clock. They might stay on schedule, so there might be like about 30 minutes of just waiting for those matches. But yep, should be a lot of stuff coming up soon.
Really fast if you get snowballed on through. With the nano boost from Kiwi, and Golden Pants essentially gets a free leap onto this backline pending.
All right, we do have a nano coming in here from Kiwi.
Obviously,
gonna probably just nano Winston. That's pretty much the go-to. You might see a nano Echo too. I mean, like Echo has a little bit more firepower than normal. Just as in like in recent years. What in the monstrosity? This is amazing, dude. I'm taking some notes right here. I am taking some notes.
Also, Golden Pants has to get back to the payload.
I think I know how to upgrade my Hanzo crosshair. There's the nano on the Winston. Again, that's the most generic of those plays, but the correct play in my opinion. Going in on the back line here, the Ana's probably going to go down, unfortunately for the Ana. Even if the Ana hits that, you're going to not have a good time. But the trades are efficient enough here. I do think this is going to allow Portugal to at least be able to retake. Obviously, they're not going to be able to get out with their team here. The Winston's going to kind of just get juggled in the corner here. Might try to jump out, but honestly, I don't think it's going to go well. Really good play there by Golden Pants. That should just solidify getting the kill there. Obviously, gonna get a little bit aggressive. Brig ultimate now. Nano's gonna go on to maybe the Tracer, or the Winston if the Winston gets back in time. There is no card time happening, so I think the Winston will get back in time. You are seeing a bit of an aggressive approach here by Winston in general. Yeah, it's gonna be Nano Winston. Get ready for Rafa to get that, and then into Winston ultimate. So this could be an opportunity for Portugal. But Kai is gonna pop Sojourn ultimate on an off angle soon. You're gonna see Brig ultimate go too. So double whammy. Kai gets one. They get two right now. The Ana and Diana's down. Kai, again, talking about that off angle, came from the side over there, got a couple of kills, and just straight up wins that team fight. So, unfortunately for Portugal, not able to take that. I guess the silver lining is they do have two ultimates coming in here that could kind of stall out Great Britain here. But as we've seen, the ult tracking has been pristine from Great Britain, and they kind of are prepared for this. So we'll see if that ult tracking leads to another good victory out of them. This has been pretty good gameplay thus far. So we'll see.
The bomb here to kind of create some space. A lot of damage Golden Pants is taking, but this is going to allow Kiwi to get another Nano so fast.
I was going to say, I think you intentionally throw Golden Pants in there to take damage. It's a nice bio nade.
Okay.
Bob isn't there. Bob is in along with the duplicated Winston.
Grandma goes in, gets a kill right there on the Kiwi, and yeah, this should be pretty clean. I don't think there's, even if Emongg gets 1 or 2 kills here, it wouldn't matter. So Portugal does win the important team fight, which we knew that would slow things down, but they didn't have to use their Winston ultimate, which is good. This could give them an extra minute and a half off the clock. It's really going to be... What's the comp swap? Ramantra? Zarya? Okay, so they're going Zarya Reaper, full swap, Kiriko Lucio. So Portugal basically has one more team fight here of an advantage before they start to... It's going to be around the 2 minutes and like 15-second mark. If everything goes as planned. Obviously, if Great Britain goes in and gets like a kill right away, that's going to be like, that. But I think that's going to be their overall goal here. Sojourn might go off the map. The juggle is pretty solid until it wasn't. But they get a kill on the Kai, so that kind of opens up the door there. I do like this aggression by Portugal. If you're going to get back into the game, you need to buy time. The unfortunate part, though, is they're going to run out of ultimates soon. Although, actually, no, they kind of have both their support ultimates. They have 2 more rotations here for the Winston. So, they're not in a bad spot. It's just going to be like, I think Great Britain's just going to out-stack them and then snowball that and then win with like a minute 30 if they were going to do it correctly. Like, that's how much time would be left. But, good aggressive play here by Mamone. Going to go in the back line. Obviously, there's the Nano onto the Ashe. Not going to be able to get the kill on the Ashe. The Ashe is forced in. Dynamite does miss, but also hits. We got trades going on both sides here. The trades are going to be fine for Portugal, as in because their spawn's right there. This might give a little bit of space to Great Britain, but the game isn't over yet. My concern is the Wuyang that's kind of staggered up on the high ground. There is a Wuyang behind them right now. I don't think they know this, but I think it's going to be tough for the Wuyang. They're scouting this. I guarantee they're scouting this. They know something's up. Kiriko went in there too. They know something's up. Yep. Wuyang is in a weird spot, but like this could work out. They're going to Kitsune forward. The best option here is the Kitsune forward. Yep, and then ignore the Wuyang. Yep. Yeah, that's the downside of that, chat, is it's a really cool play, but like this is why, you've even heard me in ranked, they go, oh no, they got distracted by so-and-so. It's because, like, you don't need to go take that kill. You just need to push forward. Like, you have to think about it from the perspective of, you'll see, chat, I'm going to try to make sure so that stuff doesn't play during that adds the time in between the half times. So you might miss, like, 30 seconds. But back to what I was going to say. Basically, when they're making those type of plays, and someone's flanking you like that, it's stop chasing people behind you, just go forward. And that's really like what needs to happen there. The Wuyang will not be able to get back into that team fight. People get distracted so hard during that. So just try to do that in the future, like when you're in that situation. It's such a better play. And that was an excellent decision there by them to be able to kind of just fall back and make that play happen. That was very, very well done. Very well done.
Keep that fight going, burn some more clock, but Golden Pants coming in for Tread. Looked really good. 15-1, playing a lot.
I knew right away they were going to do that.
You can ban his Wrecking Ball, but you can still pull out some other picks.
Nova, thank you for the Prime stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Then I have a rank game like that and lost. Yep. It's because people get so distracted by that, but like you have to think about the numbers in front of you, not what's behind you. Like obviously you're going to deal with somebody in the flank if you all agree to do it. But like in a situation where somebody's that far behind, just run forward. You're going to have the numbers advantage, and then people get distracted and you just end up losing the game. So it's very important to make that quick decision though, because it has to be a quick decision. Because if you let the cooldowns get back up, then they're behind you even closer, and then it becomes a little bit weird. So Yeah.
Even the Ana is at range. Right?
You said your teammates would chase the Sombra back into your spawn.
And then
Sometimes it's not worth chasing them. Think about what's in front of you. But great job there is basically the point I was making. Portugal's going to try this Sigma approach again. Didn't quite work last time. Maybe it works this time with the TP. I'm a little bit concerned, though, if they run the Echo Winston against him again. As a Sigma, I wouldn't like that matchup. But maybe it works out. We'll see.
But these are heroes like, the Ana, Wuyong, Sigma. Like, you can collapse on these heroes pretty easily.
Anyway.
Especially on this first point. I mean, the angles you have to fight into.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you get people to chase you as Tracer the whole time, you're happy. Obviously, like, a 1v1 there with a Sojourn's different. Like, that's just clearing out space for your support. That's different from what I'm saying there. But, yeah. Crispy goes down right away, so that actually is a great pick there from the Sojourn. Kai goes down right away, too. So, a really good start here for Portugal. Kind of a really... Actually, that was a very uncharacteristic defense from Great Britain right there. At the same time, things get a little bit more interesting now. So, Golden Pants is still alive. They have both supports dead. So, like, do they? No, they can't tap that. I was gonna say, if they had a Tracer, maybe they could make that work, but it was not gonna happen. Yeah. So, Golden Pants. That's why Golden Pants dove to the point. If they were really gonna like try to play that correctly, they would have played a little bit slower.
Really good on Portugal.
Are they required to play in default skins? I think they're on the.
Honestly.
If I'm correct, the tournament server. So because they're on the tournament server, there's just no skins. If I'm correct, I think that's why it's like that.
Yeah, but you have to give Portugal,
but I could be wrong.
Credit, right? They see where maybe Great Britain is.
Okay, here we go. No ultimates again on either side. Okay, so Apply confirms that. So yeah, there you go.
High ground control is Golden Pants taking
Butts, thanks for the 15 months of the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, Butts. Appreciate the love.
Be able to make a play.
Mamone with the pick on Karama there. Really good start for Great Britain. This is like an important part of the team fight for them. Kiwi does have Nano coming in here very shortly. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they try to Nano like the Sigma or something. One thing I gotta say, being the Ana in this comp, this must be like the worst time in here of like who the heck do you Nano? Like no Nano you is gonna do like you Nano is gonna be as effective as like a Winston getting nanoed right now. Has there been any Rhine? No, not yet. The only closest we've had to Ryan is Apply being in the chat. So, Ramon saying, hey, you know what? I want to play some Wuyong. Love this, like, basically aggressive backline play here. Obviously, may not get the ultimate in time, but hey, didn't lose the Echo, so see how things go here. Ult's going in. Play's happening. And there it is. So, Winston ultimate going.
Golden Pants inside of a small room. Takes a lot of damage. It's gonna be a double.
Damn, they're actually dominating this Winston ultimate. Looks like me on Winston, except that was still better than me.
On the wake up, and that's brutal time.
I would have popped my ultimate and fallen over in half a second, or I would have been booped off the map. Isn't ultim happening? Crispy's gonna go for the flank. I love the flank play by Crispy. I also love the sleep, and I love the reaction by Portugal there. Portugal actually is doing a really good job of this like early pressure right now. Kind of denying a lot of the space. Really well played. Portugal's actually performing very well on this second point. This is not an easy point. Now, is some of that because Great Britain's playing a little bit more loose here? I think so, yes. But, like, that's part of the game, right? Kai's going to go for the ult. Kai goes down immediately. So, again, getting shut down at every single opportunity thus far. And Portugal has, a little bit under 5 minutes on third. I love those numbers. Obviously, the ult... a little bit not in favor of anybody. Golden Pants makes the swap to Zarya now. And, yeah, this map gets a lot more interesting. Portugal really stepping it up here. Obviously, their defense was a little bit rough, but, hey, you finish with even 1 second on the clock, you got yourself a chance here. And that's what you got to kind of look for in these situations.
Multiple sleeves, big bios coming out from the Ana.
We'll keep seeing how these teams play out here.
Starting to get some signs of life here is Portugal in this series. Look decent map number 1, obviously.
Ooh, Mamone with a huge pick there. That right there, just a nice shot on the Wuyong. That's going to slow down their push. And this is where it can start to get a little bit scary for them. On the side of Portugal, that is, because now if Great Britain's able to kind of solidify this comp, and what I say by solidify this comp is basically win one singular team fight, this is going to allow for them to kind of get things rolling. Now, this can be as simple as Mamone goes Zarya, right? You go, whoa, what do you mean Zarya? Well, if anybody's just returned to Overwatch, Echo now is the base kit, can take your own teammate. So, basically, you could go Zarya right now and then do a double Zarya bubble push in, grab them, and then basically that grab will farm the rest of your ultimates. I don't know if that's going to be the case because it does look like Mamone is flanking. But something to look out for here during this team fight. Tracer goes down again. Mamone's looking for this flank with the silencer. That is Echo. Doesn't find an opportunity for a kill there. Ultimates on both sides are looking pretty strong, but I think this is going to be the big part here is if they go what they do with this this Echo ultimate because it can be really effective.
And that was kind of the engage working off of. Instead, it's up to this Tidal Blast, which is not as consistent. There's Suzus, there's Bubbles, and a dead Rafa. Like, it was a hard engage.
Huge play there by Golden Pants.
Get yourself out of that. Kitsune Rush takes care of him. Portugal.
Yeah, remember what I said earlier? That's where it gets kind of scary for Portugal right now. I want you to take a look at Britain's ult, like Great Britain's ult. Like, they have 3 major ultimates. They use the Kitsune there. Like, this is what I mean. Like, the ult rotation now, they can at least time bank this. And what do you mean by time bank? They can get the clock down to 0. If they play this, like, the way that I think they'll play it, and it will be basically 1 ultimate per team fight, even if, like, Portugal wins those team fights, they're going to have the opportunity to basically just hold it. So, you'll see what I'm talking about very shortly. Mamone gets the kill on every pick here on the Tracer, no matter who it is going to be rough. Kai does almost get low there. Crispy goes down, so there's a little bit of a trade there. There's the ultimate there. They're going to try to all in the Zarya, but just not enough. The grab goes in. Not going to actually get any kills with the grab. Actually does get a kill with the grab. Just not going to be able to get the Sigma. There's the Bob. And this is where you might see a team fight for Portugal, but I want you to take a look at the ultimates of Great Britain. And this is what I was kind of talking about. There is a Tracer 1v1 happening up here. May not be as clean as you thought, but Pulse Bomb there. On a stick, Mamone makes a play. And now they're going to have to fall back. Aim looking good here. Might even get a second Pulse Bomb, but we do have a pause. Yeah, does this Deadlock have that many pauses?
Unpaused here. Getting right back into it. It looked like
all right.
A brief connection.
So I'm going to assume, I don't know, was Mamone ready right there? Did it not look like Mamone was minimized or something? It's like, oh, wait a second, the game's still going?
No, it's been very, like, kind of
all right,
right?
Crispy goes down. That was a weird, like, that was a funny timing. Okay. Are they playing remotely? They're just, right now they are, yes. The first land will be in August. All right, expect to see a beat Sojourn Ultimate here. If basically the Sojourn Ultimate doesn't get any value, what do you think Kai might be able to get a kill? Ooh, Kai, does not get the kill there. I'm surprised the timing was what it was like, because I think this actually opens the door for Portugal to maybe take this, but Golden Pants in the meantime with Mamone get 2 kills in the backline, gets 3 kills in the backline. And even if Portugal cleans up these kills, which I don't think they will, that's the end of the team fight. Mamone and Golden Pants just taking over right there.
Just kind of dominating this.
What a play! What a decision!
Holding this high ground area as Echo. Kai with the overclock was big in the last fight. Now Rafa's going to go over to the Ramatra.
Damn. All right.
Take some shots. That's going to be
Kiriko
right away as
has Kitsune
for
Great Britain. There is a Wu Yang ultimate. Probably on the Tracer, usually what you do is you Pulse Bomb. You give the Wu Yang to the Tracer. The ult to the Tracer, that is, excuse me. And then you just go in with the Pulse Bomb. You give, like, an opportunity. They actually give it to Ashe. I mean, I know we all expected it to be Ashe they give it to. Yeah, so this is why I said earlier it's going to be scary for Portugal as you got to this point if they don't win that team fight. They're pretty much at the point now the time bank's at 0 regardless of what happens right now. So absolutely not. Right on that one. What do you mean? What, getting destroyed? Kiwi gets the kill there onto Warrior, and unless something crazy happens here, Great Britain will go up 2-0 in this series. Not clean, that's for sure.
That one.
He said is using emotes to wall peek tech or an exploit tech. That's allowed. People using the sit emote as Tracer. I don't know what emote it was. That was back in the OWL days. It was very common. A Tracer on Icon Walled would sit in the corner, like right around the corner, and just sit there with an angle and waiting for people. Like it's a part of the game. But anyway, I will say Portugal played okay that map. Again, okay won't be good enough to beat Great Britain here, but they had a solid performance. Great Britain had to earn that win. That wasn't like an easy win there, but in the end, they had held strong there. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes, and we'll continue on. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, hit the follow button, and I'll see you then. Yeah, well, you ban Sigma on this if you just don't want to play against the Sigma comp, and I think that sometimes even if you have a good Sigma player, if you know that you're gonna win the duel. Remember, Rafa was playing Sigma to begin with on Nabani, right? So even though Tread is very capable of playing Sigma very well, it's more along the lines of like Rafa's been forcing the other comp, and yeah, they've been forcing the other comp. So It makes sense. They're going to a Juno Zen comp, actually, which is a bit surprising, but I think it makes sense for who they have on their roster. You're going for more of, like, you know, punishing the tank. They have the Bastion right now, and maybe that will swap off. I mean, the attacking team always can switch around there. But yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Kind of up for debate and change.
Yep.
I can't remember the last time I've seen.
Did Arnie watch this? Please don't turn it off.
This level of
I have that button covered right now, so we should be okay. Should be is the key word. So.
If anyone's gonna do it.
Really? I'm copping that one? Maybe try refreshing or something. You should be around 5 hours or so on these drops specifically, unless do you know what time you joined at? But you should be getting progress. There's nothing has stopped in that side. I do have those drops already.
And help change that, but
we'll see. Yeah.
What do you do about Kai with the
we will see.
Consistent range advantage? Going for the grapple shot. Bit of chip there into Rafa, but it's gonna be that slow burn
Game time.
we see at the start of Circuit Royale.
See now Tagliani is going to opt to not match like a hit scan and going to go for Bastion, so just raw damage output. Rafa getting stuck.
How do you join the Discord? Exclamation point Discord is where you find my Discord.
Shots there from Kai.
Here we go.
Well.
So Portugal is, you know, trying to get back into this game. Kai immediately with that sniper shot. For anyone who doesn't know, Kai is a very good hit scan. One of the best hit scans, honestly. You know, for a long time, it was like you do not want to play against Kai on Ashe specifically for a long time. Same thing goes for Widow. Just a very good player. You know, I'm actually surprised they didn't go with like a ban on a Widow or something like that to make it a little bit easier. Unless Widow was already banned earlier. But Crispy goes down, so they get rid of one of the Widows, but there's still a Widow alive. They're going to be able to pop... ooh, but a Chroma again, too. Kai hits an immediate jump shot to Rod, so any progress they could get past this, like where that Ramatra shield is not going to happen. They're going to have to slow it down very soon, unless the Widow goes down, right? Kai is playing a little bit aggressively right now, so that's something to keep note of. Like, Kai is definitely playing a little bit more aggro than you would expect when you're down that many, but... that pressure alone is going to be good there. The walls just go down now, and now they're going to be back with their whole team. They might even Juno ult this pretty quickly, actually. Don't be surprised. There will be a nano onto the Ramatra. Oh, actually onto the Bastion. Now they're going to definitely Juno ult it. They do get the kill. Remember, there's a Discord orb, though, so that nano is a little bit less effective. Emongg's just having one of those games where you just get rolled randomly and you can't do anything about it. Rafa's trying to go to the back line. We do get the ult. Better watch out here. The one note here, though, is they might try to kill the Ramatra, but they have the ultimate coming from Zen in like 2 seconds. The Zen does ult after they die. Listen, if you play Zenyatta, it's just a common thing that you have to ult after your tank dies, so that way you can sit there the whole time. That way you can sit there the whole time and watch the Zenyatta sit in your body after they don't ult the time. It's just a classic thing you need to do on Zenyatta. Every Zenyatta player knows that is the strategy, right? You keep your tank alive, you're doing it wrong. All right. Mei ultimate coming up. Ramatra ultimate coming up. On both sides, that is. And then a Bastion ultimate, which Bastion ultimate is what it is. Yep. You gotta pop and you just sit there in their body like, oh, man. Aggressive Mei ult here, though, might get tread. So, again, you know, regardless of the result of this series so far, Portugal has played well. You know what I'm saying? Like, Portugal has been playing well. The new drops, yeah, they're active right now. Yep, new drops are active right now. Portugal's been playing very well, in my opinion.
Portugal are cycling their ultimates. They're finding the wins in more of these macro-based fights. They have to do it fast if they let these go on.
Yeah, I mean, they have a Ramatra ultimate and Nano again. I mean, but Kai with a huge pick, and that might change this team fight. Tread is sitting over here like, please. Falls over, unfortunately. And they keep the Nano, so now they can just Nano the Bastion if they really need this. But, I mean, are we going to see another, like, really good first 2 points by Portugal? I think we might. Obviously, like, you know, they're still alive here, so, like, there's going to be this weird time-in. Mei might go down now. There's the kill. I mean, Kai gets the kill in the back line. D.Va makes it. As I say that, though, Kai picks up 2 in the back line without even ulting. It's going to be down to can they get the Zenyatta or not, because now it's getting, like, the Ana's dead, so, like, the Zenyatta's going to be the target. That's why, if you didn't notice, the Zenyatta sort of, like, go the other way now. I'm sure if we see the Zen, they're going to be in the other room now, like behind their spawn, because like basically you can't stay there for too long, otherwise you're going to fall over. That's exactly where the Zenyatta is now. Crispy gets the kill onto the Ramatra, and wow, what a play. Kai goes in and just gets those 2 kills, and that turns the whole team fight just like that. So what a play that was. Very, very good play.
You lose Rafa. I love the swap here to the D.Va for Tread.
Very, very good play there by Great Bread. This has been excellent Overwatch, I will say.
Mizuki into this, if you
Thank you, Jupiter. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think, you know, going up against this Bastion, the D.Va is going to pay off so much, as that is a huge fight win there for Great Britain, because Portugal looked like they could have set a really good time.
Yeah. They're just not going to get it now. Kai not allowing them to move on forwards.
Both teams get trades there. Obviously, Bastion ultimately getting the kill is a win in my book. They're playing a little bit more aggressive on him now, which I actually love. They go in there with the May ultimate. They're just cleaning them up. So basically, what Great Britain's doing now is trying to establish multiple team fights, right? You're like, well, why not just sit back, right? Because in ranked, sometimes people will sit back. But the idea here is that when you have the ultimates, you want to create 2 team fights or create distance between the cards, which means that every team fight they have to do, they have to earn each spot they get to. Really good teams will do that, right? So, said I'm your 4th favorite streamer. Hey, I'll take that. Hey, listen, I'm on one of your favorite streamer lists. That's a win for me, right? So, playing Warframe, good game, good game.
Rafa even with that Discord orb taking some serious damage on the walk up.
Crispy. The Hango Krama definitely has some fear in him after seeing the Zenyatta pop off before. Being an annihilation,
a few things here,
does have this transcendence, but doesn't really have a need to use it.
Get ready for an ultimate coming up.
Back off. You're not going to combo it with the nano boost either. Another interesting decision there.
Huge pick.
Portugal when it comes to support ults.
Yeah, I mean, ever since they denied the space from them, like, I want you to take a look at where the cart's at. Remember, they were about, what, a meter away from capping the cart? It's now 2 team fights again. Only way it wouldn't be 2 team fights is if they hit overtime spawns, but, like, this has been perfect gameplay by Great Britain, just denying the space of Portugal. Basically not giving them any opportunity.
Whether it be Zen or, you know,
very, very good job thus far. Like, very good job
it just
by
kind
these
of starts to compound on itself, and you're not able to get in position, like, healthy to actually, you know, kind of make a play here for the payload. This one may open it up though. So Karama does.
That's a huge pulse bomb pick. That's going to get things started here. They're going to have to trade now. So basically what's going to happen is you're going to see Great Britain try to go back to the point now and get these last second kills. They actually... Okay, so there was a call right there, and I don't know if you noticed that from Tread. They were going to go back to the point, but then somebody said, no, fall back. Something... I don't know what the call was. Something happened with this call-out that this team fight is now scuffed. Okay, they made it back, right? So they're back right now. They get the Zen ult. The Zen ultimate this is one of my Zen ultimates right here. I'm going to sit on the cart and make sure they don't get it. Okay, Kai goes down. Tracer's going to go for a kill in the back line, doesn't get it, and then everything worked out. That was funny. He said, how's Kai playing? Well, one second, double check, make sure no ads pop. So if you ever see me do this, it's just because I don't want there to be any ad time-ins. Perfect timing because one was just about to play, chat. I got it. We're good. And we can see the majority of this match and not have to worry about that, okay? Boom.
We'll see.
I just can't see it from this point of view, so
really good
easy.
Defense, but
let's go, baby.
Some fun plays there. Now out of Great Britain, fun seeing some Zen in the mix, and I think just that extra damage made it so costly for Portugal to kind of, like, you know, cross that gap and get up towards that high ground and be able to kind of, like, go towards the payload. It's
so tired.
Something they were never really able to kind of fight back through.
No, and that's kind of just the nature of Circuit Royale. That second point, the high ground defender's advantage is brutal. If you don't have a very specific way to get through the choke and avoid that poke damage, just could not happen from the start. I mean, Kurama having a good game. The Tracer swap was, I think, key in clearing the path for the fights that they
We'll see who wins
on that hill, but even then the rest of his team is taking a beating in the back line now.
We'll see who wins.
A very similar look, in fact, the identical look to what they rolled out with on Attack First.
As we'll see, I know what Great Britain decides to do on their offense, if they would like to kind of continue to play the Zen, and I know Zen with the Juno.
He says no,
see,
what did we say? Asking that one? They probably just, because it's World Cup, but they didn't have the Bastion one technically, yeah. I don't know, maybe they just have, I don't know how that stuff works. I don't know what their inventory is for drops and stuff. That's on them. But anyway, here we go. Zenyatta looking for some kills here. They're going to run that same comp. Tread is on the Orisa this time, so a little bit of a different approach, but not too bad of an approach. Obviously, when you're not running the Sigmund, and the Ramacha was having a little bit of a problem staying alive in some of these fights. So I do kind of like this. Look for Crispy to kind of just keep going for these right clicks, keep spamming. This is one thing I want to learn with Zenyatta is, like, I think I need to, like, left click more.
Rama there. Doesn't get a ton of value, though. You're kind of careful if you're Portugal. I mean, Nemesis form is gone. There's a lot of these key cooldowns that are just getting burned. before like the full fight can be
nothing really happening yet. There is a bit of an isolation here happening on Rafa on the right side. I don't know what the cooldown's looking like though on the Nemesis form. Apparently there was no cooldown. They're kind of gonna trade out a little bit here. This Wuyong's causing a lot of problems for Great Britain right now. Like trying to survive. If you haven't noticed, like there's a lot of like damage coming in. That's because of the Wuyong. We have a double Fortnite wall going here. Looks like I don't know what just happened. It's just turning into a battle. Kiwi goes down there to the shot by May. Somehow doesn't go off the map there with the javelin, and now it's back to square one. So Portugal with a really strong start. Yeah, really strong start right there, I must say.
First fight, so Fred is going to wait. You're going to get a few players back off a spawn. They're going to let Kai farm a railgun here with Crispy as, maybe just trying to find like a spear there from Tread into a shot from the zone.
All right.
So
Nano
Warrior Guigo's
on two.
Does have the title blast.
Who? We'll find out.
Towards Rafa,
but Great Britain just starts with their ultimates. They say, you know what, we're going to send it. We're going to make this a little bit more difficult than them. Ramacha's in a weird spot right now because you got to remember there is the Discord orb, so you have like 2 HP. You're like paper mache. They keep the Orisa alive. May goes down. The ultimate doesn't really do anything. I might have already used the ultimate. I missed it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Unfortunately, this looks like it's going to go the other way right now for Great Britain. They get the team fight, and now they're on to the last point. Now, obviously, 4 minutes to cap this. It's not impossible. I mean, Portugal does have a window of opportunity to win this. Starts with winning this first team fight. I don't think they can really give up this first team fight because at that point, you're just going to kind of get rolled. Portugal decides to go with the Orisa, and the way I see this Orisa pick, it's kind of like, you ever see when I pick a hero last second in ranked? And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go Malga, and then we end up losing. It kind of gives me that, like, what they're going with, but maybe it's, maybe the Orisa will be a surprise.
Now gonna kind of work his way back.
Here we go. Yep.
Hard and Crispy in a dangerous spot. Kai's gonna OC.
The OC is out.
Oh, couple of picks there.
Rafa, Portugal. I mean, they're standing on like still here.
Continue to go.
Stable. Yeah, they're not like they don't have a way to stop the cart though. I mean, they're just kind of stuck waiting for Rafa to get back.
I don't know. I mean, Great Britain has the map control right now, so things are just kind of getting a little bit wild here. Yes, that is Great Britain. Yes. Yeah, no ults on either side. This is just a neutral team fight. I again like the spot that they're in now. They end up switching off with the Zenyatta to go with the Ayari, which I think is a great swap. The Zenyatta was going to lose a little bit of value there after a while, like on this close kind of battle. So the Ayari adds an extra dynamic and an ultimate to kind of clear them out. It's kind of like a really good ultimate. It's like a game-winning ult, right? Zenyatta ultimate kind of can sustain your teammate, but not like, Ayari ultimate can win a match. They do end up giving title blast to the Tracer. Does get the Ana 7,000 or the Ayari 7,000 meters across the map. Kills are going in. We'll see. Kai gets a pick onto the Ana. There's the May ultimate from Amon. They do initially survive the disengage, but that's going to be it. And Great Britain will get this series, this map, and we now are waiting for the NA matches. Velociraptor Commander, thanks to the 82 months of the Tier 2. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great game.
Thank you. I'm going to go grab myself a water. I might take one more headache medicine because I cannot break this headache today. So I'm going to go do that very quickly. But next up, we're going to have the America matches. It might be like a bit of downtime. Maybe we'll play some quick play while waiting. But it is almost time, chat, for the next match, which is going to be, and thank you again, Velociraptor, is going to be Canada versus Puerto Rico in a Group A showdown to see who can kind of keep advancing here. We'll find out. Can Canada take it? We'll see soon. I'll be right back.
That long-range kind of threat here, they can close things in a little bit.
All right, here we go. Puerto Rico versus Canada. Obviously a big match for both these teams. Canada, if they win, pretty much solidify their trip. If not, if they haven't already, to Korea for the land. And if Puerto Rico wins, they might actually solidify them in a really good spot too. So we'll see what happens here. Obviously from the Canada side, we're going to be seeing the Reaper, the Ashe, the Diva. Kiriko and Ayari versus the Reaper, Cassidy, Wrecking Ball, Kiriko. So both these teams are solid, right? Obviously. Not surprised, Moto, that you're pumped for Puerto Rico there. Love to see that. Razor with a huge pick, though, to start, though. Astro does go down, though. Losing the Diva Mech can be pretty large here, even if they lost someone initially. But now we're going to see if Cal's able to kind of survive in the backline. I have seen Cal grind in some ranked as of recently. So Cal's been playing a lot more Overwatch again after the brief Rivals. Actually, is Cal still playing Rivals? I don't even know. Good boop right there. Kiriko obviously has a way to get back up to one of the teammates. Back and forth, Canada still holding the point. Noxious is getting a little bit low, so look for that to kind of be a thing there. Yeah, Talisman goes in, the Reaper getting a play.
Very messy, sloppy start to the round.
And yeah, but they're still kind of holding steady on the point here. Really can't find that extra like oomph to be able to get it. So Canada holds strong right now. It's still kind of back and forth. The positioning right now is not comfortable for these teams. That Wrecking Ball is actually doing a really good job of adding backline pressure. It does seem like the backline has managed to handle this one, but damn, really quick ultimate there. Does get the pylon. Looks like one of my Wrecking Ball ults where you get the pylon and that's it. I will say that was an all-in type of Wrecking Ball ult. I get it, but I also, you know, I'm sure they would appreciate it on the point. Graveyard is going to be able to have a Kitsune coming up here very fast. We got a cleanse going out. There's the Kitsune going main. Really good Kitsune spot because they're going to want to disengage off the point. It kind of gives them no opportunity to do anything there on the Puerto Rico side. And that's going to be a regroup for everybody else. So last week he played World Cup and MR Ignite on the same day. What team is he in? Is he on like one of the good teams in Rivals now? I remember he used to be on one of the teams that was really good. So he was always a good player. I remember playing Wolverine for some reason.
This is gonna be so frustrating for Puerto Rico because you probably, especially if you're a chain, you feel like you're doing so much work.
Okay, so you say Canada's already qualified. Okay, so this is a big match for Puerto Rico.
Canada's 4
At the same time, I still think it's important to get the #1 seed in these groups.
Like a Wrecking Ball main I'm just doing so much, guys. I'm doing so
much. In these groups, I think that'd be a pretty good, you know.
Soundbar ends up coming in for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I remember he was on NRG, but I thought the rosters have changed so much. So. These are qualifiers. So the main event is in September in BlizzCon. There's an event, believe it or not, before BlizzCon in Korea, where I think there'll be 16 teams. Maybe I'm over analyzing how many teams will be. Maybe it's 8 teams. No, EMEA, all that. I think it's like 16 teams or 12. I don't know. Either way, and then those teams will then go on to BlizzCon. But Korea is the first one. That's the end of or middle of August. Middle of August. Cal gets a huge pick there on the Andor. Astro gets a pick there, so it's actually not quite turning yet. I mean, Talisman might have to be able to get Reaper Ultimate here. Possibly McChicken might be looking for that high noon. But as of right now, I mean, Astro's been kind of just holding the point as long as possible. Can even back away now if need be. I think that's what's going to happen is like now they've kind of exerted the pool. Cal's on TSM. Got it. I got it. So like, okay, cool. I said Cal's a great player, so.
No skulls acquired. There's the mines on the point. Razor gets booped up into the skies, but Courtney jumps in a major upset last week. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't got to watch too much of Rivals Esports. Like I said, I don't hate the game at all. I just obviously I'm just very locked in on Overwatch. So it's always good to see people doing well. Talisman does have ult here. It's like it's more along the lines of like when do you use the ultimate? They know there's no like they know there's no what's it called right now? Like cooldowns left for the Reaper, so they're gonna look for that kill. It's exactly what they go for. Unfortunately for Graveyard, though, they did kind of catch Graveyard a little bit out of position there. I know there was a bit of a save, but... Oh, you switched to Ignite when I finished streaming, do you? That's awesome. Eventually kills
yeah. Like I said, I don't, you know, most of my information I get fed about how it is nowadays.
Like picking up people randomly across the
talk about too much because you kind of complain everything nowadays. So. Okay, so Puerto Rico does have beat coming up here. Canada has Diva Ultimate. A lot of ults building up across the board here. We're going to have a pretty large ult thump in the next probably 30% of this point. You know, on paper, I think Canada can just take this team fight if they get to the point. The problem is they're not able to get to the point right now. There's been some really good backline pressure here by Chain. This has been actually a very impressive gameplay here. They're not going to ult, just so you know. They're just going to... Oh my, that was close. Dude, that was so close. Did you see how like, they could have easily... I would not waste ults here, but you never know. Maybe it's worth it with the Diva being there. Yeah, I was going to say. This okay. My take, that felt very ambitious by Canada, and the reason, and here's why I say that. They didn't need to do that. They flipped the point, so you already kind of you lost the previous team fight. I would have just kind of saved your ults. I mean, now Puerto Rico is set up for to win this team fight, but obviously somehow they'll lose this team fight and we'll go Canada's way because that's just how Overwatch is sometimes, where everything on paper seems like this is what it's going to go like, and then it doesn't. So we'll see.
Got a rush, they got mines, they got high noon, which is probably going to get 0 kills. Talisman, though, behind already. An early Suzu, and Chain does it again. I'm telling you, man, this guy can't be stopped on the
Chain gets a pick. And that's before the Bob, obviously. So, like, that's going to kind of complicate things. I mean, you know, looking at everything going on right now, I mean, they're going to be able to get this kill on the Reaper. I do actually think Reaper makes a good move. Breaks some ankles right there. Able to get out. Cal gets a good ultimate off now. Now it's looking a lot more interesting. This might have been a clutch moment. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the mine's on point, but the ultimates are still kind of like going to be really strong here. Bob goes in, clears the mine out. Bob also is on the point. You don't have to worry about it. And Canada flips the point. They're going to have to worry about one touch here from the Wrecking Ball, possibly. Wrecking Ball spinning the round, being a spin and Spencer. Now that looks like more like my Wrecking Ball gameplay right there. If I don't bump into a wall, am I playing Wrecking Ball? Ball goes down. Nobody else can tap, and Canada clutches that round. But wow, was that tough.
Heartbreak for Puerto Rico.
Wow, was that tough right there. Holy crap. That should not have been as close as it was.
And that last fight,
damn.
Just not how Puerto Rico wanted it to go, because as that captive son and the
what do you think it costs to have an in-game billboard? I'm not really entirely sure. I don't really know what the sponsorship money looks like nowadays. For like these like type of stuff. I don't know. Enough to put him on the map, that's for sure.
He's doing it all right now, fragging out.
You know, I just don't know how much. Honestly, that
look
is.
At the damage
we'll see.
Well. 6,500.
Anyway.
Next up is McChicken with 4,700. But going back to that last fight,
dude, look at Chain's score, by the way. Did you see that scoreboard? What the heck? Did you see Chain was 16 and 2? I think the next person had 5 limbs.
Especially because you have the objective.
What a round from Chain.
Not getting more value out of those mines at a pivotal time. I think that's a little bit disappointing for Chain there. So Puerto Rico just lose out that very first round on just the slightest of hairs.
Hey, it was close though, and that's the important thing. Chain switching over to Sigma. Now this is a comp. This is we are going to play in cage and then hopefully TP onto the back line. Unfortunately, both support.
So right now, they're running this Mizuki comp that we've been seeing a lot of. The only difference is we're not seeing it with the Sigma. We're seeing it with the Diva. Obviously, Puerto Rico's running that, but usually you see it with the Sigma on this map. But you know, it can work either way. As long as there's on a Mei being played, then I think it's fine for either of them to play whatever there. When the Mei's out there, it gets a little bit different. So we'll see. Again, no ultimates. McChicken gets a little bit low here, so this is going to be kind of that back and forth. It's always funny how this map works. Like, some teams love going this side. I suck. This is like Well is one of my worst maps. Well and Ruins, I just suck at. Which is great when it's a control map and they're both on the same map, you know? Nothing happening right now. They can't find a pick. There's no things to go for right now, but Sigma is their next target. Sigma no E, pretty low HP. They're trying to, like, TP around the map. I mean, Cassidy does have the high noon, but, like, on both sides, but where is the kill going to be? The Kiriko gets the cleanse off. They do lose the Kiriko on one side. McChicken does go down there, so there's an opportunity here. Noxious is going to just miss getting rocked right there, so that's going to give pressure, and Canada does have a bit of point control right now. Obviously, they're going to have to play to kind of chill on the point. We get a trade there on the Kiriko, and that could complicate things because the Kiriko's going to be back here in a second. They do get the Kitsune up in time, and there's a Diva ultimate. They pop the Mizuki ultimate there, and then they chain him right in front of the Diva ult. Oh, no. It's kind of amazing that someone named Chain gets chained inside of the ultimate to get Diva ulted. Kind of how that works, doesn't it? Maybe they're just asking to be chained there, right? Say chain. Mizuki ultimate coming up here for Puerto Rico. Absolutely no ultimates except for Kitsune on Canada's side, but hey, if there's one ultimate that you have in the game when you're at an ult disadvantage that is better than most, it is Kiriko ult. I'm going to have to do a new ult tier list one of these days. I haven't done one in like 3 years. It's probably time for one, just to kind of talk about why I think these, some of these ultimates are as strong as they are. In the meantime, just going to see some, random walls here, random plays. Chicken gets the pick, though, on Razor. That is a pick they need. I mean, there's no, they don't even, like, they basically just decide to let them get the point and they just back away. It's just kind of one of those.
That's what you need.
It was just kind of one of those plays right there.
Round back here.
They wanted to do.
Try to make some plays with this.
Okay, here we go.
As well. Can't really sit.
Kitsune going to come off from Canada very soon.
You need to do some proactive
Still waiting.
To try and pick off Canada.
Gonna happen one of these days. They're trying to get map control. They're going to wait on everybody to get set up. Sigma is getting low. Look for a Mizuki ultimate into a Sigma ultimate. There's both of them right away. Probably gonna get the kills soon, maybe not. Maybe the Kiriko survives that. I couldn't really see where Cal ended up at, but there is a Kitsune out on the field. Map control's kind of all over the place. The Cassidy isn't a unique spot to get a kill here on Razor. That was very smart and like a good delay. Now everybody's TPing around the map, trying to make these plays, as quickly as possible.
That's what I'm talking
He's
about.
looking pretty good. Still here for Puerto Rico. It's been a very close series. Like I said, like this has been better than expected, I think. Yep.
Up in just a second as well. Keep making plays like this, and Puerto Rico, good chance here.
Barrage in 10 for Canada. High noon probably from a chicken. Will this be more
All right.
successful?
High noon, clearing some space. Goes for the kill, nothing there. Now you're going to see a Farah ultimate and a high noon combo. What you do is you just basically high noon, get in the back away, and then you watch your Farah get rolled by a Sigma. All right, don't know what happened right there. Cal goes down. Could be a trade, but remember the carry goes on the field. And again, Puerto Rico wins the team fight, decides that this diva is so strong, they're going to pop Kitsune in a 1v4. Or a 1v5, depending on how many. Oh, wow. Well, see, that's me on DPS every time I play. Like right there, that's me on DPS. Yep.
I mean, all right.
That's me.
It happens.
It's okay. Quick reset.
Hanzo, Farah, it happens to the best of us.
I turn the corner to go like, oh, I'm gonna go for a little bit of a quick pick, and I fall over immediately. All right.
Clearly, as they kind of closing in on 99.
Yeah, I see what you did there, Chain.
But that's the
Again, another reference to a name, Chain. How about that?
Mizuki
Mizuki Ultimate's going to be kind of the decider here for both of these teams. Like, they're both going to get Mizuki Ultimate. There's going to be a lot of spam happening on Chain. Look for... this is a weird one because, like, you want to use it, but you also know they have it. So, like, it's kind of a game of, like, chicken right here where who's going to use it first. There it is. We got a Venn diagram going on right now. So, if you're looking at kind of the percentages here in this, like, Venn diagram, it's looking pretty good. Both teams popping health, but this Simwall could be a decider here. And, yeah, wow, Puerto Rico kind of playing really well right now. Remember, Puerto Rico, this is a very important map for them to be able to kind of really find some value going into these games. So, what a series we have thus far. This has been great.
And the Symmetra was the big difference maker.
This has been great, though, thus far for both of these teams. Canada starting off strong, like I said.
The Sigma as well.
Damn.
I mean, the
keep drinking some of my tea right now.
So far, Astro, the Diva play has been really strong to start off this map, but as you can see, Chain just keeps racking it up on the Sigma there as well. But this Symmetra gameplay,
these teams get picked based solely on skill or teamwork as well. All of it, yeah, I'd say both are pretty important. Chemistry with the teammates too is also important too. Like, even if you have, like, decent teamwork, if, like, your teammates just don't get along, that also doesn't help. So there's a lot that goes into it. Definitely, obviously, you know, skill, teamwork, and then the chemistry of the team. Like, do they hang out more? Do they just log off? And, you know what I mean? Like, for example, you know, a team like Germany, they said that, you know, they're doing, like, you know, double scrim blocks, right? Like, not every World Cup team's doing that. Double scrim blocks are pretty huge. So, like, the point is that there's just difference in what teams are kind of decide they want to do. They're kind of given that freedom of, like, how do you want to play this? You know, do you want to practice more? Do you not want to practice more? Who do you want to go with? So, there we go, though. So, anyway, both teams here going to be going for these, you know, the even matchups. I do like the swap over to the Sigma. Obviously, when Astro swapped over earlier, it was a little bit later in the round, so you don't get to see the full value. But I really think that a lot of teams are going to opt to go to Sigma when they run this Mizuki comp. If you stay on Diva there, it's really hard to find that full value. Thankfully, Ruins kind of forces this anyway, so they might see the value of that. So we'll see how that goes, though. Yep. Becoming your favorite sleeper team. Maybe they could be a sleeper team because, like, they have been winning games that, you know, I don't think people expected, which is obviously impressive in itself. So again, something to kind of look at in that situation. But yeah, all these teams kind of just vibing, looking for some kills. You know.
Spam comps. How much do you like him out of 10?
Still waiting to look. Canada is able to push them back a little bit. You know, Puerto Rico starting to kind of like trying to get out of their spawn. They're going back to spawn for a change. Okay, so they kind of just sat there and decided that, like, this isn't working, so they made a swap to Wrecking Ball and Reaper. Now, last time we saw Chain on Wrecking Ball, lost the round, but went 16-2. So maybe this will be effective enough here against that Sigma comp, which might force the Diva comp back. In the meantime, they'll get ready for this Kitsune here from Puerto Rico. They're waiting for, like, they haven't been able to get anywhere. They're getting spammed out so much. If Razor can find, like, one for one trade here, this could go really well. They're going to try to disengage out as much as they can. They're not tapping the point. This might be the mistake Puerto Rico's making, is they're actually not tapping the point yet. And this is going to allow Canada to kind of actually make a much more justified decision with that Sojourn ultimate that was just popped. It wasn't like... It wasn't like got any kills, but it just didn't give them any value off of the Kitsune. Now they're gonna have their own Kitsune coming in here from Cal very soon. Almost, ends up soloing the Pharaoh, but there ends up being a chain there. So that's the second chain that we've hit there. We've seen hit. Reaper is going to be flanking, does a lot of damage. Got a high noon coming in from McChicken over here. Nothing really happened in the meantime. After this high noon, you're going to see a Kitsune go main. Get ready. You're going to drop down. Kitsune is going to be in about 2 seconds. Okay, I guess I miscalled that one. I thought it was going to be a little bit sooner. Yup, rock there onto the Reaper. There's the Kitsune. A little bit later than I expected, but it works out. High noon onto the Cassidy, or you know what I meant. A ultimate onto a Cassidy who doesn't have high noon, and a Yup rock. And Canada does clean up and dominates the Ruins map to take a 2-1 lead in this map, and that gives them the map win.
The round kind of got away from Puerto Rico, obviously favoring Canada's poke-heavy style there on Ruins. So
just had Finland lost. Yeah, they played well though. I mean, that was a great series. It came down to like just like 3-1 team fight situations. Yep. So we'll see.
Got some things going with that all the time.
All right, we're doing well. How about you? All right. I think they're finally loaded into King's Row. It took a little bit to get here, but we're finally here. I'm excited to see what happens. Let's go, Chad. It's time.
As we load on.
He says even if Puerto Rico wins 3-1 against Canada, they still don't qualify. So is it confirmed that it is definitely like? Is it confirmed that it's head to head as the second option? Because if that's the case, and then no matter what, Puerto Rico would still make it, right?
The angles they were taking,
so
always like beating down the enemy teams, and that's kind of what they've done so far. That's why
you can tell they're stalling. I could tell right away. Instead of the USA match, of course, absolutely. You gotta cheer for them.
Put together.
Obviously, just keep trying to solidify those wins, those matches.
One of those
should be a good one, hopefully.
That well practiced against, like maybe you're more familiar playing against Brawl compositions. Maybe you're more familiar playing against Lucio Kiri. So when Canada busts out the double flex support here with Ana and Wu Yang, that's a different kind of pace.
Okay, not confirmed yet since Colombia has to beat Brazil 3-0. Okay, got you.
It's just so difficult to adapt in the moment to all the poke coming your way.
All right, we'll see.
Puerto Rico, they're going to have to find a way here as McChicken looks the Bastion.
That rock looks like that rock missed. Hey, False is playing. False is a good tank. All right, we'll see how this goes here. Puerto Rico running the Bastion, the Sim, the Sigma, the Mizuki, and the Juno. Canada running the Ana Wuyang, the Mei, the Ash, and the Sigma. So a little bit of a difference of play styles here. One team a little bit more spam heavy. Another team a little bit more kind of in your face with the TP. A lot of burst damage, but then kind of like get stuck waiting for a while. As long as the rotations are good here from the team of Canada, they should be okay against this. But the TP is going to be the tough part. They might TP to the window and corner them. Oh, they TP to the Mei. So their vision was oh, wow. Great decision there. They had two options. It was either go to the window from that spot or go to there. They ended up choosing the Mei. So not enough trades, though. If False can stay alive during this, great sleep. Unfortunately, that sleep was the difference, which is crazy. How much damage that was in the segment. That was unlucky. So, yeah, great start for Puerto Rico. Should be a pretty clean team fight here. I don't see anything changing, if I'm correct, and this should be really good. Is there a match? There is matches tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be watching those too. Probably going to be on pretty early tomorrow too, so that'll be kind of fun.
A bit of a specialist on a hero like Sigma asked well, but tough going for Canada
we'll
there
see.
As Puerto Rico. Doing another great job with the Symmetra teleporter here, making a play happen.
Yeah, okay, Race is like, yeah, not today. I don't want to get teleported on. So he's going to switch over to the Echo. And McChicken switching off Bastion. I think that's a smart pick. You're not playing Bastion in this corridor. There's just no way. You're going to get spammed out.
Spicy Latte, thank you for the 12 months of the Prime Sub. What do you think? I think you Spicy Latte. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we'll see if how this keeps going here. You know what I mean?
That's the technology. Cat with a
and Sooner, thank you for the 2 months of the Prime Sub. Thank you. Good trade so far by both sides here. Both Sigmas said, hey, do you want to have some fun? And they said, nope, no one's having fun. Tanks aren't allowed to have fun. That was that. And Sosu, thank you for the 18 months of that Prime Sub. Welcome back. We do see a Nano under the Echo. Pretty good Nano target. Very burst heavy. Can basically one-shot people. You're going to have to back away in a second, though. This is more just about buying some time at this corner to give your team a better, more space to work with. So you guys on the background, you're just now paying attention. Quite the name. Yes, isn't it? Yep, that's their name on Puerto Rico. For the DPS player. All right, Puerto Rico does have a lot of ultimates, so I do expect to see that. Can get some blankies for Corrupted Save with the 5 gifted. They used to suck back in the day on like a Nintendo 64. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. We have a bunch of ultimates coming in right now on both sides. It does look like Razor does go down early, so this is going to give Puerto Rico, again, opportunity. There is some ults they have to kind of deal with and try to get through. Great, yep, rock right there. Going to have to back away. Right now, Canada has to just back away. And if you can, maybe win this team fight, I honestly think they're going to be in a weird spot with that one. But yeah, thank you. And Hubcap, thank you for the 2 months of that prime sub, and Sokka, thank you for the prime sub, appreciate it, and Derp goes in, gets the kill in the graveyard. Excellent play there, and Puerto Rico kind of stomping right through right now.
That was a ray of all
I gotta say, there's been a lot of early support ultimates.
It's kind of like
bit of a rough go there. But yes, thank you everybody. Again, thank you for the 5 gifted too. Appreciate y'all so much.
Yes, objectively bad orbital rate.
Yeah, this is gonna be. This is interesting. We've seen. This is kind of reminds me of the same trajectory the Sweden-Finland game went, where both teams just dominated on attack. Obviously, we're just beginning, so this they can still be at full health here. But a sim wall here. I think you might also want to go. Looking at the heroes, do you want to go Sigma or Sim here? I think Sim could be a good option. We are gonna see a Sojourn ultimate start. Obviously, Cal gets a huge pick right away. That is an opener they needed. The Sigma was the option for the Echo, by the way. Didn't really get much done with it, but did enough to push them back, and I think that's what you kind of hope for. Kills are looking pretty good. Razor survives that. We have a Sojourn ultimate coming up here very shortly, and things could get a little bit better.
As well. So Cal obviously hit that biotic grenade somehow onto that high ground. And that just was enough to secure the pick onto McChicken there. So a huge play from Cal, actually. And that's kind of what you need with this Canada composition. A lot of poke from their side. But they haven't found enough picks yet to really put Puerto Rico to a stop.
Cal's got nano too. Did this wall from Talisman. It looked good on Ilios. Will it look good again? 2 HP. Shade. Oh my goodness. And then hits the grass.
Might see a nano happen here soon. I gotta say, this has been a good job by Canada. Like, kind of pushing them back, but I want you to take a look at Puerto Rico's ultimates right now. They're going to be popping like their Symmetra wall very soon. They might try to lead off with the Sigma ultimate if they need it, or the Sigma will just get rocked off the map immediately and just fall off King's Row. As Talisman uses that, that is the most unluckiest timing I think Puerto Rico's had yet in this series so far. And this is going to get Canada back into it, right? That Sim wall to me is a very game-changing type of ultimate from my experience playing against Sim wall and seeing Sim wall in these matches. So a little bit of a unlucky there on that Yup Rock, exactly. Not incorrect on that one. Double Sigma ultimate coming up right now. Definitely something to look out for here from these Sigmas. I do expect to see a little bit of a kind of double Sigma ult, but they might kind of wait on a Yari to get ult and then do it maybe a combo to go with it. You can have some deadly combos with that. There's the Sigma ultimate. They do get the kill right away. Double Sigma ultimate across the board. False is able to kind of deny that rock from happening. Okay, shot the floor. Does get the Sigma. That Sigma, again, not allowed to have any fun. Is just sitting there to be a damage sponge. I guess that is a tank. Avino, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Appreciate that. They are going to use Defense Matrix here very shortly from Mizuki. That's what I call it, because that's the best way to describe it. Basically kind of ult in front of you here, or like maybe when your teammates need a little bit more space. There we go. We're going to Juno ultimate at the correct time. This is good news. And then a Mizuki ultimate on the cart, definitely. You're going to kind of put it right in the middle of the cart. Yep. And this is going to make it so they have to be forced to go into your team. As you can see, like Razor, for example, trying to go in there. McChicken gets 1, gets 2. Make it 3. Almost gets 4. And with a minute 53 left, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico capped the point with time to spare. 1 minute and 53.
What a cap that was. That was crazy.
Gotta give massive props to Puerto Rico, the way they're playing.
So this reminded me of that. Now, obviously, you have to see the attack, but Puerto Rico showing up today. This has been a good series thus far. Very good series thus far. It's been awesome.
Over Canada. And the reason I reacted to the biotic grenade so strongly was because Puerto Rico, they're obviously waiting for like the perfect timing to start that ultimate.
Frosty Lion, thank you for the 7 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Have the potential to just secure a pick for Canada and stop Puerto Rico. It's not going to yield value for Canada at the end of the day. It's going to be Puerto Rico capping King's Row here with a pretty solid 2 minutes to go as well.
And they're playing well.
Quite dominant on the Sigma composition so far.
Yeah, honestly, look really good.
Still waiting.
I mean, Shane doing a lot as well on that second point. Getting a lot of like really high impact kills on the Sigma. Decent rocks as well. Canada on their offense. Puerto Rico kind of sticking with the same sort of thing, although Talisman on May now. No more Sim. I think May's going to be way better here. Sim kind of useless on the defense. Sure, you can like TP away, you can TP to the high grounds, but May way better in terms of utility.
All right, anyway, still waiting for this to kind of go.
Yeah, it depends on who you talk
to.
Is
it Sigma Brawl and King's Row? Sigma's pretty much meta right now. I mean, this is kind of what has in OWCS we're seeing a lot of this comp. So a little bit of Jetpack Cat Bastion still, but not even like close to the Sigma comp that we've seen. CR kind of started running this comp during the major, or maybe even a little bit before that, and it's kind of caught on with a lot of teams now. So you're seeing a lot of Sigma. I think Sigma's kind of becoming meta. You know, a little bit of Ramatra here because of that. You know, Mauga comps. But yeah. Sigma's definitely more front and center. I'm gonna have to play some 5v5 this week or next week because if Sigma's meta, I at least got a couple of weeks before that might shift with whatever the season 3 patch may bring. And knowing season 3, they're gonna make it season 3 Rise of the Hog by buffing Roadhog. So we'll see what happens.
Hopefully, Noxious has watched some trees.
All right. Everything's kind of chill here. This is just again going for the map control. Get to see a little bit of Hanzo. Yeah, I mean. There's a couple players that are very capable of just going Hanzo and then taking over a map. Tree is one of them I can think of. Kind of a classic, like ban Hanzo on Gibraltar, otherwise you're not gonna have a fun time. But yeah, Chain gets a pick on Noxious and he gets nothing there.
Chain's career. As they end up shutting down this defense. Talisman held on for this entire time, by the way, versus 2 players.
Talisman with a pick right away.
Yeah, I think that's harder than it looks for Puerto Rico. They sit back. They didn't give Noxious an opportunity to hit any of those logs in the
Also,
first
Retro,
place,
just be a little bit
Like,
careful with that, just because
POV,
like the bot may randomly tag me up or something at some point.
It's because Puerto
I assume
Rico's
you're not
doing
saying
a great
anything bad,
job
but
at
just
not
in
taking
case.
those angles, at not making themselves vulnerable. And then when Canada does make a move, you saw Razor.
I don't want to get rolled by the bot.
That's when Puerto Rico kind of they take their turn and they push forward.
The staggering, yeah, I mean, it's not as bad staggering on the beginning here, but so far it has not been this has not been a good King's Row for Team Canada. This has been a roughie, at least in my opinion. So, yep, both these teams are going to be kind of just going at it, kind of battle. We do have an ultimate coming in here, but there's going to be a flank coming in. Nice job there. Looking for some kills. Boom. May goes down. And Canada, wasn't the easiest play off first point, but wasn't the worst. Going to have, I don't know, around 4.5 minutes on second, which is a pretty good time bank. And then if you have a good second point, you can bring all that time bank back on in the third. So it shouldn't be too bad, I would say.
Stop.
No, it won't.
We'll see how it goes.
There's a shield.
Okay, there's a Sigma shield.
Yep.
And a May wall. Just in case. We don't want a random arrow hitting our head.
We will see.
That would be very dishonest Overwatch right there. If they took a log to the face.
We're doing good, Rafa. How about you?
Don't want to see that.
Hope you're doing well too on Plunger. What am I expecting for next season and what big changes do you think we'll see? Can I be honest with you? I have no clue.
Yes, NBA guys.
I don't really know what they're going to do balance-wise because, like, honestly, like, even with Jetpack at Bastion, I think they might do, like, a tether change or something or, like, something helpful there for the cap. But, like, from a perspective of, like, what will they have event-wise? What could balance be? I don't really know. I am excited for the new map. I mean, we are going to get a new map. We are getting... just a new season in general, which, I mean, again, I'm excited for. But yeah, should be fun. Really good job here by both teams, but Puerto Rico is holding on here. Sorry, I kind of was answering that question, so I missed a little bit of that team fight, but Puerto Rico holding on. Yeah, I mean, this is, I gotta give credit. This has been very, very impressive here by Puerto Rico. I mean, Canada is a very talented team too, so, like, it's kind of a back and forth. I do expect to see a very aggressive Sigma ultimate by False here. I think this is, like, the time where you just go in with your ultimate after this May wall. This is even better. You don't have to use it now. Like, don't force it because they're around the corner, but, like, if they get aggressive to you at any point here, you pop it. So we'll see.
Hit him with the rock.
Yeah, I can see a Sierra change happening in a lot of ranks because of that. Maybe they'll just keep making D.Va worse. Chain gets a kill on the graveyard. And again, I know I'm pro play D.Va. And still pretty good in the champion. Good nano here. They're going to have to go the out. Yeah, I mean, it's like, did you need Echo Ultimate here? Probably not, but I think that, like, they've lost a couple of team fights that you just can't afford to, like, have another trade happen. So what you do is you just pop the ultimate and just send it, like... Yeah, they would have liked that back, but I don't think it's like a huge, massive deal is basically what I'm getting at. I think they'll be fine either way in that scenario. So.
That's going to be it. Puerto Rico.
These teams keep on trucking. They're trying.
I don't think they're going to get back to this point.
They are giving it their all.
Spawn there, so they have to look towards the third point as well. 3 minutes 30 for the time bank here for Canada. So,
yeah, Canada just easily gets the point. I mean, 3.5 minutes here, like, that's pretty good time bank. Obviously, Puerto Rico's playing for, like, the time bank also. Huge purple right there. That's going to force out a really early ice block, which is why you're seeing this Alco the way it is. They might be able to kill the May right away. May is in a unique spot, but McChicken, again, hits a nice shot. Not able to find anything there after that ult, so they're just going to have to fall back. But McChicken's been playing really well. Gets 1, gets 2. Might make it 3. It makes it 3. Make it 4. Oh my, what the heck? Makes it. Damn, that was sick. Ranks reset season 4, not season 3. What a play by McChicken right there, just going in. The heck? That was sick. And now they have a Mei ult. Look for Talisman to set up with this Mei ultimate. You might see a Hanzo ult like around that corner right there. You just basically claim. See that like spot right there where the Sigma is? Kind of ult that way so that they kind of like get stuck. Obviously, you don't have to, but I think that would be a good combo. You could also just wait on False's ultimate and then send your ultimate during that. Chain's popping a good ult, but I don't know how it will specifically go. Here's the ultimate we saw. Well, it got Graveyard, so that's a really good job. Still might see a Nano happen here if they over-aggress, but I think they should save the Nano, save it for Echo or Sigma for the next team fight, and then rinse and repeat the stuff again. So, see what happens here.
Kind of waiting, biding their time to go for another Nano push here onto Razor like we saw previously. Good nade, that's going to be the trigger.
Yeah, beam.
Yep, and you know the Sigma. I mean, not the Sigma, the Echo. I meant to say. There's the Mei ult. Doesn't really get. It does get the Sigma. I was gonna say like it was looking like it was very close. Razor's just not able to get that kill right there. I mean, it was very close on the damage, but we'll see.
Isolating False. That's 2 times in a row.
Yeah, look, Puerto Rico.
I'm sorry on that one,
sure that Canada aren't finding these picks. I mean, that was a Nano onto Razor and got
McChicken gets the kills.
Value because Puerto Rico are doing such a good job just staying together, playing on the payload. With
Man, this is getting close.
Keeping Canada back, and so just like Canada is always trying to make a play with this poke-heavy composition.
Getting very close.
Puerto Rico, like you said.
P Greens, thanks for the 33 months with the tier 1. Thank you, Greens. Appreciate the love. Thank you, thank you.
Endure some of these fights.
That's almost a year.
All right. Oh, huge ult.
Wonderful from False.
Man, this has been, I mean, this has been a great job here by Puerto Rico. I mean, Puerto Rico's at a point where they might even like be able to force, the Mei ult was like 2 seconds away. I don't think it made a difference, but they're about to like force at least an overtime, which means that like there only could be a draw or a win at that point. There's no way that like Canada would be able to win that. So this has been an excellent hold by Puerto Rico. They've been playing a very good King's Row. I'm actually very surprised at like how impressive they've been. So we'll see.
Went from like Mizuki, it's not being played in the pro meta, to like being really strong.
Double buff though.
Yeah, look, the Sanctuary buff was huge, but you're just seeing the value that Sanctuary is getting now, negating all these projectiles, right? And this is Puerto Rico now. 30 seconds to go for Canada. We're seeing a oh my god.
Hanzo ultimate coming in. A Yari ultimate coming in soon.
Damage duo.
My guy's on Genji. All right, here's the captured Sun already into the backline. There is the Genji. They're looking for a target here.
That's going to definitely get a kill on Juno. Not even a question. Might get a second kill there. Does. Cleans everything up. But again, right now, Canada's playing for a draw. They're not going to be able to get any time with this. Once this is a minute or above, that's it. So this is basically playing for a draw, but the first step is winning this team fight. They haven't even won the team fight yet. And guess what? McChicken has an ultimate. Talisman has an ultimate, so this is not going to be easy. I do like the Nano aggressively there. Now it's going to be this ult. Will McChicken pop off again? Been hitting a lot of shots. Might happen. Well, that's a good way to start. Gets Graveyard right away. False goes down to the Mei ult. Both the ultimates I mentioned are popping off right now, but there's double trades happening. Both the DPS go down after that, but again, it looks like there isn't enough. And Puerto Rico is going to pick up map number 2. How about that? Heck yeah. We got ourselves a series. Nice to not see a 3-0 again, right? Everyone casting for these? No, not like specific casting. I get asked that a lot, which is nice, but I like doing the way I do it. Let's go. How about that? All right, 1-1. Now it's on to Canada to kind of decide how to do this. This has been excellent. This has been absolutely excellent thus far, I must say.
Ultimate rotations have been so good. Go find the win here, then they're one step closer to Busan, Johnny.
Yeah, Puerto Rico's playing extremely well, I agree.
Street's the same.
What are my thoughts so far? I definitely have been a little bit surprised for sure. Like I know some of the players, like they're very good, so like I'm not surprised to see them doing well. But like coming together as a team to be able to win, you know, that's impressive in itself. So yeah. Well, that's and honestly, Firebird. That's exactly why I'm like, yeah, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, that's pretty much the case in that one. Yeah, they've been playing great though. So far, Puerto Rico been very impressive.
I mean, I would prefer.
So we'll see.
Don't get me wrong, but
Did Hazard gameplay? Yeah, Hazard makes sense here too for Astro. Yeah, I thought maybe Diva, but like it does make sense if you're just better at that comp. Chain's gonna go with the Ramattra. I mean, so Canada's definitely gonna go with a different thing here. We're seeing the
okay, Winston it is. Yeah. Let's go. Winston
we're seeing some different comps here. Oh, no, last second swap to Winston. So Hazard will not happen. We're going to see Winston now, which, again, is also pretty solid.
Here we go.
And we'll see what happens. Ana Kiriko is the backline. Farah Ash is the DPS. Puerto Rico side, Reaper Sojourn, Kiriko Lucio, and Ramatra to kind of, you know, just be there. The Reaper here might make this swap happen. I wonder if how they're going to play this. Like, I kind of like the D.Va here. They're gonna like looking at the comp and everything. Like D.Va would be pretty good. Again, though, like it's not bad. Oh, what a first pick right there on the McChicken. They didn't even stand a chance. The heck? Why is Winston so rare in pro play currently? I mean, hey, if you like Dallas Fuel, you know, you can see some Winston gameplay. Just isn't like the strongest of tanks right now. A lot of, I mean, truthfully, a lot of the tanks that do well outside of like, you know, for example, Sigma is a lot of like the block tanks. Ramatra has a bug, but no one's going to abuse that in pro play, right? Like, that's not going to happen. Hopefully they fix it soon.
You probably feel like you're just trying to.
But yeah, so far, just a really good start here for kind of both teams. Got map control for Canada. Puerto Rico still holding strong, not getting destroyed. Both of those are wins for both of those teams. So we'll see.
Canada is going to be Cal building towards this Nano.
Well, Bug, you can drop your shield basically infinitely. So basically, like, and have like a constant shield with like no cooldown with Ramatra. Honor Grenade was not meant to go onto that team there, but look at this play here. If you wonder what's going on, chat, why things are so slowed down, they're just trying to build Nano for their Winston. I kind of noticed that at the beginning. They're just taking damage on purpose because they get Nano Winston, and that's the whole play. That's why they've been kind of chilling. There's the Nano onto the Winston, exactly what we expected to happen. Very much like I said, a bread and butter play. Pretty straightforward. You Nano your Winston, you build your ult, you go in, you win. It's very obvious thing they were doing there. That's it. And that's the end of that team fight. Reaper, no shift. And unfortunately for Puerto Rico, I think they will lose this point. So on to second point now with plenty of time on the clock.
What more do you want?
So see how it plays out, you know?
It really is.
See how it plays out.
What could Puerto Rico do there, Johnny? I mean, yeah, they got the rush, right? But like,
second point's all about map control. You know, I still gotta say I like Dorado a lot better than I used to. It's not my favorite map by any means, but there definitely has been some improvements on it, which I've been happy with. That has made it a more playable map. Still not my favorite map, but
not too sure about this Ramatra being played right now because I think it's so weird for your tempo of your team. Like, you're kind of just forced to sit back, you know, absorb some of this damage, and then you can push around with Lucio Kiri. But like, Canada's going to have the edge over you every single time.
There's the Kitsune from Canada. Not able to find anybody yet, but this is more just about that consistent map control. I do expect to see an aggressive Winston ultimate. I think at this point, what you're going to see is after this, the headache better right now. Yeah, I mean, I took something for it, so we'll see how it feels in a few hours. But good trades on both sides. Winston does not end up popping ultimate and decides to go with this play, which is totally fine. They pop Bob and they kind of had a plan. So I do expect to see Winston ultimate next time. A Talisman goes for a Reaper ultimate, gets the on in the backline. There was a bit of a trade. Kind of a really important part of the map right now for both of these teams. If Canada can get a couple kills here, this could go really well. Good dynamite there. That's going to kind of slow things down for their ability to push. And Chain's getting a little bit too aggro. They kind of almost overpush this. They're forced to use a Ramatra ultimate just to stay alive. Won't even get any value. That's going to allow for a much more aggressive approach here from the Winston. You know, you don't have to kind of like trade your. Basically, one of the concerns is that when you go in with your Winston ultimate, your backline gets traded on, but like your backline should not get traded on now by an ultless Ramatra. On second point, Dorado, that is. So Talisman again with pick after pick starts off strong there. Noxious goes down. Everybody else is kind of sitting here waiting for something to happen. Nothing really going on. Winston is going to go into the team, and there's the ultimate. Now, Winston kind of just pops out, runs away. That's a smart play. Wait in a second. Literally, just that's it. That's just, there's nothing to do there. That's all you got to do. Now you're gonna get Nano Winston or Nano Farah. Actually, Nano Farah might be the play. Not my favorite, but I think that like you could technically survive that. No, I think you Nano Winston.
And Razor's got this barrage as
you definitely Nano Winston.
Oh
no, it is Farah. Okay. All right. Why do I second guess my call? I'm like, oh, they won't do that, and then of course they Nano the Farah. Like, I got to stick with my first idea. Now I look like a dum-dum.
Bank turns into 3.5
you know?
there for Team Canada. And Chain, yes, there we go. Okay, eventually swapping away from the Ram, straight to the Hazard, as Astro makes a decision.
Counter swap.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. We haven't seen a lot of Orisa in the meta here as well, but seeing the enemy tanks walk over to the hazard,
no, Ven. Maybe I did actually. Nova, thanks for the 3 months of the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. Said Orisa, yeah. Third point, Winston, not so good here. Even Diva struggles a bit here. You want to go more of one of these tanks or Ramatra like that. It's kind of funny because as I say that they go a dive tank, and then the Chicken again with a huge pick. So their strategy is to rotate and flip the map. Good job of flipping the map. Nice shots by Cal right there. Cal actually popping off right now. Holy crap, is Cal going to clutch this up? Dude, what a play by Cal. I mean, this was made purely because of the Ana. That was sick. That's gonna open the doors for them to just win this team fight. The Chicken does flank him, but like at the cost of the whole team being dead. So
5v5, 6v6 question after hearing how all the tanks think 5v5 is miserable. If you switch either way, either it's better for tank or DPS/heals. Isn't it better that the tank has the more miserable time? Shouldn't tanking be expected more miserable role?
It really does separate.
Eternal Rain thanks to the 777.
The very best from the best, I think.
I mean, tank will be a bit more miserable, but like, you notice how you're using the terminology miserable there? There's a way to find it, make it at least decent, right? Right now, it's miserable because there's a lot of like variables. Like, for example, if you haven't seen like in Korea where the tanks are just going Mauga and shooting at each other, there's just more to it. Like, I think you want to end up in a spot where you go, the tank role is okay to play, can be unfun and sometimes not miserable. And if you haven't noticed over the past about year and a half,
not it really.
The tanks are still kind of, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. And it's hard to explain because like obviously tanks can also be overwhelming in 5v5. It's just, it's a weird kind of approach to it. But yeah, Nova, thanks for the 3 months and thank you for the 777.
No, win or lose, like
no, unfortunately not Moo on that one. They ended a little bit ago. So.
They were always on the back foot, always.
Damn, this is such a good series right here.
Already playing, and they couldn't
but Canada, I mean, Cal set that whole play up. By the way, that was unbelievable. That whole like sequence just like basically set them up for a victory here.
And Puerto Rico's surprise.
Yeah.
But I think that's for
exactly. I've always said whoever figures out the tank role will win a bunch of rewards. I'm not even joking. Because every game wants to know how to solve a tank roll because they know it's an important piece to a lot of games. But how do you make that experience like fun for everybody? And that's a tough one, right? Right now, they're kind of in a spot where, you know, tank has moments, but, you know, you're definitely the punching bag. And I think the problem is I think tank's become even more of a punching bag now with how they've made the tank a raid boss. And I know that sounds kind of weird because the tank has the raid boss capability, but I think that's a playstyle that just isn't the most enjoyable. And I think that's kind of what it is, like the playstyle you have to do. I don't mind it personally, but I'm also an off-tank player. So like I like the aggressive nature of a tank in 5v5, but I know the issues of a tank in 5v5. Like there's no ignoring that. And obviously I play more 6v6 nowadays anyway, so I get to see kind of both sides of the coin of that. So far, good job by Canada, playing really aggressive. They're starting to feel it a little bit more now after that kind of like really clutch third point. You know, things were looking like it could be really close. Excellent clutch there in general for Canada. Damage output's looking to be, you know, had across the board here.
They're taking things slow. This is good though because you have to kind of like take things slow here, and you have that one teleporter to try and put yourself.
Yeah, the only way they would be able to make a 6v6 work is if they made like a kind of like a hybrid flex queue type of thing, which could work, but it would again it would. I just feel like the teams that solo tank all the time would be hecked, right? Like a team might solo tank it, and like if you don't have the same stats you do, and you're just adding an extra DPS to the loop there, I think it'd be kind of a weird spot. But I don't know. Maybe they could make it. I don't know how they would solve it. But you know what? I'm glad I'm not the one that has to solve it, right? That's the thing. You know, I don't have to solve any of that. I can just sit here and complain. You know, I get to sit here and complain, so I got that going for me. I don't really complain too much about it nowadays. I kind of just, you know, play and enjoy, but obviously, you know, I would like to see improvements. But what those are, I don't know, and that's probably not helpful for their feedback, but I just don't know. Anyway, 6v6 roll queue would cause massive queue time issues for DPS and supports, and DPS and supports are the most popular role in the game. They're pretty much like even right now between DPS and supports, and then tank is the least played one, which is why they made it 5v5. So yeah, a lot of spinning right here from Chain. This is great gameplay on both sides. Astro does have an ultimate coming up here momentarily.
Astro ends up earning the mines, of course, over the last couple of fights. But I like this swap for Puerto Rico. Like, you're not going to win with the Ram there or with any kind of slow comp. Astro briefly chained up, but now can try and almost execute someone in the back line with these mines and a slam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think this is the way to go here, but
Probably like more structure, yeah. See, I mean, I get the structure in 6v6 right now in like the champion games, which is helpful, but I know that in like, listen, I've seen the open queue story with, you know, Overwatch in general. Also, great job here by Canada. Sorry I haven't been as like vocal on what's happening in these team fights. I'll be honest with you, it's been kind of a stomp so far. Canada's starting to really figure this out. Puerto Rico just can't find anything to do here. They've been kind of stuck trying to rotate. And the problem with this is that the wrecking ball comp is going to be there. So they can pop like a Nano right now, like a Sune, a Bob. Like there's so many like options. Ideally, Canada pops an ultimate now to get ultimates out of Puerto Rico, but I don't really know what's going to happen. So
yeah, and it's not someone that can permanently touch the point as well. Nano onto the
huge ultimate from Razor, gets 2. I mean, again, this is why it's so tough to sit there. Like, I honestly think they need to get more deathmatchy. I've seen a few teams do this in World Cup where like in a moment where like normally a team like Zeta would kind of break off and try to take a couple of angles and get deathmatchy for a minute. They're just starting to do like these really like good rotations, and they're great. They're doing it perfectly, but like that gives so much time for Canada to set up. Keep in mind, there's a Bob coming up here soon. Kitsune, Mines, all of that. So it's going to get pretty wild here momentarily.
Just trying to speed up the game anyway.
We'll see what happens here. So
how
about 6v6, but with 3 DPS and still have 1 tank? I don't think that would solve the tank experience problem.
But against the Mines, Canada's own Kitsune Rush is very difficult for Puerto Rico to execute here.
Oh no, I know, by the way. I play World of Warcraft, and I've talked about that, about how like even in World of Warcraft they've had problems trying to solve that, right? A lot of ults happening here. I still like the ultimates that Canada has there, but I do think there's a bit of a clutch here from Puerto Rico. Astro gets 2 though, so I actually think even though it looks like they might clutch it, if the Mizuki and the Tracer might tap though, so there is still a world where they can go for this, but you got to just get the cooldowns out. And Canada kind of dominates Dorado. It was a really good start, you know, for Puerto Rico for a little bit, and then kind of like slowed down, and then once Cal made that play on 3rd point, things shifted, and Canada takes map number 2, well, number 3 here technically, but map, you know, basically there's more maps. You get what I'm saying? So not bad, good play. We'll see. Yep.
Bench of like, well,
all right, we're back. Runasapi. So Runasapi has been an interesting map. Let me explain why. Every time I see Runasapi, the team that picks it gets annihilated. I'm hoping that trend changes, but for some reason on Runasapi recently, this has not been friendly to teams. So hopefully Puerto Rico ends up having a good one here.
If we don't, I'm happy as well.
Anyway,
that is actually turning out to be.
You said no role Q1 rivals is awful. Oh yeah, like the open. I mean, I got the experience that in Overwatch at the beginning. Obviously, even 6v6, I get it. The lucky thing for me in 6v6 in Overwatch is that I'm champion. So like, generally when you get to champion, the team structure's there. Like people know what to go. But I know that like, you know, open Q 6v6 gold right now is probably, you know, 5 DPS and a support. Actually, support's pretty popular. So 3 DPS, 2 supports, and then somebody who reluctantly goes tank, feeds like 5 times in a row, has no fun because you have less HP, and then swaps to a DPS. Probably,
this has been
right?
The best style for Puerto Rico so far, with Talisman onto the Symmetra as well. If you're Canada, you kind of have to expect this out the gate. It's going to be Razor on that far out, like I mentioned, going into the map as well. And so, I don't think anything too surprising.
I understand,
the Wrecking Ball, I suppose. It's not every day that you see Wrecking Ball play here on Runa.
Here we go.
Because, you know, it is quite close cornered at the end of the day here, but see if Canada can make it work. I'm quite scared about Cal being under a lot of pressure here, so have to be playing. All
right, remind me to once a team fight. Funny, I think it just happens in gold. I was just going with a random rank there. I wasn't actually saying it's only in gold. I was just going with that. Once the team fight's done here, I'm gonna quickly just like switch scenes. I'm gonna just see if I make sure the ads are being paused so they don't play during the match. We'll let this team fight happen. It'll be like 2 seconds. Obviously, it's not a clean team fight yet, but McChicken with a huge pick on the Razor. I mean, obviously, McChicken's been popping off pretty damn well in these matches. Astro's running that Wrecking Ball again. I have seen Wrecking Ball dominate this map, so even in Master 66, you have to argue on that one. Yeah.
See, Cal is under pressure here by the signal. It's going to be a late stagger. Unless.
Chains as well. There's a lot of things to shut down.
And a good start here. Again. How's Puerto Rico doing? Actually been very impressive. Dorado was a little bit of an unlucky map there. They just kind of got outplayed a little bit, but it's been a very impressive series. Like, Canada's had to earn these map victories. It has not been easy. And again, I mean, after a great start here, Puerto Rico's going to win the team fight. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit...
in my mind, I don't really think they have the advantage compositions here. Puerto Rico going to look to round this corner. See if they can put themselves in a good position to get some good angles onto this far, they have to use the teleporter early.
But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Great pile drive here by Astro. But yeah, I saw Kellen dominate. It was against that SSG series. I don't know why I still remember it, the SSG series in stage 1. But the reverse sweep comes in, pops off on Wrecking Ball, doesn't die once there. Yes, Great Britain won earlier. I think it was 3-0 if I recall. Yeah, it was 3-0.
And Puerto Rico know it too, so they're able to also disengage.
Again, both teams here just kind of in this neutral. It's kind of like nothing's really happening on both sides. I do like the aggressive Wrecking Ball play. The pile drive might pick up on a limb there, but Razor gets caught out by the Mizuki. But that's going to actually allow the Wrecking Ball to get more value. Once you get that Mizuki chain out, you know you have a little bit more opportunity. So the Wrecking Ball is playing a little bit more aggressive now, as you can see. Not like going into their team, but like just shooting at them, knowing you're not going to get caught out. Now Canada's starting to take a little bit of control of the map. This might actually give them an objective soon. Looking at the ultimates they have, it's going to be hard for Puerto Rico to be able to deal with this since they're just a little bit behind on the ultimates you need here. I think they're going to go for it with the Kitsune, but with the Wrecking Ball setup, you can kind of get some information here. You have a Pharah who can kind of like, go for a flank out. They're on perfect amount of angles right now. Things are looking really good right now for the team of Canada for this setup. And they get the checkpoint, like I said, like they couldn't even get there in time. Now they're going to kind of look for some plays here. I do expect the Nano onto the Sojourn or the Pharah. It's going to be either or. Pharah's the safer bet because you can kind of actually help your Pharah stay alive. There's the ultimate. I love that decision there. Gets 2 from Razor. Might make a third one there. Obviously, the Nano goes onto the Pharah. Great play. Awesome job. And they're going to keep this momentum going. Because look at the ultimates right now. Like, I do think Puerto Rico's going to have a pushback moment where they're going to win a team fight. But I want you to take a look at the ultimates. This is going to be easy. Talisman being a little bit behind on that Symmetra ult is going to really slow down their ability to kind of make this happen. So, you said we need an animal DPS hero? Oh, you're talking about Jetpack Cat? Oh, wait. They had it. Oh, man. Pause in between. My bad.
Yeah, I like it. Double OC. McChicken's just going to rip his. So, Sojourn's looking for each other. But it's actually just going to give Canada a little bit more space. I mean, Puerto Rico have not really pushed off of this door. And the mines. Yeah. Goodbye, team. I have been separated.
Kitsune coming out here.
Actually, wow. Got out of there in a blink of an eye. Both support ultras being popped down for Puerto Rico. They're hiding in the sanctuary right now to try and escape the damage being flung out.
That's it? They just disengage? Wow, that was awesome. Wow, what a play. All right, that was the end of that. They get cleanse out. You're going to see a little bit of aggression here. I love that power drive. Talisman might get low there. Talisman does go down. Gets the wall off, so kind of like the good news is that you're going to kind of slow down the perspective here, or the aggressive play. But nothing they can really do in the meantime. I mean, the chain will go out. You got the flank coming in from Noxious, gets the kill onto McChicken. McChicken has to back away. And what was normally, McChicken popping off is now a Pharah trying to, outduel a Sigma on the pointer. Talisman gets the kill, so things aren't, perfect right now for Canada in this team fight. But they do end up still maintaining this part of the map, and that's only going to give them more and more of a... Not necessarily a ton of extra meters here, because I think they'll get back, but at least to the choke where that yellow car is right there. That's usually where this team fight will stop. And then it will slow down a little bit. Teams will build ultimates, look for Canada to start taking some damage for Cal. That's exactly what they're doing. That's why Wrecking Ball is just standing there. Build a Nano for Cal, then you're going to just send in maybe even your Wrecking Ball with a Nano, save it for like a Sojourn ultimate. That's exactly what they're doing. They recognize it's not really worth battling with that choke. For now, it's worth just like saving your ultimates, getting the right opportunity, and then going from there. They are being aggressive now. Noxious goes down. So that is a good start there, and that should actually give Puerto Rico a team fight win finally here on Runasapi. So, how did it go? France won. They played very well. McChicken with a couple of kills. And okay, still an opportunity here for Puerto Rico to be able to bring this back. What days are the matches on for the World Cup? Saturday and Sunday for OWCS. Usually Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I think Sunday are OWCS matches. A lot of OWCS, to say the least. Either way, everybody's getting aggressive here. We're going to have a Nano onto the Pharah soon, or the Sojourn. Depends what happens aggressively here. I'm not quite sure what the teams are going to be doing, but things should be kind of heating up here a bit. Sigma is pushing the bot.
Change flux. Got to hit Cal, ideally, right? It's going to be...
Kitsune from Puerto Rico. This is going to be a kind of an alt dump here from Canada. I think they know they can win this right now. McChicken's going in, but like Razor gets the kill on the Puerto Rico right there, or under the Lucio in the back line. Yeah, they do get the checkpoint. Like the checkpoint was good enough. I just think that, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe they can actually hold this for a second, because initially it looked like they were going to lose that, but now they're kind of all over the place. I'm more concerned about Chain's HP. It keeps kind of, like, skyrocketing and up and down, so they're eventually going to recognize to go for that, but Jono with a huge boop right there, that's going to be helpful for ult charge against a Wrecking Ball. That's awesome. And now they're only 50 meters behind. Yeah, it's going to take, you know, 2 more team fights of winning here, but is it really impossible for a team like Puerto Rico, who's had some good moments here, to stop that? No, not really. Great cleanse timing right there. Gets the cooldowns out from Cal. There's the Kitsune going out. Talisman might come in with a surprise Reaper ult soon, and that could change this whole team fight. Unfortunately, not able to find that as the Reaper's right there, so it wouldn't be a surprise. But with 3 minutes left, 88 meters, and you got a couple of ultimates out, that is what you need to do. You're not going to win this all in one singular, like, go. I mean, you can, but it's not gonna, it's like kind of highly unlikely. So just be happy with the progress. Win the next team fight. That's your next focus. And then next thing you know, it gets a little bit scarier for Canada if they are able to win this. Now, not a lot of ultimates. We do have a swap over to emongg here, so it's going to be pretty tough to see, you know, what happens. But if Talisman can find value with this Reaper ultimate, things will get better. McChicken right away with a pick. That's going to open up the door for them to keep going in now. Going to try to disrupt this rotation here on the side of that, but Canada, you know, they're getting low, or getting Puerto Rico low, as you can tell by the HP. But McChicken again with an opener on Cal. So it's not going to be a lead chat, but we might actually see Puerto Rico break the 100-meter mark right now. Astro gets a huge pick though to McChicken, and then right away, as I say that, we get a double flank in the back, and will not do that. And holy crap, what was looking like a really good momentum-based push right now from Puerto Rico. Yes, they pick up a team fight technically, and they get a little bit of like more bot control, but that was rough. They should have pushed a little bit more forward in front. Not that it was easy to do. I mean, it really isn't. But in hindsight, that's probably what they would look at. So Canada takes that back. There'll be a team fight right where we saw it last time, right in the middle. Don't be surprised to see maybe like an aggressive beat Reaper ult combo here. It could happen. These teams are pretty aggressive on that one, so we'll see how this plays out. But as these teams keep going,
man,
these have been some good series. What makes Reaper better than Sombra or Tracer? Just the HP, and the ability to kind of like just like with dire triggers, like that perk that became part of the main kit just made Reaper much better. You get a lot of burst damage. Although I would say I don't think Reaper's better than Tracer here, but I think Reaper's better at what they need to accomplish. I think Tracer's always going to be just like a go-to. You know, hard to kill, but, you know, very high skill cap. Like I mean, between Tracer players, but I think Reaper is just very brawly right now. Has a lot of survivability. I mean, I even saw players taking the health globes. Yes, you heard me right. Is it 2016 again? We've been seeing the health globes being taken, like it just purely for survivability. Like a lot of times, if you question a hero, it's usually utility or survivability. That's usually why you see heroes in there, and I think Reaper kind of offers that in this kind of brawly type of deathmatch meta. You know, more self-sustained ways to survive. Same reason why Tracer's good there. Sombra, on the other hand, Sombra's just not really in a good spot. She's easy to kind of follow up on. Just not really the same hero that she used to be. Ultimate here from Nox gets nobody, so this could give an opportunity here. There is a emongg ult, you know, to almost protect emongg himself. I guess it works. Gonna go charge into their backline. If you can find a kill here on the Kiriko or something like that, that could be a huge pick. Gets the cleanse out, and that could open up the door for possibly a Sojourn ultimate right now. I've been waiting for this Reaper ult for like 8 minutes. I'm just not gonna call it. It will probably happen now that I haven't, you know, I won't talk about the Reaper ult. I see the Sojourn looking for a play. Oh, a nice sleep right there. Holy crap. Chain gets the kill on the Cal, so McChicken able to get the kill there too. So, you know, again, we're going to take 2 team fights now. I think 2 team fights and a scuffed 3rd team fight, and Puerto Rico can win this. I'm not even joking. Dude, the ults, you know, I got to say, listen, it's not going to be easy, but if Talisman can find value with this Reaper ultimate, I actually believe there's going to be some good stuff happening here. I'm not even joking. Like, I actually believe that this could go very well.
Realistically, need to win a couple of fights here.
The reason why they're slow pushing the bot, by the way, chat, is they're waiting on their teammate to get back. They wanted to make sure everybody was there, so they want to slow approach everything. Now they're here, okay? All right, here we go. There's the honor grenade. Well placed on the Reaper. Forces out that, and then, oh no, immediately they lose their emongg. And they are going to be on that Reaper the whole time. The ultimate goes off, and Canada wins the series 3-1. But I do want to give credit to Puerto Rico. I was impressed. Honestly, I was very impressed. you know, these maps were not easy, right? A lot of people saw this and, hey, 3-0 Canada, right? But damn, that was a good series there by Puerto Rico. Well played. Props to the team there. That was, and obviously a lot of obviously props to Canada for taking the series. Canada was the expected win. That's why I'm like giving credit to Puerto Rico there too. But great series. Made it an entertaining match. Couldn't really call a winner there for a little bit on some of these maps, and to me that's great Overwatch. So congrats to Canada on continuing to get those dubs. That should solidify more of their placing now. So they already made it, but maybe that #1 seed, good to have in that group. And up next, chat, Team USA looking to finish their groups undefeated with that #1 seed going into the LAN in August, and we'll see what happens next. Up next, Team USA versus Argentina.
All right, let's see what composition they're going to bring out here, because
Ana ban, Team USA bans Diva. We have Infected on Wrecking Ball. Would be kind of fun to see here. I do think Wrecking Ball's
like a really good hero. We saw
really good here. Okay, I know some of the players in Argentina. Okay, I know some of these players. There's a chance at some good moments here. Let's find out what happens, though. Either way, they're starting on, Lighthouse? Find out what happens. Here we go.
Unfortunate. Tree,
excuse me.
You're not going to let us have fun, huh? No Bastion, but there is a cat for Argentina.
They're going to run the Mauga comp. They're sending a jetpack cat Mauga to their spawn. You don't see that every single day. Usually you see it elsewhere, but Infected able to get the pick onto Persona. Obviously don't want to see that happen, but they got picked off early. Good job here, though. I mean, Mauga's in their spawn. Wrecking Ball, obviously is not a fun hero to play in that situation against a Mauga, but could be worse. We're seeing Landon on the classic BAP. Everybody here has probably played against Landon in ranked. That's the top 500 player. In top 500, basically, Landon would just go BAP and DPS everybody, and it would work very well for Landon. So, good to see a little bit of this BAP Yari. Haven't seen this kind of backline in a while. If there's two players who would want to run BAP Yari, it is Landon and Ultraviolet. So,
I didn't have a Freya.
Yeah, pretty good on that one. So,
I mean, if you want a Freya duel, 3 is definitely the guy to have on your team.
Ultraviolet again with a pick onto Persona, so great start here. Obviously for Argentina, they're going to try their their best to kind of get like some map control here, but USA is kind of going with that deathmatchy comp, kind of the like we're going to deathmatch, we're going to kind of put constant pressure on you, and you're going to have to work well together to be able to stop this. As you can see thus far, the Tree and Zera DPS line here just absolutely popping off.
He actually might need the Bastion level.
It's been really well played here though so far by Team USA.
What are you saying right now?
Been very good thus far.
Can't be putting that kind of stuff into the world.
Why is their record not available? I think they're just saying like NA. Their record's just NA. Okay, we're really proud over here. So we like to show twice that it's North America on this for Team USA, not just once.
He would listen to me even less.
Anyway, Landon goes down there, obviously, but Tree gets the pick to kind of trade out that out. There's going to be a lot of ultimates coming here. Look for Tree to kind of hit an ultimate at one point.
That's going to hurt USA too much because they're so health pack reliant.
I mean, the HP of Argentina is extremely low. I think they're going to have a bunch of ultimates coming up, which is going to be pretty good. Zera is able to kind of survive out a little bit there. The point has been contested quite a bit. We are watching Ultraviolet kind of just chilling over here. A surprise Reaper out of nowhere. Holy crap. Ultraviolet just turned around and there was a Reaper just sitting there. What the jump scare was that? Anyway, there's an ultimate going in here. Decent ultimate there by Persona, actually. They are able to kind of get some damage here. Great ultimate by Infected to kind of just heck with this Mauga ultimate. There's a window above. I don't know what's going on right now. This is going to be a wild matchup. Lep does get an ult, though, right there onto somebody. I don't know who it was. Could have been anybody. And Argentina should be able to get the point. So there will be a percentage here. Won't be that full stomp. Not out of nowhere. It came in from the left. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. You haven't seen Backrooms? I've heard it's good. I haven't seen it yet, obviously, either. And Tree goes down immediately. So Argentina is starting to show a little bit of life here on this one. They're having some great plays. So yeah. And honestly, on Team USA side, they got no ultimate, so they're going to have to go into deathmatch mode. But as I say that, Landon immediately gets a pick. Lep is trying to get the kill here, but not able to do it. Lep is going to go down to Landon, the DPS BAP. Probably has like 300 healing right now. Saxon does get the kill there, but you know what? In this deathmatch game, it is going to go in favor of Team USA. Reaper is on the high ground, going to drop down, coming from the side, maybe 3 to 4 shots, but is not able to get the damage done. Both teams looking for just any opportunity to find a pick. Nice shot there by Tree on the left. That's going to get Lep low. Lep was like, hey, I just got back from spawn. I want to go back to spawn again, but no. Saxton gets the kill on Ultraviolet, and now it's getting wild. The deathmatch is going crazy. Things are all over the place right now. I don't know what to expect, but everybody's running away, and Tree goes down to the rest of the team, and now everybody's going to reset. So, 99% to 62%. Team USA, you know, struggling a little bit here, but I think it's because they kind of gotten like. So when a team starts deathmatching and your deathmatch is working, you kind of like think you're going to win every single team fight, which I mean, obviously you want to be confident you're going to. But what happens is you kind of make aggressive push plays that you don't normally do.
That's a crucial.
Thank you, Jatao. Hope you had a great stream. And then Kiriko coming up here in a second. Thank you. Mauga. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of curious now. Tree has ultimate, gets the pick on Persona, so that's a huge pick for Tree. But there's an opportunity here. Like I said, look at this play. Able to get a kill there onto Ultraviolet, more than likely. No, they actually keep Ultraviolet alive. Wow, what a lamp there. What a survivability. Now the ultimates on Team USA side are starting to look strong. The ultimate from the Mago goes out immediately. It looks like, you know, Tree is able to find a kill. But Persona comes back, and they're able to get a kill right there onto the rest of the team. So watch out as it's on Infected now to kind of make things happen. But Infected does kind of make things happen, and Landon and Infected clutched that. But not as easy as they kind of thought it would be. That was pretty crazy. That was not as easy as I think they thought it would be.
Okay.
That was way closer than for comfort than it needed to be.
Is that the backline Lakari for them?
2 versus 2, and the wrecking ball was just
Hikari, sorry.
From Infected, 11 and 2 at the minute.
There you go.
5,600 damage with the Freya. But yeah, I expected a clean sweep here from USA, but that was nothing but.
Yeah, I mean, basically what happened is that when you go into the deathmatch mentality there, you just feel like you win stuff. You start to overextend. Like normally where you would like kind of back away, right? Like we would back away temporarily or kind of like, you know, play an angle. You're just like, oh, we feel like we're going to win this. I'm going to keep pushing. And honestly, like Argentina took advantage of that. And that's why it was so close. We'll see if that, you know, goes there. It looks like Beaver's going to play some House Flipper too. Not the first one, the second one. But both of the teams are going to be vibing. Just waiting on some stuff. Taking the high ground over here.
It's quite terrifying. The Malgar on this high ground like this. Are they going to try and tether him again?
Pile drive there from the Wrecking Ball. He's able to get a little bit of value. Not a ton. Landon's going to go down. Again, they're starting to take advantage of kind of like this all over the map positioning, but again, that's going to require winning 1v1s when you need to, and Zero wins that 1v1. Obviously, Landon being down here probably won't affect, like, it's not going to affect what USA does here because honestly, like, most of their team is self-sufficient. The only person who really needs a heal on the team right now is going to be Tree. But even then, like, good maneuverability can kind of save that. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, you lose Landon there, it's not going to be as, you know, impactful if, you know, you're running the, it's if you're running the comp that you're running, but if you're running like a ground and pound, you know, team, a little bit different, like, you know, the Malga, that would be, you know, impactful there. So Team USA obviously gets the point right away. So things are getting a little bit chill right now, but Ultraviolet gets a pick right away. And it looks like, yes, it looks like, almost said Liquid. Looks like USA will be able to get the point here. Obviously, looks like Meme's getting all the copy passes ready for later on this year. No one wants to do that one because they don't like that one. Just get rolled. Next up, we have a Frey ultimate. USA has every ultimate basically except for Ultraviolets, and that's basically where we're at. I'm just gonna leave it at that. You know.
It's so unnecessary.
It is, but
how am I playing a stream today? I'm gonna go until the matches are done.
I mean, it's kind of aura.
Why'd you go with Subpoena? Like, is that the name of the emote?
Well,
like a subpoena?
I was gonna say Bastion, but here comes
Tree gets the kill right there. The heck, like.
As little Boloso ends up shutting down Lep, and Tree with an easy double. Oh,
nice kills. I mean, this is way better right now. I mean, now you're seeing. I mean, this is kind of what happened on the first part, though. Like, this was kind of what Team USA was doing initially, and then things kind of changed. Widow and Spawn. There's a Widow. They're gonna look for a pick right now. Backing away. I mean, Meme already had a deal with that Roadhog game earlier, you know. So rolled twice today. So.
Yeah, like getting
Anyway, Ultimate's coming up.
Is already a nightmare.
Mines for
itself,
USA. Argentina's trying to find any type of opening. I mean, there's an opening right now. Holy crap, Tree hit that shot. Landon got the kill, but that was a sick shot by Tree. Now they're going in aggressively right now. Watch out. There's a window on the high ground. You're probably like, why is that happening? That's just BAP for you. You're just playing some DPS and chat. To nobody's surprise here, after a couple of cleanups here. I got to give credit. Argentina did have a good first map there. Kind of gave some opportunity on that round, but Team USA on this map with the wrecking ball just was too much. And USA takes map 1 on to Argentina to be able to choose the next map and first hero ban. Maybe they'll ban Ball. Maybe they'll ban BAP. I'm not sure, but I think it's going to be one of those 2 heroes. I don't think they're going to ban anything else. And what map will they go to? It better not be Nimbani, because I think that would be a good map for that team in general. So I'll be back again. I just kind of stand up during matches because I have a lot of games today. So I'll be your B. Hit the follow button if you haven't, and I'll talk to you in a minute.
I'm really sorry, Johnny. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Like, I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down, but...
Don't you know, sometimes there are, like, holes in the ground, and, like, people, like, fall in them and stuff. And, like,
yeah, the pot... Oh, sure. We don't want to, like, fall in the pothole. Is that...
But like,
time.
They're very normal, so we're just like, okay, there's a hole over there. That's the rabbit hole that I'm just acknowledging. Like, it's over there.
The rabbit hole. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I'm gonna walk past it. Yeah, I'm not gonna fall into the hole, but I'm gonna walk past it.
Okay, Infector's playing Ryan. Let's get to the game. Infector's playing Ryan.
Oh, hi.
Ryan Hart with Tree on Bastion.
What's going on, buddy? What are you doing?
Come and say hi. They're playing Mizuki. Oh, you don't get much more Overwatch than this.
I can't really see, but we have Infected on Ryan. We have a Bastion, a May,
a
BAP, a Mizuki.
Oh my.
Tree gets a pick on Lep.
In there.
And yeah, it looks like a good start here for USA again.
What's crazy actually is that Ryan, I would say, has been
but yeah,
one of the
pet
worst
Sully during this, so a little bit, you know.
Not like ever since he obviously
good
in
boy,
old
That's a very good boy.
Overwatch, like 10 years ago. Yeah, he was like super good, right? Like Ryan was on the
basically a Ryan comp here, very interesting to see.
Recently. But even at like the
Lep fell over right away right there. Kind of an interesting combat. In fact, it's going to disengage out towards the May. I mean, they're killing the backline, so I mean, technically USA is going to lose this team fight unless something like absolutely crazy happens on this point that I'm not seeing. There you go. That was pretty quick. Yeah, straight up, just 33 meters. Argentina kind of wins the overall team fight. But against 33 meters, they won't be able to get a lead on them. That's for sure. Argentina that is right now. They'll be back in time. But yeah, that was kind of a goofy start. You know, didn't really expect that. You know, didn't really expect that.
A bit of poke damage that you have to be wary of that. Mauga overrunning in there. Always good for.
Don't you love the content here for Sully appearances, and that's it? That's okay. I'm here for Sully appearances too. Don't you worry. I love him. He's my Bengal. Good boy, buddy.
I mean, Infected.
All right, Argentina does take the lead. They actually kind of gave up a little bit of space, but the wall kind of gets rolls the Mauga, and that's how many more matches today. After this series, there'll be 2 more. This series is still going though.
Running into the May wall super slowly.
The matches again will start early tomorrow. I got to figure out how I want to do tomorrow because 5 a.m. is, man, that's going to be something.
If you can't,
we'll see how I feel in the morning. Maybe I'll just chill. I don't know.
You're going to lose.
We'll figure it out.
It's imperative that Sissy survives, because if he does,
really good job right there though. Really good May wall. They're gonna have a window now. We're gonna watch them try to take. See where Tree just went. They want to take that side of the map and control it. So look for things that kind of like things that kind of like get better here for this Team USA kind of push. I expect to see a window come out from Landon the moment he sees anybody besides the Mauga. Usually that's what he does. Very aggressive window play. Just, the tree goes down, just kind of stands in that. Reaper teleport in. There's the window. Reaper is going to be pretty low, so not able to kind of push in. They actually go aggressively in again. And honestly, like, Team USA has been struggling a little bit against that. They do, you know, Infected does get the Mauga off the map. And if I don't see a big slam, I don't know what to expect here, but it could be a big slam. That's pretty much it. Okay. Passy, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Heck yeah. So far, pretty good showing here for Argentina on Runasapi. Now, again, Team USA is kind of playing this comp that I haven't seen much of. Tree is, again, just getting pick after pick, just randomly finds Lep and gets a free kill. And now they're going to get more progress. In fact, they'll be able to run back because they haven't reset the spawn yet, so he'll be back in about 4 seconds. And yeah, as long as you don't get picked off here early, you're going to be good to go.
All I'm looking at right now is Infected with the shatter.
Yeah, me too.
That's all I'm looking at.
Yeah, sorry. I was kind of just focusing on the shatter.
Waiting to see what happens. Okay.
That's fair.
Soldier Ultimate coming out.
Argentina, Like maybe Tizzy gets
Shatter,
the only one playing
Mizuki,
on the bot, like, or close to it. So.
You got back to champ 2. Yo, congratulations. That's a grind too, so congrats on your climb. We'd love to hear that.
Then it actually is better.
I think that's where I'm at right now, like 66. I'm not
sure
playing 5v5. Champ 4.
Scary.
But I don't play as much 5v5 right now. Reaper Ultimate coming in now. This is a Venn diagram of ultimates. I don't really know what to call. It's just going to be a lot of stuff. And yes, the answer is yes, that's what happened. And things and buttons and there you go. So pretty easy to see that Team USA was going to win that team fight. Does Brazil play today? I think they're up next, if I'm correct, against.
The shield actually gets crazy value.
I want to say Colombia. I could be wrong. Either way, USA is going to try their best to be a little bit aggressive here. We'll see how it plays out. They have their Kitsune, so they're probably going to pop the Kitsune like relatively soon, probably in the next like minute or two. Drops are still on right now. The drops are still going. There's the Kitsune going out. Persona does get the pick onto Ultraviolet, so that's a really good pick by them.
Still in a good spot to win this, though. There is the Tidal Blast onto Tizzy. Gets the knockdown.
It's kind of hard to call. It's a weird team fight because I don't know how many people are in the mail. So like if there's like multiple in there, they might be able to trade out a little bit more. I mean, right now they're just getting card time anyway or bot time. So far this is looking pretty good for Team USA. They're not going to win the team fight, but it is going to be a beneficial aspect of this. They're going to be able to fight again in the middle. Hopefully this time is not a free kill on the cart they just find randomly. So look for teams to kind of reposition and go for it. Yep.
Set USA back because you're kind of reliant on all that AoE healing. Infected tried to make a play. Zero Dark the Blizzard as well, but
okay.
Didn't really get any value out of that one. And Argentina stay alive for the time being. This is kind of where you need to see Persona just step up big time and get a quick 2K.
They meet in the middle again. We do have an ultimate from Persona. So we're just looking for some type of play here. Any type of pick would be huge for this, like, this next team fight. But the longer this goes on, the less likely they're going to be able to take that. But the Kitsune should come out from Surreal here in the next few seconds. And this Kitsune could open the door for a team fight win. Zera gets picked off right there. There it is. Saxton gets another kill. And I do believe that Argentina should win this team fight pretty cleanly. I say that as Infected hits a fire strike, so that will make it a one less person for this one. Dr. Twister, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Would it be able to get checkpoint? There's no speed here for USA. There's no Lucio available. So it's going to be tough to come back in like a fairly fast fashion, although Infected can obviously just pin out a spawn.
Okay, so TC is going to contest the high ground here as well, because Tree is obviously
expecting to see a Mauga ultimate in about 30%. Good chain here. I think we're going to see a bit of a Sojourn ultimate pop off here in a second. Reaper right in front. Might go for a play. No promises, but it looks like they're going to be trying to put a lot of pressure in right now into the team. Tree does hit a couple of shots, so that damage impact will be enough. They kind of split off here, so like they're in a really weird spot with the Mauga. The Mauga is the only one to disengage that way, which means that they just kind of hacked. The rest of the team had a different plan. They went that way, like the opposite way. So like that was probably just a miscommunication, or maybe they had a set plan and everybody else went the wrong way. Just who knows? But yeah, that kind of makes this tough for Argentina. They're now kind of in this weird, like, everybody's all over the place spot. I mean, there's a Kiriko, and I think, yeah, I mean, you can see the setup right now. So they know they're there. They definitely found them here, but hey, a huge dive in there. Looks like another big slam happened. My mistake. I didn't even realize there was a big slam. That's not a big slam. Doesn't count with Mauga. Now we have a Mizuki ultimate going off here in the middle of all the stuff, and we're back to making Venn diagrams and showing off some charts here and all of that. And of course, yes, Argentina wins that team fight again, but a really smart play by Landon here. Not only does Landon pick up an extra meter, but also is going to guarantee they keep that good spawn and get a good regroup. At this point, Team USA has May ultimate versus that Reaper. As you've noticed, Reaper ultimates aren't really making too many aggressive plays because it's Reaper ultimate, right? So we'll see.
Fights here and there, but at some point you got to get a bit of a streak going, get a couple of fight wins in quick succession. Kind of back here where Persona needs to get a couple of picks.
All right.
It's going to be difficult against the snake comp, but
yeah, the Venn diagram chart. You don't like that? May ultimate coming up here. Saxon does have Reaper ult, but Persona with a huge pick on a tree, but Zera gets the kill on the Saxon, so that's not going to be an issue. So you're going to have May ult versus Sojourn ultimate. But again, the disengages are all over the place. I don't even know whose side is what right now with what I'm seeing. I think there's a Wu Yang in their spawn, I'm pretty sure. Yep, sure was. So the Wu Yang goes down in the spawn, but then Ultraviolet goes down to Surreal after the Kitsune, but then we have a May ultimate, and now the May is going to be able to maybe get a kill, but now there's a Kiriko that goes in there and survives, and then the Mauga survives, then there's a trade, and then there's a low sojourn, but there's a health pack, and now the health pack gets denied, but there was no health pack to begin with, and now we're back to Saxton's back again, and here we are. So that's it.
Minute to go here.
There you go.
Still at a 60-meter deficit.
Minute left. I mean, Argentina has a chance here. They already have the checkpoint. 2 team fights, you know? Mauga could have died, but I think what was concerned was he thought that basically, I understand what Zera was thinking there, was like basically the Kiriko TP'd in, so you think the Kiriko is going to ruin that play, so you try to kill the Kiriko. But the Kiriko made a smart play, actually hit the cleanse and then wall climbed over, and then it was kind of just a good play, honestly. It is definitely Reaper ult time with that TP. Never mind, I don't even know why I predict Reaper ult. Reaper ult doesn't, it doesn't even matter. Reaper ult is so rare. I see it used a lot though in like Korea, like that ultimate gets used on cooldown, but for some reason it just teams are so safe with it, and which is rightfully so. I mean, it's pretty much an easy kill on Reaper, but you know, there's been some room for a couple of opportunities, right? A little bit of room, you know.
I don't think it hit anyone.
No, it hit absolutely nobody. Infected, probably not happy about that one. Tidal Blast onto Tizzy. Doesn't get any knockdowns, but Ultraviolet is going to be in his sights. A quick charge away, but Argentina, they're going to need a Vancouver Titans GOATs level performance.
Mizuki ultimate coming up. This is the last team fight if Team USA wins this. There's the ult. Saxton pops the Reaper ultimate. Does get a kill on Ultraviolet. The bot almost just didn't get pushed right there. Saxton trying to go in aggressively, but Infected holding that shield as aggressively as you can. Zera again getting close to that Mei ultimate. Infected will go down. The question is, are they going to hold the Mei ult or are they going to wait? I would suggest, no, they're going to use it. No, they're not. I got nothing. I don't even, who knows? They called not to use ults. That's it. That's all I know. So, this is still back and forth. I don't know who's going to win it. We'll see. We'll see.
Ultimate if Tees can get back in time here, though, USA definitely going to have the advantage.
Oh my. Okay.
Okay. They're fine. They're fine.
I freaked.
Fine.
Okay.
Stay cool.
Okay.
This is
Mei ultimate coming up.
The OT, they almost got off the bottom just C9, like straight up.
Reaper on point.
Gonna be good. They've already forced this,
that's pretty much it for the Reaper, and that's almost it for the. They're going to ult the point. There's the Mauga ult. Mauga's frozen. They're going to have to tap the point one by one. Unfortunately, it's too late, and Team USA goes up 2-0 with one more map to go.
Up Runasapi 2-1.
One more map to go
in the series so far, and they're sitting on match point.
What are you doing?
On match point in the.
Damn.
Still looking
pretty, it wasn't like an easy map, though. That was actually, again, not the easiest map there.
Then we'll see if Argentina
can USA 3-0? Chances are likely. But Argentina has not been making it easy on them, making them earn, you know, these maps. We almost had, you know, a round loss on Ilios. Very close. You know, it still came down to the last team fight on a, you know, on a map that I felt like Team USA had control, but, like, never could, like, finish the map. So maybe this ends up being where they dominate. Maybe they get rolled. Either way, we're about to find out. 2-0. Can USA bring it here? Win? I guess we'll find out. We'll see what happens.
Maybe. What if?
You get all these spam calls. I hate it.
Oh, Infected. You've spoiled the fun. This is so sad. It's going to be a Sigma mirror with Tree, though, on Bastion, Zera on Mei. And this is like...
This is not the last match of the day. We actually have 2 more matches to go after this. I will be covering both of those, and then I'll hop off after that, and then rinse and repeat for tomorrow. Pending I get on tomorrow, which I should be. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway.
To have abilities forced to withdraw, that's going to enable USA to push forward without worrying about the Reaper.
USA looking for an opportunity to get a kill here onto the Sigma. This is basically the strategy. I mean, I've explained it many times today, but I'll do it again. You just chain the tank, you wall the tank, you kill the tank. And that's basically what you're watching right now. USA does it flawlessly. No trades happen. Just straight up domination on the first team fight. Just like that. So
USA to react.
Yep.
Oh, wow,
recovering. It's been fun. Yeah, I really enjoy it. It's always a good time. We'll probably do the same tomorrow. We'll see if I can make it all the way. Tomorrow's going to be interesting because the matches start at 5. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
Like you say, you need to
but we'll see how I feel.
Kind of like
anyway,
angles, right?
We have a Bastion ultimate happening here shortly.
Reaper finding you a bit of an edge.
That's pretty much it. Like, nothing's really happening right now. They're just doing a lot of good poke from Team USA, so they're just kind of just poking them out. Delay as much time as you can. Tree might even pop an early Bastion ultimate. You don't need to. But, like, you could. This is one of the maps where Bastion ultimate could get some value.
very doable.
But we'll see how that plays out here between these teams.
I mean, it is, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow's match starts at 5 a.m. Eastern for EMEA, believe it or not. Yep. There's a ultimate there onto the or a chain. Tree does get a kill onto Surreal, so that was something I was looking for. With the Bastion ultimate. It just feels like it's a small corridor, so you get that. Ultraviolet gets the kill. We have a Yup Rock onto the Reaper. Reaper falls over, and Team USA cleanly takes the first team fight here. So, or the first point, that is, not the first team fight. Jay Brito, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the love. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Not even knowing what the next
These
round
teams
is.
just keep battling. They keep at it. It's been really, really good.
Probably one of the worst ones, honestly.
I mean, you want some more poke? You got it. You want to fire in some of those rockets and maybe you can capitalize on the back of that damage? Go for it.
As I play ground fire behind the Sigma shield.
That's funny.
I mean, the damage is to be respected here, Jaws. So.
Sorry, Sully's playing right there. All right, we got 4 ultimates coming up right now. Look for some Kitsunes on both sides right now. It looks like you're going to see that Kitsune come out from both sides as we're seeing right now. Infected gets a lot of overhealth there from that E. So that's going to be a bit of a lead here. Look for the double kind of Venn diagram, defense matrix, Mizuki ultimates here in the middle. I think Team USA has map control is going to take like just the point in general. Sigma ultimate comes out from Infected on both sides actually. We have the double ultimates here. Unfortunately, Infected does get the kill first, so that the Sigma does not land. So again, dominant start here by Team USA, getting the kills, trying their best on this one. There's a Mizuki in front, eating the damage. They get the kill. Things are going pretty well for them right now. Tree pops a random Bastion ultimate last second, because why not? Finds the Sojourn. Sojourn does get out with 1 HP, more like 5 HP, but pretty much the same. Now they're going to back away. Ultimates, we do have a Sojourn ultimate on the side of Persona. They could find an opportunity to get this here. But Zera also has Mei ultimate. Look for a Mei ultimate to happen in this kind of corridor, small area. They kind of know that, though, so they might position differently. Might take an angle with the Sojourn. If not, this Mei ultimate's just going to go in there, and you're going to try to get those kills. We'll see what happens. How's it going out there? You haven't seen Farah gameplay? I mean, it doesn't happen more frequently. It's a couple maps here and there Farah's played. Lep goes down to Landon on a melee, so I don't know how that happened. Landon kills 2 from behind, and without even having to use Mei ultimate, Team USA gets that point onto the next one already. These have been like, they've been like, what's going on? They're just like powering through these points like they're nothing. 34 seconds to get across the map right now. Hoping to, you know, for the side of Argentina, like they're hoping to find anything going right now. So we'll see.
Yeah, it definitely is. And like, I mean, the Farah, when you're so far away trying to hit some of these rockets, it's, I mean, essentially just like a chance every single time. Like, okay, are they going to like kind of step into the rocket? So Saxon, maybe. Better luck on this specific round as USA goes for a bit of a dividing push here. Argentina split up. Blizzard.
Oh, you have an orange kitty there.
What a Blizzard. Yeah,
Ultraviolet with a pick, Zera with a pick. Sorry, I was just listening to the cats play. That's my fault. Wow, this has been like, it's kind of like Team USA is like, all right, you know what? We're good. You know, we had some fun. We got to do something else. They are dominating right now. This is like way different than the previous maps. Like they have like just started to step it up. They are playing like dominant right now, more than we've seen in the previous maps by far. So they're in a spawn. They're Kitsune ulted in there. I mean, they're Kitsune in. Sigma's like, oh man, not again. Again, like why do they keep going the other way? You know, ultimates in their spawn. We have Venn diagrams happening. There's a Mizuki ultimate. They are playing aggressive right now. But Lep does get a kill on the Landon, and now Tree's probably gonna go down here. Farah ultimate gets 1, gets 2. Argentina says, hey, you're going to push our spawn. We're going to punish you for that. And Argentina should be able to finally cap a point here. First percentage of the game for them so far. First percentage of the game.
USA. Again, a little bit of hubris.
A little bit?
A lot of it.
Okay.
Okay. We are thankfully getting a Roadhog now from USA. I was just thinking what would really make this go better, and I was just thinking Roadhog. So I'm not surprised to see the swap here to Hog. You know, just
then you know it's all over.
Yep.
Is all I'm saying.
I mean, he has a Sojourn as well.
Oh, okay, he needs to hit 1 hook.
Okay, we have a Bastion ultimate going out right now. That might get 1. It does get 1. Well, it kind of helps get 1. But look at this, the Roadhog ready to go for a kill. Every right click missing.
Lep's already dead, and there it is.
Kill onto the Kiriko. And you can tell the Hog really threw off Argentina here. They didn't know what to do at that point. They're like, what? Like a Roadhog? I mean, I thought we were going to not have Roadhog. That's too dominant. Mei, close to ult. Tizzy has ult. They look for a hook there possibly to stop that. Comes out of this. Tree switches to Sierra now to have 600 ammo. They're going to play close. There is a chain right there onto the Pharah and Spawn. Roadhog's running the way. They're going to try to tap the point as quickly as they can. There goes the play. Unfortunately, they don't make it. And Team USA gets the win. Finishes the groups undefeated. And they are now 3-0.
Okay,
pretty much dominated the group.
Sierra didn't even get a kill.
And next up, we have another match. Congrats to Team USA. They made that quick on that map. They were like, we're not. We're chilling. We're chilling. We have another match coming up. I will be right back. I'm going to go see what I want to get to eat for tonight. So hit the follow button if you haven't. Congrats to Team USA. They'll probably do an interview, and the match should be up shortly. Thanks for hanging out with me, chat. Again, I go AFK a bit during these for a couple minutes just because it's the longer, like, kind of sitting days, so I just try to move around a little bit. I'll be back.
2-0 in the group, and bottlenecks are still very present.
Here we go.
Some of that Reaper Thrive.
Yeah, this map is a little bit better than it used to be for me. I still don't hate this map, so like I don't mind it. Is this the last match? There is 2 more matches to go. This one and then the next one after that. Is Hydron playing? I'm not sure. I think so. Yeah, no, he was on the team there. I see his playing. So here we go. Obviously, this is a big match for Colombia. As long as they don't get 3-0'd, if I'm correct, they should be able to make it to the LAN, which is obviously huge.
Yeah, Hydron Ludwig versus Lit.
I don't know, what to expect here. Obviously, Brazil has underperformed in this, so maybe there's maybe they've gotten better over the week. I don't really know, to be honest with you. So we'll see. Yeah, but sometimes you can still do that though. Yeah,
it's definitely an exciting time for Brazil.
We'll see how it plays out. All right. We'll see how it plays out.
The big problem here, and like I mentioned before, Colombia do need those 2 maps. Or just the series win to kind of
looks like
the spot.
Yeah, Brazil's gonna run the meta that we've been seeing. The Sigma May.
We're going for the Sigma May for Brazil and Super Gomez.
Sojourn Juno and
Colombia decides to adapt here.
Mizuki versus the Ramatra, Kiriko Lucio, Sojourn Pharah. I want to point out one team TP'd, one team didn't, but the speed boost makes the difference. AK, it doesn't. So they're going to already have that early map control, but here we go. Usually we do the prediction with the mods on, because I usually don't run it myself, so. This is going to be kind of one of those comps that surrounds them. It's going to be kind of tough for them to find early kills, so like, already a cleanse is forced out. This is going to be a difficult, like, yeah, I was going to say, for the sake of, like, Brazil on that side, you're going to kind of fall over once you use your cleanse that early. But they do end up trading, though. Hydron gets 2, so that's a huge start here against Colombia. That's going to allow for at least a 3v3 in the middle. Unfortunately, they kind of lost their Kiriko, so the Kiriko would kind of be the one that keeps everybody alive there.
Yeah, 100%. And if you
Ramacha's going to kind of just play to live on point, and everything should kind of even out in a second. Everybody should be back around the same time. Super Gomez is going to kind of play this like small angle to kind of hold the point. Maywall goes in there, but like it's not going to be something like huge. They might even like give up the point, might not. Gets onto the point in time. That rock keeps him on the point. Now you can go into the kind of the skill expression mode. Hydron's a little bit out of position. They're not out of position, but in the angle that can be looked at. Point is still going on right now, and everything's kind of just chill.
It's a couple of like pixels away from actually capping up Brazil, but Hydron just needs to land a shot at this point.
Look for a Pharah to kind of get an ultimate off here. The problem is that the HP is a little bit too low for this to kind of work out, but we'll see. Might see an opportunity here, taking a little bit of damage, but Colombia just ends up winning the brawl. It was actually not a bad, like that was a weird kind of team fight. It kind of never ended. And Brazil actually did a good job for a while there, but Colombia just used their teamwork to kind of like overwhelm them, and that ended up turning into that. So they get a cleanup kill here in a second. And that was one team fight for basically 60%. Steve-O, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. We have Beat coming in here for Colombia, as well as Pharah ultimate. Pretty much every ultimate except Sojourn right now. Brazil, pretty much the same. Every ultimate except for, I don't know, they're all going to have their ultimates. I mean, by the time this team fight happens and it breaks out, they're all going to have buttons. It's going to depend what you use. I would say that you might see a double stack support ultimate from Colombia, which is Kitsune and Beat. They might be waiting here on this Sojourn ultimate, which it does get a kill, so very impressive kill right there. They do pop Beat only for the Ramatra, but this is going to allow Ramatra to go into their backline. So it seems kind of goofy, but like it might actually work. It does look like Brazil is able to kind of hold that, and they should be able to get this point unless something crazy happens. Almost gets the kill there, that rock save by Dalsa, or Dalka, however you say the name. Ends up getting that, so yeah, Brazil holds that. Colombia now has to retake. They do have good ultimates, but so does Brazil, so no real clear-cut winner on this one. You know what I mean? So, yep.
So you should be able to buy yourself enough time. I think Coruscant wants that one back. Still, though, 99% for Colombia, so not the biggest deal breaker in the world here. You can drain some ultimates out of Brazil here. Just give yourself.
All right, time for a Kitsune to come out. They're actually going to wait. It looks like Columbia has decided to let this kind of play out and then go with their own in about 2 seconds. Get ready for a Kitsune. Basically, they're trying to just time this out. It's going to be kind of pretty good play. They're letting the Pharah set up, and now they're gonna go. They're actually gonna all in their ults. I can see what they're trying to do here. They're basically trying to force out ultimates across the board, and they can Kitsune in. Now, it's not quite like, I don't really know how to predict this one, because they do get the Sigma, and that Sigma was a big part of this team fight. But, like, it's not quite over yet for Brazil here, but it's not the easiest team fight, because the Kiriko's going to be low. The Mei is kind of just trying to survive, and they're just going to be tapping the point one by one. But in this situation, this is what happens. You start to lose your DPS because the Ramach is able to kind of isolate, and Colombia wins the first round. That was a weird one, because, like, it felt like even with the time is being off for Colombia, Brazil kind of just like defaulted to that strat and it just didn't go as planned. So yep.
From both Lich on the Pharah and Temp on the Sojourn, but just wasn't enough for Ludwig or Hydron to.
So there you go, 1-0 right now, in favor so far.
Off to a good start.
See how it plays out.
Yeah, a bit of a,
yeah, there you go. That was that half, so
there in terms of control,
we'll see if they can, if Brazil can kind of bring this back. But so far, Colombia starting off strong. You know, I think if I'm correct, if they win this map, this guarantees the land for them. Like just guarantees, because that means the map differential and everything else wouldn't like line up with that. Correct? Yep.
That tank matchup.
Yeah,
so we'll
I really
see.
like the Ram there, because you're able to kind of like out-sustain the Sigma in a way, and it's so close that the Sigma can't play like super high-level poke. You're a good boy, buddy. Forced into these close quarters with the Ram, which is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, I think if you're a top-end team like Chris Raccoon or something, like probably favor the Sigma position, right? But
a huge pick by Ludwig to start right there. That's going to really help Brazil get this. I mean, that is the best pick you can get on a first team fight. A Kiriko, that's just a reset for Colombia. That's going to give the point for free to Brazil. Great pick to start right there.
Quickest first pick I've seen on this map. Maybe even under control. That was insane. Yeah, nice little cap there from Brazil.
We'll have to see how Colombia can find it in here now. Lich.
That's what he just wanted that. I don't know why, but that's what he wanted. All right. Anyway, here we go. Early kind of like damage coming in here from, again, though, Brazil really starting to show some pushback here now. Had a pretty rough go of the last map. Wasn't the worst case scenario for them last map, but this is a really good start. It's going to allow for Brazil to kind of keep things rolling for a little bit right now. Ult advantage, everything. I mean, look at the support line for Colombia, down 20% on ult charge. So
left by his own self.
Yeah, you gotta love when Sully shows up, isn't it great?
Sigma, there's a Mei wallet there.
Sorry, I'm just gonna readjust the mic.
From the Mizuki, like there's just too much pressure onto Super Gomez. So
yeah, nothing really extravagant happening here on both sides.
Find something going for their team.
Super Gomez with a huge pick on Namoka.
Super Gomez.
Ramacha's getting in aggressively, and I think this is going to be a team fight, yeah. This is going to go in favor of Colombia. They ended up losing contain. Basically, there ended up being 2 angles on each side, and what happened was as they engaged on the other side, and actually, it's been pretty impressive so far from Colombia. One reason why I think they're doing pretty well in this is because of this, is like, they're setting up plays more than I've seen today from a lot of teams, which means that they're letting their, like, Pharah come in on, like, a flank, but they're not, like, engaging until that happens, so that way when they do get, like, attack, kind of like that pincer move, and then ends up, like, making a play. So, ends up being a really good, like just teamwork by Colombia. And that's something that's very apparent right now. But remember what I talked about with that ult disadvantage? Look at this Kitsune timing. So unless Lich can go in and get a really cool play here, or they can build up the quickest Kitsune or beat we've ever seen, they are going to have a bit of trouble here dealing with this. So it's going to require Super Gomez to kind of re-engage in. Look for Pharah to drop behind though in the Cassidy in a second with ult. I haven't seen the Pharah in a while, so I'm curious to see if that's going to happen. There it is. Yep. There it was. That's what I was saying. That was the one play that would ruin Brazil's play there, and it's exactly what happened. It's still going on though. It's not over yet. Obviously, like, you know, the Sigma's low. They do flip the point. Hydron's going to be the only one on the point. Might hit the shots there. Unfortunately, he doesn't, and Colombia ends up winning the overall team fight. But what a huge Pharah ultimate that was. That was the one play, and I knew right away when I was watching it from that Cassidy's point of view that, like, you did not know where the Pharah was, which meant that flank was happening. Basically, you can hover above the point and just go for a sick flank. So very well played right there. Colombia has beat and Kitsune coming up now, which means they have a slight advantage on the sport side. But Brazil, again, has like the, you know, a good DPS ult coming in, Sigma ultimate, so a lot to kind of be dealt with here. But they do have beat. I don't think they're going to engage with beat. I think they're going to try and buy as much time as they can. There it is. They're still waiting. They're still waiting, and then there's the beat. Funny enough, going down to the high noon. Oh, these sound barriers. Like when I just come up with words. You know, the beat doesn't get multiple people again, which happened on the previous map. So that's how you know they're doing those like kind of flank plays when the beat isn't getting all your teammates. It means that you are kind of like playing as like a unit more than like I mean on like angles. So again, just really good like just gameplay in general on that one for sure. All right, Kitsune is going to be coming up here.
Just trying to demotivate the Pharah.
For Colombia.
Just disincentivize from taking these wide angles. Now, Colombia playing together. This is better for Brazil.
Nice.
Great Sigma ult, actually. Kind of a misplay here. They went to go reset, but I don't think they can tap. This is actually might go to Brazil. They're looking for the Pharah. Lich is the only one who can tap. Doesn't make it. Lucio might have to hit the sickest roll up, but wow, Brazil takes round 2. So, damn, things like really shifted right there quickly. Like I saw their ults, and I'm like, oh, Kitsune, this should be, you know, at least an opportunity. They end up not popping the Kitsune, and then boom, just like that, this is what happened. So, again, kind of a crazy moment there for them.
Objective, just to get a little bit into Colombia's face. So they're trying to set that up, and then Hydron is always good for a flank. I mean, 20-4 on the Cassidy, like, let's give some props to Hydron here. I feel like something Hydron has been doing throughout the group stage is doing really well, just like going for these flanks and trying to hit the side of the backline of Colombia.
This has ended up being a good series here.
That's going to work out for the rest of the team.
He said if Brazil wins, that all teams would be 1 and 2 in the group except Canada. Yeah, I mean, I think Colombia is still the favorite here, but I mean, if Brazil plays like that,
if they did, the skybox is just so low anyway because you're indoors. It wouldn't really matter. You wouldn't need the Cassidy, so
okay.
They're gonna 3-2-1 speed as they.
Both teams getting aggressive. We are seeing some plays from both sides here. The Ramatra is gonna go in there as quick as possible.
But Brazil were almost hesitant to do so. Like, okay, why is no one in mid? Yeah, it's like, okay.
Yeah, again, just a chill team fight. Colombia is kind of like they're playing kind of the same comps now, except it's Kiriko Lucio. You know, Temp with a huge pick on Namoka, and this is the second time that we've seen the support get picked off on one of the teams, and it kind of makes the team fights a little bit harder for everybody. The Kiriko's gonna have to keep up with heals, but this is gonna allow for angles. Hydron actually makes a huge pick there on the Temp, which could maybe open up the door here for another kill. As I say that, there's the kill, but is it gonna be enough? Probably not. So Colombia will fall back a little bit. Hi, buddy. And like as Brazil, you know, also tries to contest the point, but I think it's just going to be one of these kind of poke, but don't really go for, you know, too much. Nice shots. Hydron's actually hitting some good shots today. It's kind of opening up some doors there for some team fights. But May ultimate coming up
from the Kiriko on his team to try to win these duels like this one, and now he has the superior angle over this Colombia team.
Yeah, even looking in the main in the back line there.
Okay, we're back. Anyway,
we'll
see how these plays kind of go.
There's just no way. He's just
May ultimate, obviously on the field, doesn't really get anybody with it, but ends up getting a kill anyway from Temp. This is going to allow for a little bit of more extra pressure. Once you kind of get that kill on the Sojourn, it just basically gives you so much pressure from the other one. Temp is actually now saying, hey, you know what? I don't hit a bunch of shots. It's my turn now. And they're going to be staggering the Ramatra. That's why they're just standing there. They're just going to wait till, you know, last second. That delays an extra 5 to 10 seconds, and then allows for some good gameplay on that one. Colombia looking for any opportunity here with this ultimate. They do have Kitsune, they do have Beat, they have everything you could want here. Brazil does have good ultimates. It's not like they're too far behind on that either, so I expect to see an ult dump this fight. Both teams are going to just pop all their ultimates at once, and then they're just going to hope for the best. Kitsune going to be probably the first one we see on both sides. I mean, obviously, as I say that, they pop Sojourn ultimate, so wrong on that one. But I definitely think we will see double Kitsune very, very shortly. This was kind of designed to hopefully get those out. Crispy, thank you for the 18 months of the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Beat will be happening shortly, too. They're going to kind of wait, both teams, see how the team fight goes. So far, everything's fine, but then as I say that, Ludwig gets the pick on the Temp. Still not over yet for either side here. There is the May ultimate. I think they're going to call no ults. They're going to basically say no more ults, no more ults. That's exactly what they do. Obviously, Colombia loses his team fight. Brazil gets it. And then
to do summon here as Colombia are up to 90%.
Yeah, Colombia investing quite a bit of ultimates there. And obviously, you're at a 4 versus 5 disadvantage.
So anyway, this is looking good, chat. This is looking very good for both of these teams.
What is for certain is
Brazil has Mizuki Ultimate still and Ramacho.
The number of members on either team immediately because you can't fight prolonged 4 versus 5.
He's pretending you're going to pick him up, and he's like, oh, no, I'm good.
But it's another round where they racked up the majority of
May Ultimate also could be an issue here. They're going to go to the point, and I wonder if you're going to see, like, double Ramacho. There's no way they let him flip, I was going to say. They can't ever let them flip that, like, for free. That would really heck things up. But now the Mizuki Ultimate goes out, and Super Gomez, I think, is going to pop the ult here. I think you're going to see, nope, they use the freeze perk and then just absolutely annihilate him. So, yeah, good job here by Brazil. Really kind of making this kind of tough on Colombia to kind of get that final team fight, right? It feels like they've been on 2 rounds of just needing one team fight to win, and they're not getting it. So a good clutch moment by Brazil. This is where it gets a little bit tough, and I think it's going to come down to this Sojourn Ultimate. If Hydran's able to find Sojourn Ultimate value here, this could change things. But a May Ultimate or a Ramacho Ultimate is tough to go against because they can just kind of isolate half your team. So, Super Gomez goes in. This is kind of to get them back, so you bait them into a Mayo. Like, they want to get them out of position. Mad, thank you for the 20 months of the Tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. There's the Sojourn Ultimate I was talking about, and here comes the May Ultimate. We're going to get double Sojourn Ultimate on both sides. They do get the May Ultimate. It does get their tank. Now, the tank is one of the most important parts of this, right? Obviously, they lose one, but the freeze goes there. Tem gets another kill. Super Gomez is going to go on the backside of the point now and just play to live. They do tap the point. They both have to drop down support-wise. Things are going to slow down a little bit here. We do see a Doomfist swap possibly going to, play into effect here later on. Kiriko has to be the one to tap, but Kiriko is going to have to use cooldowns. Change gets the pick right there, and unless I'm incorrect here, Colombia wins the map, but I think that guarantees their spot at the LAN too. So good job by Colombia to get that win. Brazil definitely gave them a battle there, but Colombia just played a little bit better. And the series starts off with a win for Colombia. So there you go. Good matchup thus far.
The Master versus Frogger, that is the 2 ends of it. Okay, the Lee J Gon versus Master, like, that is the 2 extreme ends.
I mean, I would say speed is one thing, but your entire team is low and you're like heal boosting and your ultimate charge is building.
Here we go, everybody.
That feels good.
Things are about to heat up.
You know what is different? Mauga. Super Gomez, Dalka, Mauga Gaming.
What time is it for me over here? 5
p.m.
p.m.
here as well, so pure skill matchup.
Wow, this is like throwback to a couple of years ago.
All right. Mauga comp from Colombia here. But actually, Mauga on both sides, Kiriko Lucio, Reaper, Sojourn. So just mirror comp. Well, it's going to come down to who plays this comp better. That's it. Well, both Reapers immediately go down. Super Gomez is actually taking a lot of damage right now, so if there's no other follow-up here, they might be able to get really good ult charge. But again, Brazil, not giving up. Given that they're all still, gets the kill right there. This has been really, really good gameplay. Still sad, thanks to the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, I think Brazil will win the first team fight in a moment here. So, is it gonna walk that late? Yeah, that's fair. So great job there. By the teams.
Jake Lemmy, he was coaching.
Yeah, very, very well played by Brazil there. I mean, Colombia, has not been winning all the first team fights. They've been winning more in like the second team fight or like kind of in those extended ones. So that's what it feels like right now. But their second team fight isn't going well either. Again, just a really quick reset here. They get one trade, but that's going to be it. They get the kill on the Kiriko, and yeah, now it's going to be pretty good for Brazil again. Ult charge looking good. Everything's looking strong here, and that's that.
Kind of
so, yep.
Right? Like what we just saw
that is
on
that.
the Antarctic Peninsula, where Hydron is so happy to play pretty fast and look for these angles and make individual plays. Like, this is very much Brazil's kind of preferred style of play.
All right, Kiriko.
Rush. It's
has Kitsune coming up.
Colombia team move through this show. Well, I mean, one good stomp ideally here from Dalka, although taking a fair bit of damage initially. So Dalka's actually playing a more defensive position.
Okay, boom, double Kitsune. And again, Brazil with the first pick. This has been a really rough go of things, but this Mauga ultimate might actually turn the fight a little bit. It doesn't quite hit the mark, and again, boom. Brazil takes first team fight, takes first point, takes all of that here. So ultimates were used pretty much across the board for Brazil, except for Beat. For Colombia, you're going to have 1, 2, 3 ultimates. So I wonder if, like, at this point they're kind of going for an ult economy win. Because if they can win the next team fight with these ults, they only have to deal with Beat. You could kind of like be aggressive, and also still sad. Thank you for another gifted sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, sad. Yeah, the Venn diagram. Gotta love a good Venn diagram.
I like Mokka's kind of tenacity in that regard, just saving this sound barrier, not using it so you can counter.
Anyway, all the teams trying to make their plays. Mauga charges in. Huge kills. Wow, Brazil is just rolling right now on this map. This is like a completely different team right here. They are going in. They're playing aggressive. It seems like they're feeling really confident with this type of gameplay here. Things are getting like really good for them. They're just staggering right now. That's why they were just sitting there healing. A little bit of a note on that. They were trying to like they kind of traded this off. It's basically Mauga ultimate for Kiriko ult. So like technically like Brazil will have a really quick Kiriko ult, and then Colombia will have a really quick Mauga ult. That is kind of unexpected. So I want to see how this plays out, because I think I don't really know how they're going to get back into this with these ults they have, because Brazil's building those up quickly. You're going to have to get that Mauga ultimate out, or get some type of Reaper ult kill. Otherwise, this is going to be tough. There's just not a lot they have that could win against what they're trying to do. The Reaper wants a TP. They just keep kind of zoning them out. I can't tell what they're trying to do on their strategy here. They're trying to take some slow map control with the Mauga, get the Reaper underneath. The Reaper does not see them right there. Holy crap. And there's the ultimate. So, yep, it kind of went how I was explaining it, where I don't think either team does that, but Hydron gets 3, makes it 4. Holy crap. Well, I don't know what to say about this one, but Hydron just cleans up the lobby, and it is now already 2-0 Brazil on New Junk City. I don't even know what to say right now. What the heck is going on? This is like a completely different team on this map right now. I don't even know what to say. This is completely different.
This is Brazil's map through and through.
That's what you get if you invest resources into your damage player. Hydron is definitely calling in the comms right now. Like, support me, I got this, and that's kind of what you get as a result of that. Hydron stepping up big time.
Mauga ultimate for Brazil. Can Colombia reverse sweep this? I mean, everything's saying no to that. I mean, look at these ults right now. This is crazy.
Playing this more aggressive style compared to the slower approach we saw on last weekend as well.
And Brazil
there's the charge in.
They have Case, they have Death Loss in there.
Here goes the Mauga ultimate in a second. Temp gets a kill, though, onto the Kiriko, so that makes things a little bit interesting here. Because obviously losing your Kiriko is kind of huge, but I think that because they lost 2 here, I think the numbers alone will just help Brazil win this. They do pop a Kitsune, so maybe they find an opportunity, but they come back with a beat. I guess like the consolation here for Colombia, at least, is they got the ult pool finally kind of like reset for the most part, outside of a Reaper ultimate, and that's kind of hit or miss. Obviously, we saw a hit just as of recently. But yeah, this is definitely a bit crazy on how their ult pool is going to look right now. Clueless Prince, thank you for the 2 months with the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Man, you really just
didn't like that. They're charging in. You're going to see a Sojourn ultimate happen if they survive this right away. There's the Reaper ultimate. The Reaper ultimate does find 2. So, as I said that though, but again, the Reaper always gets traded on there, so they end up losing that 3v2 right now. Dalko tries to get the kill. Last second, doesn't get it. But Colombia should be able to clean this up. They're going to head to the point. Kiriko is trying to clean up the kill onto the Reaper. The Reaper's just trying to play some hide and seek. Colombia will get the point here in a second, I'm pretty sure. Yep, gets the Kiriko out, and now they're going to back up and have to wait for the team to get back. They are going to try to play aggressively here. Look for Sojourn to pop a really early ultimate on the side of Colombia to kind of push this back. Otherwise, you might run into a random problem here. They start to charge in, and Hydron's actually the one that goes first, but Reaper goes in. Now it's Temp's turn to show you why people play Sojourn. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and honestly, we know that's 4. They would have gotten the kill. They just wanted to kind of stagger the Mauga, so things start to get a little bit more interesting. Brazil has no ults. Colombia has a couple of ultimates that should solidify this team fight. Of course, keyword is should solidify this. Obviously, they could lose it. But there's the Mauga ultimate that will be coming out right now. That's why they're sending the Mauga in. Maybe not. Maybe they're just trying to get an early team fight here. Did anybody break off? I didn't see. Nope, there it is. They're going for the play. Don't need to use the Reaper ultimate. I think they're just going to win this team fight cleanly. I don't think anybody broke off to the point. And there you go. All right. On to the next point now. Colombia is starting to catch back up on ult economy. What that means is that change is about 20% away from this Kitsune. If Brazil doesn't use that timing, things will get pretty interesting the rest of the way, because there was kind of a weird ult economy going on where like they couldn't keep up with that. They were kind of getting like 2-to-1 on like the ults. So now if Change is able to kind of match this Kitsune, I mean, you could see a Reaper ult wipe the whole team. Obviously, there's a little bit of a wild card Mauga ultimate here to kind of look out for, but this Kitsune timing is going to be the difference. I think they're going to pop Kitsune here like right now, and then this is it. So they're going to disengage because they're that close. As you can tell, they disengage to the side. Okay, there it is. 3, 2, 1, Kitsune. There it is. But unfortunately, they do lose their players. So remember how I said that was going to be the timing? That was the timing. It was, if they had their own Kitsune, I think this team fight's a little bit different. But unfortunately for Colombia, Brazil just is a little bit ahead on those timings, and now the ult economy flips back again.
Yeah, like you said,
it's getting closer. If Colombia wins this point, it's going to be a really crazy third point. But this has been a lot.
To get that space back.
So we'll see.
So Colombia just found themselves trapped after a nice engage from Brazil. We're now 50% away from taking a
Reaper ultimate, Sojourn ultimate coming up.
Again, playing a little bit upset to Colombia too.
There goes the team.
Onto the point.
Mauga charges in. Here's that. Oh my. I don't know if you just noticed what happened right there, but they canceled the Mauga ultimate, chat. This is going to force extra ultimates out from the side of Brazil, but it might just be too much of ultimates for Colombia to be able to handle. They don't have anything. Like, that was perfect. They canceled the Mauga ultimate with the charge, but chat, I think that might be it. I think Brazil's going to take this map. Oh, Temp gets a pick on Mocha. I don't know. Can Kratos actually touch the point? Super Gomez gets the kill on Hydra, but I don't think anybody can tap it. I think that's going to be it. Brazil. 1-1 against Colombia right now. Wow.
With a map on the board.
Pretty wild there.
All right. So we finally
okay. Good to see. I got to again take a second here to go walk around. Thank you for bearing with me with walking around a little bit more. Obviously, you know, that's the good news is the casters are here to keep everybody entertained while I go AFK for a second, so I'll be right back. Hit the follow button if you haven't. I'll be right back.
Building on this insertion.
Check a few things in the meantime.
I mean, there is
closer to the
there is
start
quite
of
a bit of
this.
skill in deciding like when do we.
I got to get into like actual commentary, not just repeat the same 3 words again. I'm getting to that point of the day where I just start repeating the same sentences, so we're gonna fix that. Probably won't fix that, but I'll do my absolute best.
Learn that composition so intrinsically, but I could also see how maybe in the future of Overwatch, like imagine a year from now.
That looks pretty damn good right there. Maybe because I'm just hungry. I don't even know what that is, but I'm in.
Having a composition like
okay.
To bring out
does look like they're going to go back with the Mauga comp again, which, you know, I don't know, like, is this going to be the best, like, option for Colombia here against Brazil, considering, like, how we've seen, the previous matchup go? Maybe it was just a bad map for them. Maybe they just suck at New Junk City. I mean, I have, you know, I have maps where I dominate on a hero, and I have maps where I just suck at that hero on the map, just because I don't understand how to play it as well. Like, you know, New Junk City is one of them. So, we'll see, though, either way. Same comp as last time. Nothing really changed. Literally, it's the exact same mirror. Comp's playing the exact same thing. So it comes down to, again, to who just plays better. Now, Colombia hasn't had the best time getting the initial pick or the first, like, team fight. I think they've lost the majority of them outside of, like, maybe 1 on Antarctic Peninsula.
I mean,
maybe it was 2, but either way, a lot of team fights have been lost. So if they really want to, you know, not lose momentum, or sorry, let me rephrase that, regain momentum, they need to start off strong here. And that right there is a good way to start off strong. There you go. They go in, they get the picks. If maybe they can get a clean pick, we'll see. Obviously, the Sojourn needs to try to survive this. Boom. That's exactly the start you need. A 45-second team wipe. You don't lose anybody, and you just get that confidence back. You're feeling it again. Now, the second team fight, again, is where this has also been turning for both of these teams. So this becomes a very important sequence, but Hydrant goes down early to Super Gomez, so there must have been some type of stuff I missed there, because this camera angle was just looking at the bot at that point, so I might have missed something at that point. So we'll see how it goes back here, but Dalka does get the kill on the temp, so the Sojourns are both down on each team, but a little bit of map control here, and then Mocha gets the kill there. So the second team fight still ends up being a back and forth, but whenever you lose your Kiriko, that's pretty much it. Hydrant comes back after that initial pick, and Brazil wins the second team fight, you know, somewhat cleanly.
Okay, so Brazil
they lost 1 or something like that, but, you know, somewhat cleanly.
Colombia is kind of adapting to what we saw in New Junk City, because they're opting into this matchup that they firmly looked disadvantageous on when these teams went head-to-head on this kind of composition. So it's really on player like Temp.
And here we go.
Big time and put Hydron off that pedestal. Ultimates being built for either team here. Brazil is going
Both teams charging in. And they lose their Sojourn right away. That is not going to be good. We are going to see the Venn diagram of ults, but it does end up working out. Oh my, the trades! I think it's a 2v2 right now if I'm correct, but look at the HP. You have a Kiriko alive. Good luck. If I'm a tank against a Kiriko, I'm running. I'm scared. So I don't think it's... No team can really take control of this. You can kind of just delay and hope for a little bit of map control. But now, you have to get out there, reset. You don't have your full squad. They're going to be back very momentarily, but like, damn, what a good Reaper ultimate there. This is not the last series of the day. Technically, there's one more. So I'm doing my best. Kitsune is going to be happening on both sides now. You might see a beat happen first. No, they fully disengaged. So great job by Columbia there. Usually what you see is the teams trade that out. I would have been okay with that. Now they're going to rotate in. They're going to use the exact same ultimate. They're going to have beat be pop, though. Give it a second. It's going to happen. There's the beat. You're going to get a counter beat in about 2 seconds to make sure you make it even. There it is. Columbia actually gets everybody with beat finally. And it looks like they're going to be in this weird kind of trade fest. Hydron has good position in here, though. Tries to get in. Looks for a kill onto Super Gomez. Might be able to finish that. Both teams are kind of trying to figure this out. The Kiriko's low. The Reaper's low. They're going to be trying to trade. They get the kills. It's so close, but it looks like... Yes, it looks like Columbia's going to be able to take that, but wow, it was not easy to predict how that was going to go. Both teams just battling. No one wants to lose right now. Obviously, it's not like someone's like, oh, I want to lose, right? But you know what I mean. Columbia is going to push this. Might not even get to the checkpoint yet. Like, it's what, 55 point, I think 5-3 meters for the checkpoint. So I'm trying to pay attention to that. Checkpoint will be captured. So there you go, 55.53. Ask me how I know that. When you watch a lot of OWCS, you eventually know what the meters are. Here we go. They're going to reset now. The checkpoint is what they wanted. You really don't want to force the issue here because you're going to give them an advantageous kind of like sightline. There's no ultimates you're going to have on either side. So you're just going to kind of like play it out a little bit. But they already get an early Reaper cooldown out, so look for a bit of follow-up on that Reaper. There it is. So that's a kill right away for Brazil, which, I mean, obviously is a bit of a misstep here. They do get a kill on Lucio, but keep in mind Super Gomez is going to have to use this ultimate here very shortly. Don't be surprised to see a Mauga ultimate. I don't think they know there's a Mauga ultimate just yet. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. They must know because their Mauga has it too. I expect to hear both of them pop this stuff momentarily. Get ready for the Kitsune to come up here in a moment. Am I a commentator? No, I'm not.
And the cage as well.
There's the Kitsune, double everything. Ults, everybody's popping ults. You have an ultimate. I don't know what's going on. Yes, there it is. Perfect. You know, awesome. Good play there. Well, I am commentating, but I'm not like a commentator. Right? Yeah. So Columbia wins a very important team fight. That was an ult dump for both teams. We're gonna have Sojourn ultimate versus Sojourn ultimate. Slight advantage to Hydron here on the percentage, about 10% difference. Temp immediately kind of, I guess, gets rid of that advantage. It has the ultimate now and a team fight win. So this is actually a really rough time in here for Brazil. Because they get snowballed out, they're going to lose another 20 meters for free, and Columbia didn't have to use any ultimate. They might have used Reaper ult or something like that. I don't know if the Reaper used ult. No, Reaper used ult earlier, so that's why Reaper's probably pushing this now. Look for there to be a Sojourn ultimate. Temp does try to find it, but they actually end up rotating on the point, so it doesn't end up being a clean ult here. Look for Hydron to kind of like counter this soon. But they lose their, yeah, there's the counter, but they lose their, what's it called? Their Mauga. So now, like, it's a lot harder to kind of find these kills. Reaper might go down, a shot there. There's the beat. They're going to engage back in. Reaper has no shift. I'm making call-outs for teams now. Kiriko's all over the place. Everybody's looking where to go. And Brazil's starting to lose control of this map really quickly as Columbia starts to come together as a team again. Play as a unit. The good news for Brazil is they do have 2 major ultimates right now. Columbia doesn't really have anything. So they're going to have a bit of a team fight advantage, but they lose their Kiriko again. They just keep pushing their spawn. I guess the way that Columbia sees this is that they're going to keep running out one by one. They're going to take advantage of that. And all the advantages that Brazil had are out the window now. Columbia can kind of play a very chill game now and basically outstack them. It's not over for Brazil here, but it certainly isn't going to be easy if they want to bring this back. Reaper Ultimate's going to be online here soon. You're going to see some type of beat or Reaper Ultimate here for beside of Brazil. They're just not able to get anything going. They need to use something because I think they're trying to win without their ultimates, but I think they need to use one of their ults. Like, you can't ult economy your way back into this game right now because then Columbia can do the exact same thing and just win the time bank. So
that's what Hydron's gonna.
I expect to see some ultimates coming in shortly from Brazil. There's the Reaper just trying to get on the Mauga. Cardiac Overdrive happens, and there's the ultimate again. Super Gomez pops it. And there, the hesitation of not using ultimates has created a problem. They're trying to play it almost so safe on the ult economy that Colombia is just hitting their buttons on cooldown. So right away, again, we've seen some of these ultimates sitting on Brazil's side now, and they just keep doing this. Why did Colombia go back there? Because they flipped the map and they needed to make sure they stopped the point. They're going to maybe Kitsune this, but they might just back up to the choke. And the smart play would be not to give them any opportunity to get a kill here, right? So you back up to the choke, you play in this exact spot, you force out their ultimates in their spawn. You might get into the back corner here, play a little bit at the bottom of the stairs, but the Reaper setting up. Here he goes. Unlucky for the Reaper, tries to go in to make a play. Pretty much going to go down here, but this is kind of expected. And Brazil ends up basically wasting a minute doing exactly what they could have done on the previous team fight.
That's a team kill.
So now they do have their ultimates. Kiriko Lucio, I think they have another team fight that they should win with relative ease. Of course, you know, I say that and then they'll end up losing it, but with the ultimates they have, you know, Kiriko Lucio out, they know they have an advantage over Change Kitsune, and with the Sojin ultimate to kind of add that firepower, they do have to worry about Reaper ult. I do think they're going to win this team fight just relatively easily, since they don't have any type of thing to back up with. I say that, immediately they lose one, but the Reaper ult dies immediately. There's the beat. They are looking for opportunity here. Colombia is still in this for sure. Lucio's on the back line here, and when a Lucio breaks off like this, usually the team fight doesn't go well. Yep. Every time in pro play, I see a Lucio break off to go for the backline, unless it's like a rare occurrence on like I don't know, like Twisted Minds or something. The same result happens. That means right away they're just trying so hard to get a kill that everything else is forgotten about. So there you go. Brazil had every advantage they needed there and didn't even get 2 limbs out of that. So Colombia again, you know, back in the driver's seat here, has a few ultimates. They're going to be aggressive though. This might be a possibility of losing it here, but Super Gomez goes in. There's the Kitsune. We do have Temp on the flank. They might get the kill, but a kill on the Ludwig there is going to kind of make this even 4v4. I'm looking for some opportunity for plays here. So we're going to slide behind Temp. Doesn't realize it just yet. Both teams battling. The Mauga goes in, hits a big slam, but teams are just still going at it. I mean, Brazil cannot finish these kills right now. I think they're finally going to do it because there's no cooldowns left, but look how much time is wasted. I've been watching the same team fight for the past 3 minutes. Colombia now has Kitsune going for the next team fight. A Mauga ultimate to go with it. I love the odds here for Colombia to win this, which means, of course, Brazil will win it probably this time. We'll see what happens. Mauga ult versus Mauga ult. Get your Venn diagrams ready. It's going to be a good play. Here we go. Nothing's happening. This is great. They're going to meet at the choke, right where that... Oh, no, they're going for the flank here. The Reaper misses the timing because they teleport through. They're going in. There's the Mauga ultimate. Still waiting. There's the Kitsune ultimate. There's the Venn diagram or whatever the heck that's supposed to be. There's ult happening. There's a lot on the screen, and this is why I love watching whatever the heck is going on right here. Buttons are being had. Buttons are being pressed. Buttons are everywhere. Buttons are there. But Brazil does win the team fight. Now, in order to win this map, they only have to win the next 1,600 team fights in a row. We'll see what happens. Altered, thank you for the 48 months for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And now, this is a massive moment for Hydron.
They don't even have the checkpoint yet, which, by the way, just to give people an idea here, if you don't know this, the checkpoint gives you an automatic spawn, even in overtime, for the first time. So, if the checkpoint is captured here right now and they were to die immediately on the side of Colombia, they would be back up immediately. Now, obviously, they're not taking advantage of that. They don't have to, but that is something they always keep note of late in the game. Reaper ultimate. Brazil has another set of ults to actually take this team fight, and it's only going to be about, I think, 3 team fights, which doesn't seem like a lot, but basically, I think they're going to try to build beat here. That's why they're taking their time. No, they're building Sojin ultimate. Okay, I see what they're going to do. Yep, they're going to Sojin ultimate. Yep, there it is. And then they can go with beat as soon as they get it. They're playing a little bit safe, a little bit too safe for my liking. And I don't know if it's going to pay off or not, but like, I'm going to be honest with you. They have definitely played this a little bit safer than I would have liked. Now, obviously, like, there's plenty of time and they're going to know better than me here, but they've given a little bit of opportunity for Brazil to be able to also go for an ult dump. And that Kitsune, if that beat catches up for Brazil, this could get really interesting because now it's one team fight. There's the beat they engage in. There's the Kitsune. There's the Reaper ultimate. Add some wind to the map. Gets really chilly there. Hydron gets 2, but is it going to be enough? They're both trying there. Hydron gets 3. It's a 2v2, but you have a low HP Sojourn, and unfortunately, there just isn't enough time. Colombia wins it. It got scary there for a second. It got scary there for a second, but Colombia goes up 2-1.
In the series, but
all right, pause is done. Ramatra, Sojourn May, Kiriko, Lucio, and I don't know if we're going to see a... I don't know. We'll see how this goes.
Having that feel in your hand, especially...
It's time. Good luck to these teams.
I've seen some... We've seen some crazy mice.
Are we, Alexander?
Like
okay. I'm ready, Alex. Can't wait.
Oh my god. I mean, I could go on and on, but I'm not going to. Let's get back to circuitry. I like to go on.
It's time.
There's a little bit of lag there from Brazil, so we did have to end up jumping into a
both these teams setting up for some opportunity here. Nothing really happening just yet.
Action here with the Soj. Okay, so just Ram, May, Sojourn. Not quite like the Malcolm, thankfully. May's just trying to...
Looks like the Ramatra is getting a little bit low right now. Going to back away and block. You know, a little bit of blocking going on here. Yeah, Colombia right away just wins the team fight pretty clean. A lot of the teams, like, you know, sometimes people get surprised with how teams play this in like high-level play, but basically you back away because it's just, if you lose there, you can't really retake that well, so it's just basically a dominant sightline and choke that you just don't want to deal with. So a lot of teams will poke up here and then back away. So we don't know how much longer the games will be streaming for. Sorry, I just don't have an answer for that because we just don't know. But there's one more series after this. We don't. I don't. Is Mexico versus Chile going to be a close match, or is it like, is one team like better in there? I don't know. I don't really know how it's going to go. So,
from Brazil.
Look at the ultimates already on the side of Colombia. They're going to have a really quick May ultimate right now. As long as they don't get picked off. This is kind of gets where it gets a little bit risky. Earlier today, we watched a May do this exact same thing and just get immediately picked off. We got the double Fortnite walls going up right now. Nothing really happens with that. May ultimate coming out here in about 2 seconds. Get ready to see that. They start off with the Kitsune. The Kitsune is going to be aggressive. They do get a kill on a Hydran. They're not going to have to use anything else. Great wall here. Go for the May. Try to get the May kill. The May decides to pop an ultimate, which... I will say, a little bit unexpected and probably a waste of an ult. Unfortunately for Brazil, I feel like in that situation, they might have not called that, like, they were down multiple, but they're going to lose their Ramatra 2 minutes off the clock already, and a pretty big misplay on that ultimate right there. So there is a bit of still an opportunity here for Brazil. They do have 3 good ultimates coming up. Colombia obviously doesn't have Kitsune, but yeah, that May ultimate could kind of change how this goes, because now they have to kind of worry about the May ult in comparison to before. But Hydran right away starts with the pick that they needed onto Temp. That's going to give opportunity. They are able to get away with Super Gomez. They're just going to back away to the other corner. This is going to give time for Temp to get back in time. It's not going to be a huge issue. If Brazil really wants this, they have to pop an ultimate now and try to get them on this rotation. And I think they're going to try to do that. Hydran's trying to get the Hydran set up. But Temp is going to have a slight advantage now, which is kind of funny, because Temp is going to be coming from the high ground at a different angle. So, like, it ends up kind of backfiring. Not backfiring, but you know what I mean? Like, where you get picked off, but it ends up benefiting you because your team does a good job disengaging. So, both of them there, I mean, they are getting a pick, though, onto Super Gomez, and this is where the ult dump is going to kind of go in favor of Brazil. The May ultimate doesn't kind of, like, do anything there. They end up getting the kill. Temp does get a kill on the Hydra, but it's going to be too late. I think that Brazil should be able to cap this with about 50 seconds on the clock, unless, of course, the Kiriko Lucio can dominate. So yeah, they get it. You know, not the cleanest point, but hey, a capture on this map is a capture on this map. It is not the easiest, so we'll see. Yep.
Really weren't able to capitalize on that overhealth because, I mean, you know that the orbital ray will come out. You know that the Kitsune Rush will come out, and so it's really on you to, if you're gonna use that sound very aggressive, which you probably should do in that situation. I don't blame that, but you need to find some value with it. You need to get a frag onto Brazil, and they just weren't able to do so.
Yeah, the orbital ray is gonna...
Yep, you just orbit in, you try to be aggressive, and then you go back with your own Kitsune, and this is where it's going to be pretty good here for Colombia to be able to kind of try to take this back. Their cleanse is already out, so I think they're going to kind of see this. They have the Sojourn set up on the high ground now. They're going to try to play to live, getting the mini right there to kind of even the odds. There is a Juno there. I like how they're just sharing the high ground. They're like, I'll wait. There it is. They have Sojourn caught in the room here, so like right now it's really just trying to hide while they stagger. Almost picks up the kill on Lucio, but not quite there. Grace, thank you for the 2 months with the or Grace Silly Pants. Thank you for the 2 months with the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
On to Kratos on there. Well, this gives Colombia an opportunity here to utilize this high ground to the best of their ability. Temp is going to have a field day now with this additional high ground, so maybe Hydron here can hit like a good railgun shot to try to push Colombia back. Already some good damage onto Super Gomez. Going to force Ramatra back.
May ultimate going to be coming in here from Brazil also. Colombia is really close to a bunch of ultimates, but also so far away. So this should be a team fight victory for Brazil. They didn't really have to. They did kind of use a lot, but they are doing a good job of always having about 2 ultimates online. Like right now, if you look between these teams, they do have like. There's a time and again. Colombia has a Sojourn out, and they're going to probably wide swing the Sojourn out on the outside. So, like, you see what... I'll explain it as it goes. There's going to be a side hallway, and I think that's what the ultimate's going to be. But I think they've done a good job of just, like, going here. They go with beat. They have Lucio tap. The Sojourn goes to the spot I expected. Kind of around the backside of the point there. Doesn't really see anybody just yet. The Mei ultimate kind of clears out some map control. Good disengage here thus far by Brazil. Hydra gets a kill onto the Mei. It's going to be on Temp to try to find a kill here. Does find a kill on the Hydra, but they might lose their Ramatra again. That's been a bit of an issue right now. They're able to find some Ramatra kills. Temp finds another kill, but it's going to be a little bit too late. 2:30 on the clock going into the third. Brazil gives themselves an opportunity. And again, pushing through second point, tough. So good job there by both teams. Yep.
Makes them pretty invincible. 2 minutes now for Brazil.
And you have to give credit to Brazil there, the way they're disengaging and staying away from Colombia during their power spike because of that sound barrier. I feel like Brazil, they then do a good job of flipping momentum after Colombia's used their ultimates already. And Brazil now steaming onto the third point here, already contesting the
They do have a good Mei wall here, another good Mei wall there. I'm loving these. They make some like cool art with that. They do get the Mei though, unfortunately, so that's going to be very helpful for Colombia on this retake. I don't think they're going to use their Kitsune. I think they believe they already won this team fight, which is exactly how they're playing. And a great job here, great denial of space by Colombia. They're going to be able to kind of go in here, try to find a kill. No, not to get walled off, hopefully, from Super Gomez's side. Then you can be a little bit aggressive right there, but I think the Mei wall already was used, so wasn't too worried about that happening in that situation.
It is very funny. Dude, the ragdolls in this game sometimes go crazy. The Mauga, when he gets hit with like a massive railgun.
Colombia has Kitsune, Brazil, Juno ultimate. I do like the odds of a Kitsune here, but a Juno ultimate with a Sojourn ultimate, kind of like that. It's a lot of damage, gives you even more of a chance of a one-shot, but the angle's not going to really allow for that to be a follow-up. Looks for a kill, Temp gets a kill on the Ludwig. Kiriko goes down there to Hydra, nice shots. Obviously the Kiriko goes down, but the Kitsune is up, and that's going to be kind of where the problem lies. Almost finds another kill right there, but yeah, just the Kitsune alone was going to win that team fight. They did end up saving their ultimates again on the side of Brazil, so they are going to have to slightly fall back. Not like slightly fall back, just go get your Kiriko and spawn by just going to a wall. You can TP over, as you can see, just spawned over from TP'd over from spawn. Now you're going to see a Juno ultimate or Kitsune. I don't really know what teams want to go with it first, so there it is. There's a Kitsune. Temp decides to pop an ultimate during this. It does see an opportunity for a kill. Does take the opportunity for that kill. So the Mei ultimate on point. Doesn't really kind of hit the mark here, but it allows them to kind of buy some time. Which, I mean, hey, they'll take that. Obviously, when they lose some of their players, they want to get another kill. Dalka's low, does fall over. Temp is hitting some shots. Hydran is too. Both the Sojourns, just kind of showing you why Sojourn's been played pretty much since she's been released. Outside of a couple of metas here and there. Nice kill. The problem right now for Brazil, unfortunately, though, these trades have been too impactful. Right? They pop the Juno ultimate, but now you can kind of just go in aggressively here. You get on the Juno. Eventually, you can grind the Juno down because of that like lack of healing you're able to do. There we go. There's the play. There's the ultimate. Ramatra does a good job blocking the shield. I love this backline pressure. Basically, you're challenging them to kind of go to the point. Mei is going to go there. Hydra has to go in. He's going to fall over here in a second, and it does look like Colombia will be able to hold here, but again, this map can be tough. So good job there by Colombia, but Brazil did have a solid push. Not the worst push by Brazil. This map can be difficult, and there's a lot more of this map to be played. So we'll see if that works out. All right.
I think that was a really decisive push with the Ramatra in overtime. To like really push deep into the Brazil team, into the backline, to force them to disperse from the Annihilation. And that's going to make the recontest so much harder, which can be scary at times. Obviously, I mean, you're a Ramatra who is using Annihilation. Like, you're pretty survivable. But in overtime, to sacrifice the positioning you have to try to make a pretty decisive push, I think that was the recipe for success there for Colombia. And a good final fight there, even though they had the man advantage, of course, with Ludwig going down.
Is this an all-day thing? I've been watching matches since about 5 a.m. today. So that's where I'm at right now. Hope you're all enjoying. It's been a very long day, but a very fun day. You know, it's been fun. It's been fun. It's just been long. So
57.5.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it personally. I'm having a good time.
Although Mizuki for Brazil on defense. Now, this is what I really like. I like the Mizuki on defense on these maps. I think on a lot of escort maps, the Mizuki is just so powerful.
Getting a little bit hungry, but
just being able to lock down locations, sanctuary on corners.
Big stretch.
Hybrid too, to be fair, anything with like a straight line kind of payload push. So good.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, the sanctuary.
Can Brazil bring it to a map 5?
I would say
or will Colombia finish the series? And that's the end of my sentence because I didn't really have anything else to say. Here we go.
Very reliable if you want to make a decisive push, but
Same comp, nothing different except Mizuki's being played now a little bit more. So we'll see.
I mean, I just love the sounds. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's, wow, you're pretty good at that. Did you do the
Matra blocking, Sojourn backing away to the back right.
Yeah, voiceover right there.
Without the Liquipedia.
So far, Colombia's taken a little bit of map control, but like this is not really map control. This is just doing exactly what every team does ever here. You just eventually push them back, and now you battle at this corner. May walls will be really a big part of this. Effective May walls will really help get some early kills. They do get a little bit of early damage here on both sides, but as you can tell, Colombia is the one taking the majority of the damage, which is kind of surprising because it actually looked like they got some good map control there. Super Gomez is probably going to fall over here, and yeah, great job there by Brazil. Excellent disengage. Almost was a chance there. Hydran actually ends up getting a really quick Sojourn ultimate, so does Temp. So exactly what Brazil needs there to be able to kind of take this. Yep.
And then throw in the hat.
You're so tired. You got this, Sasha. You get some sleep too. Remember, you do have multiple days. You'll be able to get that throughout the week. So you know, obviously don't overdo it if you feel like you're getting super sleepy. Yep.
So good, and you can see how much damage Moke has done too. 82% ult already.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point in that this specific matchup, like the Mizuki has to use the advantage, can help your team in so many ways, right?
Here we go. Both teams looking for an opportunity. Both Sojourns have ult. Mizuki ultimate is going to kind of ruin this ultimate for Temp though, if like this actually leads to something. Hydran gets a kill. Does decide to go to the right, though. That wide swing might end up causing a problem here for the rest of the team fight. But though, just like it did with Hydran, they end up following up on the Sojourn. So ended up kind of being a neutral scenario and still is in favor of Brazil because Brazil got the first pick. Colombia's a little bit slow on their ult charge building right now. Like if you look at it, they're a little bit behind. Outside of Sojourn, like they're and the Maze being even, they've been kind of struggling to build their ultimates in time here. And like Brazil kind of is in a good spot. I mean, a minute 55 on first pointer at the corner. The ultimate's looking good. Maywall was somewhat effective, not perfect, but here we go. More ultimates coming in. Both the Kitsune's going in, but keep in mind the Mizuki ultimate could be the game changer here. There's the ultimate there from Ramatra. Both Ramatra just showing their skill expression by holding right click on people. Both Ramatras are about to lose their ultimate, and here's the ultimate from Hydran. Will this get kills? If it gets kills, it's gonna be huge. But Temp slides in. Temp goes for it. They're all in and on the Sojourns. The beat comes in last second. There is a May ultimate there, but will it be enough to follow up in the kills? It might be. I don't know. There's a Lucio and a May. The May might go down to the Lucio. The Lucio push card. Oh my! Did you just see what happened right there, chat? The Lucio. Okay, so the Lucio was going to push the card in for the win. The May last second hits a fadeaway right click on the Lucio on cart, and then they hold. If that right click doesn't hit, this is a much different team fight, I think, because then you can boop the Ramatra. Wow, what a play right there. 1 minute left on the clock. No ultimates to be seen right now on any team. Small advantage here for Colombia to get an ultimate, and then that is going to be a huge advantage when you get a kill onto an Iari. Now they're going to slow play this a little bit. The wall is kind of ineffective, gets cut off halfway by the cart. They cannot lose anybody early now, though. Temp has a good AoE right now with the Disruptor shot near the point or the back stairs, whatever works. You're going to see this all pop because they cannot afford to sit here and wait. Get ready. They're going to pop the ultimate right away. Even if, like, it looks like they're going to win the team fight, you just have to guarantee it. There's no reason to sit there. Temp hits a couple of good shots, and Colombia caps the point, but damn, this is crazy.
It's an opportunity here on second point to finish off this series.
Shiva, thank you for the 4 months with the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Heading on to the third point. It would be in a really good position here. You don't want to be struggling as much as you did that very first point. So this first ultimate wave here for
you made some lunch and dinner while we're lurking. I respect that. Yeah, I've only had that breakfast this morning at like 5 a.m.
It is critical that you get the ultimate out.
Or like 8 a.m. All right, Kitsune coming out here from Colombia. They're going to wait. It's going to come down to Super Gomez's HP. When the one problem they ran into is that HP goes down pretty quickly. Now they're going to slightly disengage, but the Maywall kind of cuts off the initial part of this play, actually, for Brazil. But a nice shot comes in from Oka. Both teams back and forth battling, and Brazil 100% is going to win this team fight. Pretty much that's it. They just win the team fight. 2 minutes left on the clock. They win an important stuff. I'm not even hungry right now. This is one of those things where I'm just like, I'll eat after stream type of situations. I am vibing. This series, as close as it can be. Things have been really opening up for these teams. So we'll see.
And like you say, like just having that presence onto the payload as well with the Blizzard, it's just overwhelming for Colombia.
Okay.
Throw in a couple of ultimates here.
Hydrant is the ult here. If the ultimate, or he's going to pop the ultimate here. If this ult gets multiple kills, it can go well. The Mei ultimate is online. I don't really see who got in there or if they got anybody based off of the kill feed. They got nobody with it. But everybody backs away just to reset. Ultimates are looking pretty good for both sides here. You have a Juno ultimate, you have a beat. They might actually kind of try to tempo this beat and then force the Juno ultimate, which is exactly what they do. There's just nobody to actually kill though. Like both teams are kind of just saying, hey, let's just pop our ultimates and just get rid of this. They end up getting the kills. Brazil 112 in the clock in their spawn, holding aggressively like we saw Great Britain do earlier. And it's just been crazy so far. Like, it's exactly the same concept. Was it Great Britain that held it earlier? I think it was. I think that was the team I'm thinking of. It was a lot of matches today. So they go sim. The sim is going to kind of help them rotate, although they could get stacked by a disruptor shot in this area. They go in, they get to make an aggressive play. Temp is going to have to be the one to make or break this here for Colombia. This is like the kind of that make or break moment. Otherwise, you're going to start getting into that trade fest, and it's been going in favor of Brazil for the most part. They're trying to wait on the Sojourn ultimate right now. My only concern is that if this Kitsune ends up being a little bit ahead, there it is. They pop the ultimate. Maywall blocks everything. They are able to shoot through that. They back away. Really great disengage by Colombia, but does its job for both teams, you know. You survive the disengage. Really good disruptor shot right away. Already 20% ult charge of the next ult, but now is the most important part. This Kitsune versus Kitsune battle. Looking at the side of Brazil, they do have a Mei ultimate. Takes one ice block. Hydrant gets low, though. This is going to kind of complicate this time. And Changed is ready. There's the Kitsune. There's the double Kitsune. Mocha's one. The HP on Brazil is actually getting way too low for my liking here for them to be able to survive this. Yep. That HP goes down. Even with the Juno like in the area, the Mei is going to do that. You're going to put a shield in front. It's going to block the rest of the team off. And that's going to be it. Overtime spawns will not allow for Brazil to be able to get back in time. We're going to a minute 30 on the third with the cart about halfway through the point. This is going to come down to the wire. Going to be crazy. 1:30 on the clock. Both teams trying to get this. Now, in a perfect scenario here for Colombia, Brazil comes up here, pops ultimates, they win. Colombia comes back, regroups, wins a team fight with the ultimates they've built, and takes it. But that's in the perfect concept of these ones. Come here, buddy. You want a forehead kiss? Love you, buddy. He just needed that to go into his bucket. That's what he does. All right, here we go. They do have him isolated. This sim wall could complicate their play because the sim wall could be really tough, but Hydrant gets the kill. Doesn't overcommit again, but I mean, a kill on Lucio was huge there because that ult charge is the make or break. Now, they're going to try to disengage up, and that's what they do. This was kind of what I was talking about, except they disengaged it much better than I thought they would. The TP really complicates their play. They're actually going to TP up to the high ground or underneath the cart, I think. Yep, there it is. And they just debate them. They just say, hey, fake TP high ground, and that's what they do. Sim wall could happen soon. The Mei ult could be good, but I think the sim wall is going to be the play here. Juno ultimate is going to be popped soon. Watch the beat time in right now. That's going to be huge. Okay, so temp goes down. This is they got to make a decision. They either have to back out right now, or you just go in and send it, and they decide to send it. But is it going to be enough? I mean, the Mei ultimate it ends up being kind of scuffed a little bit, like it just because of the wall. There's the play. I mean, there's 10 seconds on the clock. That kill on Kiriko complicates this though. Oh no, the clutch play by Symmetra complicates this, and they get the kill. Sim gets the kill onto Mei, and oh my, wow! I thought Brazil was going to take that. Unfortunately not. Colombia takes the map and the series, but wow, what a series out of these teams. That was probably the second best match of the day outside of that Finland versus Sweden match. Holy crap. What a doozy that was. And finally, and there you go. So, wow, what a series, what a match. I got to go pee, so I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Thank you for hanging out with me, and then we'll go from there. But wow, what a match. What a match. Both teams played that well. Props to both of them. That was they put on a show for us. That was a great match. We needed that just for like, you know, a lot of 3-0s and kind of weird matches today. That was needed. So, next up, Mexico versus Chile. Last match of the day. I'm going to do my best to watch it all, see how I feel, all that. But I'll be right back. Hit the follow button if you haven't. Appreciate y'all, chat. Lonnie has been looking at a Chihuahua and like... Has anybody ever had a Chihuahua in chat? Out of curiosity?
Who will play Genji?
I've never had one. But there was one that we saw that was really cute a while ago. But we're going to kind of wait and see.
Watching Venture. I mean, come on.
You?
No, we did see Widowmaker.
It sounded like it had a super sweet personality.
All right, here they go. Farmers.
Yep. Oh,
I mean,
look at him go!
It's comical.
It is
All right, anyway,
insane.
Chile
And
versus
on
Mexico
top of that
starting
as
here.
well, James is getting bubbles. So, like, you can't even really shoot the Cassidy as he's getting flown through the air.
You know what, chat? We haven't seen much jetpack hat today, so we're finally seeing that a little bit more. So
laser sharp aim as well, because you're like wiggling in the air.
you said 1 gram of pure hatred. Wait, what?
Cat Noon or Cat Cass. Play ends up going down.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah. Okay, Frack.
Good start here by Chile. Now, obviously, Chile's going to be the favorite, so I got to get back in the commentary. So anyway, I just wanted to show people that right there. So, you know, hopefully everybody gets excited. I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to when we introduce him more to stream. Obviously, it'll be a couple of weeks. I think we're aiming for like probably about a week and a half of getting him settled. So you probably won't see him until then. Georgie, that is, but he'll make his appearance soon enough, right? We'll have the double Bengal bucket boys over here probably. I guarantee he'll probably do. He's such a cuddler. I can see him already being down here during streams. So we'll see.
It's a good strategy.
He also loves playing.
If it doesn't work, there's gonna be some point where we need to swap.
Chile has found the answer in grouping up together and shooting them with fire.
Yes,
it's proven to be too much for Mexico here, and they're going to swap over to Lucio.
Okay, so far, though, Chile starting off extremely strong right now. Expecting a Kitsune ultimate coming up here very soon. So,
I'm truly real with you.
Yep.
Okay, be easier to rotate here with the Sari as well. You're not just getting rings run around.
They have to be socialized right now. Okay, I got you.
Earn to high noon,
that makes sense then. Okay, cool. Thanks for all the updates on that one.
So Lei will end up going down. And now,
but yeah, for dogs, like I said, that's going to be, like I said, probably more towards the end of the summer is what we're going to do. Like I said, we have a few places nearby that we usually adopt from anyway, and they usually, the one that we adopted Luna and Arnie from, specifically, they usually have dogs also, where, so basically they're an adoption. Sorry, Chad, is it okay if I just talk randomly about that for a second? But yeah, before the commentary, but usually it's a place where they take dogs and cats from down in like Florida or like, you know, areas where they don't have the best rules for shelters, and they bring them up to Massachusetts. So we'll probably look through there for the doggy. You know, Arnie and Luna have been excellent for that, obviously. So that's probably where we'll end up, see what dogs they have. So it might just end up being, you know, whatever we see and then want to go with. So we'll probably go with that, yeah.
You'll really have to hit the best beat of all time if you're Lei.
Yeah, exactly, Rosie. So that's what the company does. They basically go down and just and we'll grab them from shelters and then bring them up to Massachusetts. So I think that's going to be the plan this time around. Like I said, we were initially going to get a pug. I grew up with pugs. We were kind of set on that, and then we kind of decided elsewise. We're like, you know what? No, let's just go that route. I think we're going to both be happy with that route more. Anyway, Mexico does do a good job here getting back into the game. Obviously, Mexico wants to be able to get this win. This is a huge match for both teams, right? If Mexico wins this could kind of set them up for an opportunity to get out of the group. But Chile's not going to let that happen right now. But it's supposed to be like Chile, right? I know it's not like Chile, like as in like that, but I feel like that's just my accent or how I just mispronounce stuff. So apologies if I don't pronounce it correctly, just on me at that point. So I probably will mispronounce it at times. It's not on purpose. It's just sometimes that's how you grow up, and I do my best. So that's a Kendall. I actually had a pug who actually went blind at 6 years old, so I totally understand that, and she was an absolute sweetheart. Absolutely loved her. So I totally get that, Kendall. Don't you worry.
They've done just that. Sandberg comes in, hits 5,
but either way, both teams here kind of, you know, looking for the opportunity, and Mexico is still definitely much in this. You're going to see the Malga versus Malga initially with the Zarya. We do see the casino come out there. I don't think there's a casino going on here, but anyway, we might see a Malga ult happen here. It's really hard to call. Does get out, does escape out, a lot of damage reduction there. I do expect to see a Malga ultimate here against this Kitsune, and that could be the good result, so we will see. Yep.
Okay, so one big cage fight from Frack.
Very actually, that makes sense, yeah.
For Chile. Can they get it done?
So no, it's better than 4 cats, 5 cats. I have 2 Bengals. We're not getting another cat for a while. Now, hear me out. By the way, also great job here by Chile, able to kind of do this. Does that sound good, Chile? Is that kind of a good in-between? I do my best. Kind of like with the Yari. I do my best to say Yari. I just can't roll my R's that well, so it's kind of the same concept there. But looks like they are going to be in a good spot here. I mean, obviously there is a Malga ultimate coming back. They're going to have to tap the point a few more times, but eventually you're going to run out of cooldowns, which is what happens. So we'll see. Oh, huge pick again. The Malga ult does come in, but it might just be a little bit too late, right? It's just not enough like here. But this ends up being really close, as these teams are pretty evenly matched. So very excited to see.
Getting this Malga out the way is going to be nigh on impossible, and the sound barrier is going to just seal that letter shut. 100 to 98.
Anyway,
Making
hi everybody.
it close.
Yeah, that was a nail biter of a round right there. Mexico.
Great stream today. Again, glad everybody was able to get their drops, by the way, too. I know a lot of people got them or were like, see ya. So I'm glad everybody was able to get their drops and feel happy with that. Appreciate y'all. We did hit the 10-hour mark, so a lot of people got those. But yeah, no, we're not getting 5 cats. The only way we would get a 5th cat right now is if a cat showed up at our door. That would be the cat distribution system, and watch that would be our cat. But I don't think that will happen.
I don't know what theory is.
So for now, I am very much happy with our 4 cats. Obviously, 2 Bengals is a lot to begin with. But it's going to be really good for Sully. Like I said, that was one of the big things for us was Sully it's just good for him in playing. He definitely needs that, like, that's how you ended up with 6 cats? Fair enough, Nicole.
Not so good here.
Sully, Sully just needs, needed that type of, like, play. And, like, all the research we did was, like, a second Bengal is actually really good for a Bengal because they just kind of speak the same language when it comes to how to play. In comparison, other cats have a little bit more chill play styles. That, they'll have fun, but Bengals they're just that's how they play, right? That's what they do. So, why do people jump off the map instead of escaping and earning the L charge? A lot of people will jump off the map because it's just quicker resets. So, it's just a reset very quickly. Yeah. That's basically how you look at that, yeah. Anyway, the Queen Luna, yeah. I mean, Luna's dude, she is so funny right now because we have like I said, like a sunroom or like a 3-season porch, and she just lays out there for hours on hours. Yeah, basically, while you can get L charge, like the problem is that players will also stagger you in pro play, which means that they won't kill you on purpose to like waste time. So like, you're just automatically trying to get off the map as soon as you can, depending on what goes on. Also, Mexico starting off somewhat strong here. Not even somewhat strong, really strong on this team fight. Able to get kind of this flip here. This is going to be a good matchup, I think. So,
there's no way
Carmen's you watch for drops but totally forgot and you're still in here. Hey, that's a good sign, right? It means you're enjoying. So, once you get feeding the stray kitty, ended up with a litter inside the grill one more. Oh no. Well, oh yes, technically. I mean, they had a safe place, right? So,
bring it out.
Obviously, I love animals, so you know me.
Good for a Deadeye kill.
If you're good one, that's value.
We will be posting Georgie on What a Swell Cat, by the way, our cat Instagram we're starting to do. Oh my, dude, that was so close. A great high noon there. Bert gets a kill. What is going on over here? Why is... what is going on over here? This is crazy.
Unlucky.
So,
those insurance premiums are pretty high. Man. They are.
You definitely let them
jumping in the way.
Into if they want. I love that garden. That's awesome.
It's crazy. I don't know what magic this is conjuring up.
Have I eaten today? I have ate breakfast earlier. I will eat some food after my walk. Lonnie and I will go on a walk after this. I mean, dude, these matches have been really good. I got to give credit to these teams. Mexico playing very well so far against Chile. I mean, it's going to be, obviously kind of a back and forth battle right now. But so far, I mean, it looks like, this Cassidy might get a pick on the side there. I mean, kill after kill here. And he'll get the kill right there.
This match is done for Chile. That was the saddest Death Blossom I have ever seen, unfortunately.
That was oh, wow.
Are there games tomorrow?
It was cringe.
Yes. Right, I'm still deciding if I will be streaming them. That's why I showed chat that. I just couldn't. I couldn't wait any longer on that. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm on tomorrow. I'm leaning towards it, but that's me right now. 8 p.m. me might think differently. Good job here by Mexico. I mean, we might be seeing the 3rd round here. Obviously, the ultimate from Reaper doesn't get what they were looking for, but I mean, a 4v3 situation with no diva on the field, like you're pretty much going to lose that. I mean, it's not even a C9 or anything. We're just going to go to the next map here on the Garden of Oasis to see who can take this map. So, yep. Yeah, they start at 5 a.m. They start at 5 a.m. So
we're kind of just like flying around the map and then swing in for the beat.
Very early matches, to say the least. Very high speed. So we'll see how it plays out.
Gotta go fast.
Platinum support from Lei with the title. That is legendary.
I mean, I could rock that one.
Yeah. Ultimate kitten as well. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect title usage.
Did you get the flip the table one?
The flip the table one? They did lower the requirements, so I should have it now.
But
I will say, they've been on fire with the titles recently. The best one, I think, of all time.
I streamed the whole night. Yeah, this is kind of normal for me, to be honest with you. Like, I do generally long days during these. Like, you know, I had somebody go like, hey, why do you get on early so much? Because, I mean, OWCS is kind of like all the time, it feels like. So I've been really kind of watching this. But, again, Mexico with a huge start here. I mean, I don't really know what to expect going into this matchup. But, like, you know, I'm pretty impressed from Mexico. Because, obviously, like, you know, I didn't get to see some of the matches. So it was like 0-1, 1-0. So I kind of looked at the records more looking at the stat sheet. But, like, if I recall correctly, didn't, like, Mexico, did Mexico make it to the World Cup last time? Like in 2023? I swear I remember Angel being there for some reason. I just remember that name specifically.
Oh my god, Frack took
like being at the event and stuff. So
just on the
I think they might have last time.
Then popped Cardiac Overdrive. I think it was Carmez just shooting him on the side of the
Either way,
gonna
need to rest. Oh, I'll be good. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
What's happening? What? Okay, we lost our Kiri in hookah, and now the swing from Bert.
So far, so good.
Kill onto Angel. Yeah, there's no
and obviously, I've been slightly running out of steam, chat, so if my commentary starts to taper off, my apologies. Generally, I will admit, towards the tail end of these, my energy levels might dip slightly. It's not like fully, but believe it or not, going non-stop, like as you know, when I do these matches, I give you pretty much 100%. I just go all out. So sometimes by hour 12, hour 14, you know, give or take, I generally start to, you know, taper a little bit, you know, on my energy level. I'm still high energy, of course. But like, it's just the way I commentate is a little bit different at times. But doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying. It's not going to stop me from trying. So Kitsune is going to be out here from Chile. Obviously, doesn't get the automatic pick, but a good slam there onto the Cassidy. It's going to allow them to come back with their own ultimate here and get a bunch of kills. It should be a free team fight win here. The point is theirs already, so this is just bonus time. Obviously, Mexico has done a really good job of saving their ultimates, so it's kind of important for, you know, these teams to go here. But honestly, like, Chile has some good ultimates too at the same time, so very, very good job here from both of these teams. Yep.
Well, a Mauga on top of a Cassidy, it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much if you're Carmez. So Frag definitely.
Also, Robert, I do remember that earlier about that. That was one of the craziest staggers we've seen in that one. Drops will go after the matches, or until the matches are done, Lord. You know, you might be able to check out some of the streams after, who might still have them for a little bit longer. After this match, the series is done. I'll be done for the day, because I just need to go chill. Go hang out with the kitty, also go for a walk, all of that. So either way, a lot of ultimates coming in here. I didn't expect Mexico to have a good opportunity here. Would you have a Kitsune? It's just a good advantage to have. So Chile is going to eventually get grinded down here, but 75% to 33%, this seems like a good opportunity for both of these teams. So very excited to kind of see how this plays out.
I mean, that was a powerful.
But we will see.
That's max value.
Yeah.
From your sound barrier. Like you said, it was the
yes.
perfect.
Okay, so I was right in that, Rosie. So my memory did serve me right there. Perfect. Good to know. Good to know. Then they lose to Canada or something like that? Maybe, possibly. I just don't remember specifically. That was a weird timing for Overwatch, because it was like still trying to figure out what the heck they were doing with Overwatch too. So it was a weird timing. I'm excited for this BlizzCon. All the hype and all that is pretty awesome. So here we go. Got a high noon coming in very shortly.
Really like that. There's going to be a rush here from where it's going to be.
This is going to clear space again. It's not meant to necessarily get kills. If it gets the kills, that's a bonus. It's more just to create space. The idea is that, like, you make them back away, but they come back with their own Kitsune. And these Kitsune timings have kind of hurt both of these teams. Like, it's basically, like, not Kitsune timings for, like, when they have them, it's that they don't have them at the same time. So, like, right now, you know, the point's already flipped. I mean, they're in a spot where if they just don't... 85%, the Lucio died last. I mean, you're going to have to swap the Tracer from the Cassidy, I think, right? Or the Reaper at that. Now they're going to try to poke those cooldowns out. The Tracer is sliding to the side over there. They do see the Tracer. So the Lucio's looking for opportunity there to, like, do early damage. I think they're going to make it. They do make it. They do tap, so that was really good to tap that. Now it gets interesting. Mauga has to come out right now. There it is. This is their time, and they do have the beat, and they have a little bit of, like, just a numbers advantage. And I think Chile's going to be able to sneak this win. The Kiriko there, yep, it's going to happen. And wow, what a close series. These matches have been so damn good today. So there you go.
99% to 74. Make that 100.
What a first map. Damn.
Okay.
What can I say?
Chile to be a bit of a
great games. Great games.
Well. Obviously,
don't mind that.
All right, chat. We have Azaria. They went Circuit Royale, it looks like. Azaria and a May. So Genji on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, really just trying to.
Kind of works with the Nano Blade, but I'm very curious, actually. I want to see how this goes. I don't know what to expect. Oh, I agree it was really good. When are you going to see Flats and I Bacon again? I'm not sure.
Genji OTP. we'll see how this ends up.
I should raid Ace. I could raid Ace. Yeah, that seems like a good option. Flats just moved actually. He's no longer in Massachusetts, so I think that there may not be an episode 3. There might be if I ever visit, vice versa. But yeah, no, Flats just moved out of state. He's officially in Tennessee now. He's probably at the Country Music Awards right now because he's in Nashville. So. Actually, he probably liked to listen.
Okay.
Flats, every time I'm in the car with him, every time I'm in his truck, a few times I've been in it, he just is jamming country music. He's probably loving it down there right now. Okay? I'm telling you, he loves his country music. All right? He is probably loving it down there.
Or maybe it hit, like, I don't know, like a light box or something, and it changed color. I don't know. I don't know how the lighting works in this game.
So.
No, me neither. I'd like to believe that there's, like, very tiny, like,
all right, Chad, here we go.
Inside of it, and it just like is on a timer.
What a series it's been.
The thing changes on like every 5 minutes or something.
I think they just went down there and they just kind of liked it. It was just an area they liked, and
we do, but I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly like
on a rubber ducky in
is it weird that I just don't ask further questions? Like if Flats goes, "Hey, I'm moving to Tennessee," I go, "Oh, great, have an awesome time." I'm not like, "Why? What do you like about Tennessee?" I just go, "All right, sounds cool, have fun."
Check off the bigger card. We're seeing a Zen, so I think that's all.
Is that bad? I never asked for any other details.
Right? Not Mercy. Oh, Mercy, I forgot.
I don't think we've seen Brig either.
I'm not good at that. I'm like, somebody's like, yeah, I'm like, awesome.
We have a long way to go, bro.
Yeah, there was an issue with internet talent before, which made it difficult, so we ended up having to like basically resell it and then ended up moving. Yeah, it was just an internet issue. All right, here we go, chat. The moment a lot of people have been waiting for. No Nano Blade because they're just not going to run an Ana, but there will be a Genji. If you haven't watched Elemental Guy, everybody is loving this gameplay. Whether or not it's a win or not, we'll see.
You know they're a good Genji player when they're hitting the 3K DPI switch.
We will see, but I'm ready. These teams will battle it out.
I was about to say, Huxel or like
16 cents, 3,200 or something like that.
Yeah, Huxel was really high.
Now these teams are battling it out.
Down.
Did USA win? You went to dinner? Yes, they won 3-0.
And he just has the DPI on. I'm not sure.
Nashville has great food. I did tell them to find me all the food spots because if I ever visit there, I want to go to all the food spots in Tennessee. Mexico again just dominated. It's kind of weird, like
if it's comfortable, then that's fine. Well, they end up.
I expected like with the Genji being here that Chile would have a little bit better of a time on first point defense, but Mexico is just rolling through them right now. I mean, we're not even close to a blade yet, so it's just like kind of waiting for that moment to happen. But so far, like Mexico just kind of starting off really strong. I was gonna say like. I've never seen really kind of a team. I felt like there was going to be more of a battle there, is basically what I'm getting at. Obviously, it was a great Mei ban, which kind of slows down the ability to kind of like do that. But this ultimate's going to be huge. If they can get that, that rock was so close to hit, and I thought that was going to hit. Both teams here are going to be popping their ultimates. Obviously, Chile pops their Kitsune, so it gives them some room to work with. Bert goes in there and says, hey, haven't seen me since Sesame Street. I had to connect that somehow. I didn't know how to connect it, and that's what I got. So good luck on that one. Eli it does go down. They're going to look for his book. But in the meantime, both teams are going to be kind of playing this a bit even so far. We have a Juno Ultimate coming out here very, very soon. Sigma Ultimate here also. Ultimate's going up. And there is a kill there from the Sigma on the side of Chile. So now with the puns, that was back-to-back. You like that? You like that? Went from Sesame Street to Book of Eli in the matter of a second. Pretty good, huh? Anyway, that's it for me on that one. All right? That's it for me on references. I'm done with that one. Unless, should I mention a guitar by any chance? Should I go for a third one?
I think that's a fight that makes go.
If you know, you know. Anyway, here we go. Juno Ultimate coming in.
Chile, I mean, they have a fair share of Ultimate Bank as well here. It's going to be difficult for Elemental Guy to get value against it.
Wu Yang Ultimate probably onto the Pharah. Usually that's who you go to, or whoever the target is with the blade. Actually, yeah, they go on the Pharah, yeah, because like basically you can just kind of go in and just do whatever you want. Ends up being a really good kill, and they do end up. Wow, the HP is just not there yet, so things are gonna get a little bit wild. So. Oh no. This is it. This is the moment everybody's waiting for, the blade. It's either you get a bunch of kills with this blade or you just fall over. Now obviously that was it. Okay. There you go. There you go, chat. Is that what you're hoping for? Because Mexico gets the point. 4.5 minutes on to third. We have seen a lot of teams kind of get like shut down here. At certain moments on this one, so it can be a little bit scary of like how the rest of this team fight will break out. But so far, not bad. Again, not bad.
Chile obviously not the most typical composition, I would say.
Eli gets a pick and
Flora
is going to start
and
pushing everybody back.
So they have a bit of a tougher time to stand up.
Yeah.
Here, but you gotta make some swaps here.
Ult's in the air. There's the Sigma.
I think Elemental Guy got out of that one.
So right for how much of a flip can it be?
God, I can't get over the Elemental Guy center, bro. I can't. It's so jittery. Genji
Nothing happening just yet. Just basically just an even team fight. Both of the both the Kitsunes kind of do that. Mexico's really doing well on this map. I mean, it's very impressive so far because playing Genji on this map is not easy, and that Genji just runs at them. It's kind of crazy. So we'll see what happens though in the meantime. I'm still waiting to see this Emre ultimate get a little bit of value on this corner. I think this is where it's going to get that value. I do want to point out this is a Symmetra swap. This is to really cause problems to the kind of both the Genji and the Sigma, but definitely more on the Sigma side of things. But we'll see how it plays out. They just need to be able to pop this ultimate, try to survive there. LCS getting close to an ult, but not there. But I want you to take a note of the high ground. There has been a little bit of a battle up there. As we're watching the Sigma, I think there's been a battle top right above. And whoever wins that can make this there, but they're going to be aggressive now. They're going to start going in with their Soldier ultimate. This is the start of everything. The Juno ultimate will follow through soon. Burt does finally pop the ult, does get the kill on Elemental Guy, and then they get the kill on the Kiriko. So a really good ultimate here. Burt plays it very smart, and they do end up holding with 2:45 on the clock.
Kind of two different tales of DPS.
So, not bad.
The heavy shots on the Genji is just, if you don't have deflect, you're just dead. You're not winning that 1v1.
Yeah, I think we haven't really mentioned the fact that
Mexico has Juno ultimate, but this Wu Yang ultimate could help a little bit. Although I'm getting concerned that they just don't have enough. They need a Kitsune now. So yeah, they're just gonna basically ult the Sigma. I mean, the Sigma's gonna ult. You know what I mean. Gets a kill onto the Juno, and that's huge. I mean, that's exactly what you need in this situation. You pop a Wu Yang ultimate now into one of your teammates if need be. Probably just pop it on the Sim or something. No, you gotta give it to somebody at this point. There you go. Give it to the Sigma. Exactly the correct play. They're gonna have to back away. You don't even need to get a kill just yet. You just need to survive. The Sigma can float around for a little bit. There's the blade. This is what everybody's been waiting for. Elemental Guy goes in, climbs up, gets one. Might get a second one. Kiriko is trying, falls down, goes over here, and then they get the point. So crazy matchup thus far.
Mexico.
Yeah, damn.
Baby.
Feels
Straight
good, man.
off the back of that blade, they locked that payload in on that third point. At an impressive time back, honestly, Johnny. 1 minute and 49 on Circuit.
We've got a lot of good series thus far.
We need higher frame rate to deal with this Elemental Guy sensitivity. I mean, it's chaotic.
We will see.
Crazy. But that Dragon Blade, it's enough to help push the payload.
Yeah, very well played. I can agree. That was very, very well played.
Second time in a row here, been capturing Circuit Royale. So clearly a map they're feeling pretty comfortable on. And I mean, it's capping this map, I feel like it's quite difficult to begin with. It is definitely cappable. It's not like some other escort or hybrid maps where it's scoreline impossible to cap. So it is cappable, but it's still a really good achievement and definitely putting Chile in a bit of a tough position here to try and equal that on the run attack.
The Genji faring on the defense, though.
They say the last day for these drops. No, you got time. Don't you worry. You got time. You're fine. You're gonna have matches all day tomorrow. You're gonna have OWCS throughout the week. You can get them too. They also have those drops there, so you should be good.
Straight over.
You should be good.
A lot of Genji players do that on attack. Yeah, you just go over the high ground roof, and then you have the dash. You just end up double jumping, sliding off the roof, type of thing. Can't really do that here on the defense.
I think they've studied the blade.
All right, here we go. Can Chile, have a good attack here, or will Mexico just kind of dominate this map and bring us to a 1-1? Obviously, no 3-0s are good Overwatch. So we'll see how this plays out, though.
Teleport to put Burt in a good position.
Man, this has been a long day of games, huh? Holy crap! I just realized, they're gonna be this is a long day of games. Tomorrow's even longer, right? Or is there less NA matches tomorrow? I don't even know. Who knows?
How do you feel?
You can see tomorrow. You can finish drops. Sounds good, ABC. Have a good rest of your day.
I'm a master by any stretch of the imagination.
Or have a good night, that is. So far, just the normal strategy, back away. Oh, there's 5 EMEA and 2 American matches. Is there a huge gap between those matches, though? If they start at 5 a.m., is it an earlier start for NA also?
I'm not that good, though. But it's okay. It's okay.
Or is it just a long time in between it regardless?
Someone like Elemental Guy, it's going to be tough, man.
Oh, what a pick by Elemental Guy. Damn, that was sick. Yeah, this is you know,
It is nasty.
extremely well played. Yep, rock though. Holy crap, that was a sick rock too. Damn, everybody's making just some really sick individual plays.
Towards you more often than not because you have outbursts.
You said Bert had to Ernie that kill. I like that. See,
you
know what, Roadrunner? I respect that. I respect that. I didn't even think about that one.
So you're gonna want to kind of save it till he's up and close, and then he dashes after you, kind of thing. Like, it's good for poking the Genji.
Oh yes,
right?
that's not okay. That's gonna be a weird day.
Yeah, but
all right, here we go.
Genji is actually like,
both teams doing their best. Mexico's trying to take the corner here. Obviously, Diva gets rocked. Things are evening out a little bit. They are going to disengage this. If they can disengage this properly, this will be huge for Mexico. Because the Kitsune is like one of the main things. They obviously pop their Sojourn ultimate here. They end up popping their own like ultimates back, and they do clean up. No, they actually don't clean up because I thought it was going to be a kill right there. Obviously, Baby Diva is not making this easy for Chile not having a Diva there. They get the kill. Diva goes down, and again, Mexico cleans up the team fight. They're going to have Blade next one, and this is what everybody's waiting for. You got all the drops. Let's go, Am. We'd love to hear it. We're having a good one too. Lecter. I actually just watched those movies for the first time ever. I never saw any of the Hannibal movies, and I watched 2 of them. I didn't watch like the other ones yet.
They won't let that go unpunished.
The 2 main ones where they switch actresses.
We're seeing from Mexico at times, both on the first map, but also replicating it here on Circuit Real. I think they're doing a great job.
Anyway,
a lot of ultimates in the back here as well, with a minute 30 to go.
Here go the teams.
Yeah, Captive Sun here for LCS.
A Yari ultimate for sure from Chile's side. It's going to be how you have to lead this off. They start with a sim wall though, so that's actually a good idea. Kind of gives you room to work with, and LCS gets a huge pick on the elemental guy. That's going to be an awesome ultimate coming here, and oh my, this ended up being an awesome push here by Chile. This is not, not going to really hurt like the overall like ult economy of Mexico. So even if they lose this point, which they definitely are going to lose this point unless they decide to go for a crazy blade, which I mean elemental guy has tried that before. They do have ultimates on second, so I don't think they're going to get snowballed. At least I don't think they will get snowballed. Obviously that could change. What comes after the online qualifiers? A LAN in Korea in August at some point. I forgot the exact date. Usually they tell
nice kill onto Bird.
At some point there will be that.
There you go. The naked blade. No
I mean, elemental guy pops off. I look down for a second, and Blade's already popped. It absolutely dominates. And oh damn, dude, it's the left clicks for me. You know what it is really? Like, don't get me wrong, the blades are sick. It's the left clicks. The left click accuracy for a projectile hero is like it's just the accuracy is so nice. Yep.
I mean, this is peak. Like, I just
like watching Hoxal again.
Yeah, like love watching gameplay. We're so back.
All right, these teams are battling each other, doing their best.
So many ults though for Team
Do I do like VODers? I have a spectating series. I do, yeah. I mean, it requires like Discord and doing that stuff. But
we see Frack obviously on the Ramada.
Here we go.
They go for a teleport.
Ultimate's coming in from both sides.
I don't know how many people that hit.
He's gonna get the kill. Bert gets traded on. Obviously, elemental guy goes down. But again, looks like I'm not gonna call it yet. This sim is actually starting to do a lot of damage. But it does look like again Mexico will hold this team fight not cleanly, so they're not gonna win it like cleanly. But that card hasn't moved, and there's only 2 minutes left on the clock. I mean, they're setting up for like any type of opportunity. Crichton, thanks for the 67 months of the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Crichton. Hope things are going well with you too, and I do know what that means in 2 more months.
2 more
it's gonna
months,
be nice.
and you know what that means.
It's gonna be nice.
Hope things are great in
Zanat is left and right click. Right click, I always say don't move your mouse. I'm telling you, that's my mistake because you're moving all your projectiles. You're not getting that burst shot. And then the left click, just understand the projectile speed. Projectile, lead your shots. Always be playing to lead your shots with Zenyatta. And spam more. Like that's one mistake I make is I don't spam enough. But trades on both sides here. Eli does get 2, but I think that Chile's gonna win this team fight. Nice shot there by Eli. They are gonna win the team fight. But ultimate-wise, both teams have an opportunity here. Kiriko doesn't clean up the kills there. The cart will keep moving. Mexico has Kitsune Blade. This could be a huge team fight. Yep. But yeah, don't move your mouse to the right click. I'm telling you, I always move my mouse too much and I heck up all the shots. So we'll see.
Devastating for Mexico.
Everything goes.
Rush in a blade though. Elemental guy magic, maybe.
I mean, maybe. Oh, kill says yes. Wait, Captive Sun not available either. Oh, he wants his blade so bad right now. Unlocked it too, waiting for something.
There it is.
There's the blade in, straight onto the sim.
I mean, we kind of knew this was going to happen. Yep, there it is. Doesn't get another one, but, listen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying with the left click. So you see the accuracy of that. Like, doesn't finish the kill with the left click, but damn, the damage before that is just crazy. Speaking of projectile, there you go. One more team fight here. If Chile wants to win this. They got to have a good Yari ultimate. If not, we're going to be going to another map. So this matchup is heating up between these teams. This is getting really, really good. So,
Chile, 24 seconds. They have a symmetric teleporter to get... Oh, they fake it for now. But, I mean, it's desperate times here for Chile, Joes.
Okay.
How many matches are left?
His health bar.
This is the last match of the day, Christine. Don't worry, more matches, tomorrow. Either way, here we go. Teams are getting aggressive. LCS with a huge pick on the elemental guy. That's exactly what we were talking about. Getting that opener. No ultimates on the side of Mexico, so it's going to come down to pure teamwork here. Unfortunately, Chile will have a Kitsune here for the Mexico side, that is. So if they, it's going to be tough to be able to win this. I think they're tempted to give this point up, unless there's something magical that I'm missing. I just don't think they can hold it for that long. That's why they back up. There's no point. They want to hold the choke, which is actually the correct play. So, yep. I know I do want to take a walk. I mean, it gets like late at like 9 p.m. here, so I should still be fine either way. With that, it's just going to be a little bit later, and the temperature is still pretty solid out. Honestly, probably more enjoyable than... Yeah, it's 70 degrees right now. Feels like 65. I can put a nice hoodie on, even though it's like almost summer. Mexico wins this team fight, and again, excellent decision to kind of just hold the choke rather than try to force that. Sometimes people try to force that last team fight. It's okay to like just give up that point, Hold the choke, be smart. Yeah, I have seen that circuit, actually. I got the warnings on my phone, too, on that one. Yeah, I wonder if that's why I'm a little bit stuffy, too, you know what I mean?
Elemental guy off onto the sidelines here. He's trying to get a deflect kill on Fur, but it's not happening. He's not shooting that rogue gun anytime soon.
Huge picks here on both sides. I think the Kitsune here is going to be the kind of the game changer here for the side of like Mexico going up into the next team fight. It's gonna decide how this goes. Even though like they're not using it on purpose because they decided and already committed to the idea that they're gonna trade and just like reset. That was the decision, by the way. Could they have won that team fight? Yes, but I think in their vision, it's better just to save up your ultimates and try to alt stack this last one. The risk is that you can still lose that team fight, and then maybe you give more opportunity for Chile to be able to get that. But we'll see how that happens. So. Surprise wins today. Not really surprise wins, but definitely some good matchups, which has been nice. It's 9 degrees Celsius in Australia. That's because it's getting wintertime there soon, right? Yep. It's always the opposite. We're about to get summer here in like a few weeks. It's like what, the end of June or something? Then you'll be getting your winter. But either way, here we go. All the ultimates at once. It looks like it looks cool, and I don't know what I just watched. It looked cool. That's all I know. Either way, both the teams. This is the scary part about alt stacking is you don't know if you're going to guarantee win it. But that pick right there on the Kiriko could solidify it. It's going to come down to this ultimate right here. If this ultimate can get value and maybe get a pick on this Ramacha, this could turn the other way. The Ramacha is literally at 1 HP. They just cannot find the kill. And unfortunately, they would have lost that. 1-1 is the series. I'm going to be right back. One quick second, and I'll see you for map 3. Hit the follow button if you haven't. I'll be right back.
It's not.
yeah.
But for like a long time.
That is true on that one, Rex. Yep. How old is Sully? Sully is 7. Yep. Can you believe that?
And then
Sully is 7 years old.
On a trackball. That's why he's like top 500. Like
yeah, I'm gonna be done after the stream. Yeah. I'm gonna go chill. I'm still deciding if I'm gonna be on for tomorrow's matches. I might take the day with the cat, kind of get him settled, and then just stream on Monday for the Japan matches if you're down for that. So yeah, you would miss out on me giving you the. You might miss out on me tomorrow for the World Cup stuff, but on Monday I can stream the Japan matches. I think I'm streaming on Monday because I have to take Tuesday off because I'm going golfing with my dad. I haven't, he hasn't gone golfing in years. Decided to kind of like plan stuff out for him, so he's looking forward to that on Tuesday. So Monday I can kind of log on and watch the Japan matches and all of that. If there's
almost kind of sus,
Yeah, I think it might be the plan. We'll see. We'll see how I feel though.
You just watch him like his hand.
We'll see how I feel.
Like, okay, that makes sense.
So it was a weird day because I had like the headache for most of the day. So I'm just trying to like also be smart. But you know me, I go hard. I'm like no,
but that's good just because he has high DPI. Well,
appreciate it, chat.
Anyway,
here we go. Who's gonna win this? I don't even know. I mean, this is a huge match for both these teams. I mean, they haven't played each other, so like, if Mexico picks up a win here, like this just gets crazy for both of these. So I know I'm gonna miss a new hero trot. I scheduled that well before they announced it. Unfortunately, I know. I'll try to do a reaction like when I get home on like an Instagram short if you want to see. But yeah, I'm gonna miss out on it. Unfortunately, which is rare for me, but. Hey, you know what? I've been golfing with my dad since I was about 12, so why not? Anyway, here we go. What everybody's been waiting for, the Genji on this map specifically. Remember, Chile is the one who voted for this map. Now, I think we'll see how it plays out. The reason why I'm a little bit concerned about the map selection here by Chile is because this was a map that Mexico actually picked. Right? Like, they picked this map as a map they wanted to play against Team USA. So, the point I'm making here right, is maybe their vision was they ban the Ana and then the Nano Blade loses value. And maybe it does work out. But that was my concern was. There's a new hero trailer on Tuesday, yes. That is the, I think, the planned release date for that.
And then Mexico's composition actually did a great job with the added firepower from Paulette on the Elari to beat down on Chile. Cat in the sky.
Tin, thanks for the 16 months of the Tier 1. Appreciate that. Thanks for the 16 months. Again, here we go. I mean, Chile is able to kind of get some trades there. Both teams finding some opportunity, but it looks like Mexico will lose this point unless something crazy happens here with the remaining players. So there you go. So, you know, this series continues on being crazy and all of that. Yeah, just a good matchup so far. Obviously, you know, these teams are getting all the long maps out of the way, thankfully. Hopefully they play them to the distance, too, you know, because why not?
At the end of the day, you're probably going to have to be the person to touch there.
Because why not?
You should be overrunning into like very tight corridors, play out of line of sight, especially during that turret mode, right? Relying on the Cordac overdrive, it's a little bit too much, and you end up losing the neutral. The damage is too much for Santana there.
The Bastion just squeaking. Like,
all right, I'm ready for a
two most intelligent
Kitsune soon from these teams.
In the game. The Bastion making beeps and boops, and the cat just meowing at you.
I mean, this is going to be double Kitsune coming up. I mean, this Bob is, you know, doing his job, just sitting on the card saying, hey, what's up, everybody? Obviously, the idea was to flip the map here, and it's kind of interesting how we're watching the defending team on the attacking side, but that's kind of how this goes. There's a Kitsune now. Immediately, they get the kill. They're just going to shoot the ultimate here, but Bert does get the kill. And now it's back and forth. Elemental guy goes down there, and I think Chile is going to actually win this team fight also. So it's going to come down to what Mexico usually banks on with this team comp. Guess what? A blade. So we'll see if this blade ends up being the make or break here for Mexico. Obviously, if they don't win this team fight, it could be pretty rough here. The Jetpack Cat Bastion, you know, being a big part of this.
Yeah, 100%.
So yeah, we'll see how these teams kind of get things going here in this matchup.
To get that added over health as well, regardless. But Mexico, they still can make a bit of a stand here. They got Cage Fight and the Blade this time.
Santana with a huge pick right there on the Eli. Obviously, the Blade's a little bit easier when they're just stuck inside of there. Nothing really happens. I mean, honestly, sometimes you just, you know, a good Genji knows when to give up on a Blade. Like, straight up.
I mean, okay.
Like, that's what a good Genji does. Already won the team fight, already had a successful play. You just kind of know what to do at that point, right? That's what good Genjis do, is they just, like, they go, okay, I ain't going to get this. Now, obviously, against Team USA, a little bit more aggressive. Probably learned from that, too. Like, it's okay to give up on a kill. Why flip the map? So a lot of it's because, like, it's you flip the map because you like where you're defending it from. Obviously, if they end up winning the team fight, they're going to take the point. But you flip the map because it makes it really difficult to decide. Like, it just also kind of changes things up. If you can flip the map consistently with a Jetpack Cat or even like a Symmetra, it's just not what you're used to, right? Sometimes you get used to certain plays and you just know how to play against it. You know, a Symmetra teleport to flip the map, or like, you know, just a team in general flipping the map, like, you just kind of unexpected. So it's really cool. Anyway, Mexico starts off with losing that point, obviously there. Gets a couple of kills, but going into the third, looking pretty okay for both teams, actually. A little bit under 4 minutes. I'm okay with that. Alt-wise, Chile has a couple of ultimates coming up.
That fight where the Susu came in on the Captive Son, like, that was a big.
You said, "Hey, are you from the Discord server?" What do you mean, am I from the Discord server?
A couple team fights
what Discord
later,
server?
The Ultimate Economy favor them a little bit. Elemental guy, big flank here, and the
Kitsune coming out.
Yeah, both rushes have been used to turret form.
There it is. Obviously going to be just kind of a all-in team fight here. They're kind of going for the Bastion, but ends up kind of not getting anything. Now we're going to see possibility of a Blade happen. I actually think, nope, that Blade will not happen. Elemental guy has to wait here due to this happening, but so is able to get one trade there. We do have another cage over here. I know, almost got another Blade. I know. I mean, good deflex against Magma comps can lead to really quick Blades. We do see a Reaper ult get a kill, and you know, the amazing Ayari ultimate's going to slow this push down. They're going to get a little bit of halfway through the point, but it's not going to be a lot. It's going to be just a little bit on this one. They're going to be like, okay, we're pretty chill on this one. Yep, almost got another Blade. Is right.
Going to be enough to put Chile back here on this third point. And I mean, 2:30 time bank is kind of like a pivotal moment in the series here, where Chile is now forced to fully reset, and Mexico is set up.
There we go. Mauga charging in.
Maugas,
it's a great support out there. I agree.
Uh-oh. Here goes the Bastion.
Yeah, here comes the Blade from Elemental guy as well. Oh, the Suzu's going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side for the Genji.
Good kill.
Just getting the single kill. Both DPS
Yeah, just
from
overall
Team Mexico
good
are
play
gonna
here.
get cleaned up, so this payload can get moving again.
From Chile, able to get the point. I mean, 2 minutes on the clock. I can see why they picked this map, even though Mexico had picked this map against Team USA. It kind of just feels like Chile likes this map too. Looking at the ultimates here, if they can kind of slow this down just enough, they're going to have a Kitsune. It's going to be a Kitsune versus Kitsune, but the ultimates are definitely going to go in favor of Chile after not able to get anything there. So obviously, kind of back and forth. Elemental guy already getting a little bit low, no deflect. Santana's going to fall down here in a second, possibly. This Kitsune is out a little bit earlier, but they're going to be falling behind it. I think Chile's actually just going to win this, unless something crazy happens, which I'm looking at the HP. I just don't see where they would have that opportunity. There's the Bastion, kind of just ultimate point. I mean, obviously, Elemental guy's going to try his best here, does a couple cool looking plays there, but a minute 25. Wow, what an attack right there. Man, I questioned the map selection at first, but now I get the vision. Now I understand the vision. So,
yeah, I mean, the added overhealth from the,
we will see.
As well. It gives also Mexico a chance to, Chile a chance rather to like heal up their Bastion and keep them topped up for the next go around. And I feel like at the end of the day, like the neutral was just too much. Like this Bastion and Cat, it is so strong in these Amalgam mirrors that Mexico has really found themselves on the back foot. I mean, they have a couple of moments here and there, like Captain Sun, Dragon Blade.
Man, been a great stream today, though. I'm loving this. It's been a good day.
This Bastion damage coming out.
Been a good day.
Position. So Chile definitely with the upper hand so far. It's reflected in the scoreboard.
Let's check on my phone very quickly.
Right, Cat Bastion defense time. Here we go. How fast can Team Mexico collapse?
Is it Malga versus Malga? Yeah, Diva Band kind of creates that.
Running someone down.
Bucket Boy just passed. He's been sleeping all day, the Bucket Boy today.
Already in the air.
Yeah.
And you have to
he actually was sleeping between my legs all night, too.
Good
boy, buddy. Love you, bud. I love you.
The shifts for both of them, the TP and the Swift Step. Or the Swift Step, sorry, and the Wraith Warp. There will be more matches tomorrow, Breezy. I haven't decided if I'm going to actually watch tomorrow's matches. I might just save... I might actually do a Sunday day off and a Monday stream, which has been kind of different recently. I just don't... We'll see how I feel tonight, okay? I'm leaning towards taking Sunday off now and then just streaming on Monday. If I stream tomorrow, then I'll take Monday and Tuesday off. But I kind of like the idea of like Sunday off and Monday stream, Tuesday off, and then the rest of the week. Because obviously next weekend, of course, we have OWCS. That is facts. So even more stuff coming up soon, which I'm looking forward to. So we'll figure it out. I have no plans yet. So, but yeah, today's been a great day of games. I'm glad I watched them. Energy's still feeling pretty good here. Great start here for Mexico. I mean, immediately stopping the Jetpack at Bastion when you're the attacking team. Pretty good start there. They are going to be able to kind of like get out a little bit. It's not like the end of like their team fight here, but now that I'm looking at the Reaper's HP in the middle of the open, that is definitely going to be a free team fight here for Mexico. That is, that was kind of an interesting approach here. Once they lost their Bastion, I think they should have played just for retake. But I understand why they wanted to take that, because obviously if like Chile gets a little bit, not Chile, Mexico gets a little bit aggressive, you can kind of take advantage of a kill, but damn. Terrible first points for both these teams, huh? Monday streams are nice. Yeah, I've had a lot of Monday streams recently, so.
Yeah, look, everyone knows it. Everyone's watching knows that's just one of the greatest stuff right there.
Okay, that is a lot of covering fire. My goodness, they require an emergency.
A lot of kills happening right now.
Out of danger.
Or not kills, a lot of cooldowns being used. Mexico has a Kitsune. I mean, there's a chance they can snowball this for a while. Because like, I'm looking at the ult charge they have right now, and like, they got like ults coming, but like, look at the ults of Mexico. I mean, if they can keep, 2 on the card right now, which I think they just called them back. Yeah, exactly. They called Elemental guy back to get 3. Because like right now, like, they're already realizing that their ult pool should, in theory, win this team fight. There's no beat. They might have to contest with the Kitsune and Amalga ultimate, but as long as they don't give a free kill, which is the most important part, do not give a free kill up. That is the only way that Chile is going to be able to hold this part. So Mexico is going to have to use this. I mean, this aggressive play. There it is. There's the Malga ultimate, so it's a good Malga ult. I will say that was a very smart play to try to go in there, but now is where the ult dump happens. And this is what I was a little bit, like, ult-wise, everything on paper is saying they should win this, and they do. So Mexico, oh, damn. Mexico's probably a little bit tilted right now. They only were under 6 minutes. Under 6 minutes? Are you kidding me? Damn.
Then Kames and Elemental Guy are no way near, and they're just killing everybody outside.
It's just too much. I mean, it's just too many ultimates there.
Thank you so much, 2X. I appreciate that. Thank you.
5 minutes 30 here. I mean, Wed has a Kitsune rush, but I'm not counting out any team that has a cage fight available. So it's not like it's doing great work here. Nice. It's already quite low.
Yeah, frag super low. They are playing on a rush, though, so the cage actually ends up getting destroyed.
So he's like, remember me?
That's
Thank you so much.
I'm at the guy going down. That's going to force the reset right there.
All right, anyway, chat, sorry. The line just brought me down a voice team. I can at least have my voice be managed for a little bit here. It's a little bit hot, so I gotta wait to have it. But, yeah, no ultimates here. So this is where Chile is gonna have some time, right? You have your ultimates building up. You're chilling. But again, Mexico with an early pick, even with the ultimates. I mean, that's the worst case scenario. You're going to be forcing a Reaper ultimate here. And even then, yeah, the Reaper ult's forced. I mean, that's basically the only play you can make. They do get a trade onto the Kiriko, which is the best case scenario. That might be the saving grace here for Chile, because if that pick doesn't happen, then that's a little bit wild. Keep in mind though, I think you can teleport from the spawn, so you might see a player back up a little bit, and the Kiriko will be back quicker than you actually think. That's exactly what happens. Kiriko teleports back. Elemental guy doesn't really get the script here. Again, a bit of a misplay. Just remember, chat, when you have an advantage, try not to do that, but I guess the advantage doesn't matter. Bert goes in, I'm going to take this one from YouTube chat, trying to earn the kill there, doesn't get it. Chat, I mean, Mexico is about to absolutely shred this attack. Okay, never mind. So back to talking about the map selection here. From Chile, I do believe that Mexico likes to play this map.
Mexico, that is absurd.
From what I'm seeing, I think they do like to play this map. So maybe now we're back to questioning it again, but we'll see. A little bit unlucky here for Mexico. They have 3 seconds less than you normally would have if you started the game. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. I mean, they're gonna have to hold for a minute 25 here. Both teams have had terrible defenses. We'll see how it plays out. But damn, that was crazy. That's why I got concerned once I saw those ultimates. It was really truthfully, what happened was it was that awful start. Like, you can kind of make up for that now. Like, that awful start was a little bit rough. So, like, you can recover from that, but we'll see.
Good attempt, and then half of one. Maybe.
Basically, just don't do that again.
Bastion Pomp does. Like, it needs to...
Is how I see that. Just don't do that play again, and you're good to go. That's it, you know? Don't give up the free kills. That's it. That's all you got to do. Don't give up the free kills now, and you're good.
I feel like usually you could reasonably build a couple of ultimates on the attack here to give you a good chance at one good fight. But I feel like
with
this kind of a composition, like maybe you'll probably get there with the rush, but I'd almost rather go for 2 swings with the Bastion and see if someone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They picked the maps. So that's why I was a little bit concerned. But we'll see. All right, here we go again. Will one of these teams learn how to play first point defense? Well, you know. Mexico has a little bit of time to figure it out. Chile, not so much. But here we go. They do get the Bastion set up in a good spot. Genji's forced to use Deflect early, so going to back away. The map control definitely is in favor of Chile already. So, you know, Mexico is already taking a lot of damage, but something to look at here. The HP is getting low, but there you go. Elemental guy does go down, but it is kind of an even trade. Farmer gets a kill on there, and the Jetpack Cat Bastion does go down. So we officially have a team stopping a team on defense in this map. No trades should happen here for Mexico if they really want to guarantee this win. There is no trades. One more team fight to go, but I'll-Charge. Well, actually, I'll-Charge is pretty tied right now. The only difference is going to be the Sojourn ultimate and kind of all in with this one. So 27 seconds left. This is it. If they can't get this, this could be, you know, a really tough, you know, opportunity here. We'll see.
Bring Bert down early. Chile has another go of it here, and you just want to take shots on goal.
Too squishy now, is he? I mean,
another good attempt here.
It's hard to say. I don't know how that stuff goes. I mean, I'm not good at Genji, so it's kind of hard for me to comment on that one. You know.
I believe you. Of course, here, Elemental guy.
Yeah, they're going to disengage this. They're waiting on the turret form. Elemental guy is low. There's a Kitsune, and now it's going to get wild. They're going to get really aggressive. They're going to look for the kills around. This is their opportunity to get the kills. They kind of just waited for the Bastion to make that, and yeah. So Mexico holds, and now they have 3 minutes and 57 seconds to get one singular tick. I have a feeling that Chile will not send their Bastion into their spawn this time. But Mexico, again, starting off, you know, very strong here. Man, this has gone crazy. I mean, after the first match, you kind of, you know, thought it was going a different way, and instead it's gone this way. So we'll see how it plays out, you know?
Obviously, they were quite behind when it came to the Kitsune rush, and so theirs was delayed. But that turret mode, you almost need to put out a lot of damage onto Fractor. But it was a little bit too late. And instead here, it's going to be Mexico with a fantastic chance 4 minutes. Close out this map. It didn't at all. When Mexico was defending, I honestly like almost counted them out a little bit because Chile looked so good on their own attack, but this has been quite a turnaround.
I'm waiting.
Okay. Chile, they want to be able to secure it up here to make it to Busan, but Mexico being a rather large force to be reckoned with in this series. An elemental guy too. Like,
I mean, they could hold. They could hold. I don't know if they will, but they could.
Not too often.
They could.
Chile not even
we'll
opting
see.
for Cat Bastion here either. It's like, okay, we're gonna play Alari. We're gonna play Sojourn. Like, we're just gonna go a little bit more old school with it.
Yeah, Genji's in a weird spot because I know he kind of does well in a lot of ranks, so like it's probably a hard spot to figure that out.
So
he is fun though.
LCS has a pop-off, Birth has
People
a pop-off.
figure out how to stop Cat Bastion. I mean, honestly, I think we've kind of slowly shifted out of a Cat Bastion meta, or like a full-blown meta of it. You see it kind of probably. I think the Sigma Mizuki Mei meta is kind of taking over right now. At least from what I've seen. Obviously not in this matchup, but that's what I've seen happening. All right, here we go. Obviously, not going to go and get their Bastion killed right away, so that's a better start than last time. Already their defense is looking better.
That is a very aggressive wraparound here. I mean,
their Mauga is really low, and that now still looking pretty rough. Yep, that's looking real rough. Their Sojourn's out of the team fight, which means that the rest of the team can turn around now, and that's just basically it. Mexico takes this map 2-1. Wow, I don't even know what to think about that. You've got your loot box. Let's go.
Mexico dunk it in. There it is. A 2-1 as they lead the series.
Not bad, Chad. All right.
Chile, they got to come back into
Mexico up 2-1. I mean, this is pretty, like, this has a lot of playoff implications here too, right? Because like, yeah. Also, Chad, if this match does end up, ending here, which I may not, I might go the full distance. I'll probably hop off pretty quickly. I'll do my outro and all that, just so you know, like, what my plan is. Okay.
It's been a long day for everyone, all the producers here, entire broadcast.
That would be what I do.
Did Blizzard actually make them like real?
Real? Oh, you mean okay?
As in,
wow,
as
I
in, like,
am
not
truly
in game.
beyond lost. Yeah,
not in game, Johnny. Not like do Blizzard like make the animal.
Yeah, I'm lost.
I mean, like,
sorry.
It's fine. It has been a long day.
I got the Zeta Division mascot right next to me.
Oh yeah, I got one too. Yeah, shout out Zeta Division.
Yeah, from the,
giving us the little plushies. The
right, here we go.
Tracer one. Oh, I got the Zerka one. Sorry,
they'll be on Neon Junction as well.
Yeah, they will be, dude.
All right.
Easter egg.
We're popping off. We're popping off.
I mean, listen, Corbs, honestly, you never know, right? Okay, Mexico is going to be running the Zarya comp here, so Zarya, I think they want to just like send the Reaper in and just bubble, and actually this is going to go really well. I can already tell the Ramatra's getting super low, but it's always such a debate. The Ramatra gets low, holds block, and then you don't really know. Okay, there you go. They grinded them down, and the HP is looking solid for the side of Mexico here. So Chile has to just kind of back away, and there's going to be an early party. I wonder if we're going to see a swap to Zarya possibly from the Ramatra. I actually think Ramatra is good against the Zarya, but it kind of lets Reaper get extra pressure. When do the matches start tomorrow? 5 a.m. Nova Star. I'm kind of leaning towards not streaming it tomorrow and just going live on Monday. I initially wanted to cover it, but that's what I'm gonna go for. But I will be live Monday, and they'll have these same drops. So I think that's gonna be my plan. Yeah. But they start tomorrow at 5 a.m. Eastern. Very early start time for that. But also, I think if you're in the OWCS esports channel,
kind of the
playbook. The Korea matches tomorrow. Are there Korea matches? I don't even know if there are actually.
You're gonna bubble him up like this.
If there are,
try and get some damage in, and
then you can get him even earlier than that. So.
Already Frack is pretty
anyway, here we go. Obviously, just both teams battle, and Lucio gets a little bit low on the side of Chile there. Mexico is gonna barely keep their Zarya alive, but barely is enough to be able to keep that going. And again, they're getting aggressive here. Burt with a huge pick on delay. This is where Angel's like, never mind. I can't go in there. Like, if initially you're going to maybe go in, but then once you lose your teammate, you want to kind of play it slower here. And you can't really put your Zarya in the same spot. You actually have to kind of have your Reaper play there. Normally, you would have your Orisa, Ramatra, whatever hero it is, play there. But so far, the Reaper's doing a good job of just kind of keeping him at bay. Nothing can really happen here. Kitsune is about to happen from both sides. Look for Chile to pop it first, since they know they had a little bit of an advantage on that kill. They start to back away the Reaper now in a second, or the Reaper in. Kitsune is going to be coming out from both teams in about 1 second. Santana is getting low, and I think they might cancel this ultimate here. Yep. Initially, they're going to maybe go for the ultimate, but eventually it had to stop. They get stuck in the middle there, and no ultimates are used. And there is a trade, though, on Eli. That actually ends up being a good pick there for Mexico, but Chile is
real nice,
spot.
Especially at this point in the game, too, where you're more than likely going to be able to take a lead, or at least get it to the corner.
This first corner is absolutely pivotal for both teams here. Like
we'll see.
The way these compositions are looking, they're more like standard brawly. don't have a lot of room to like take super wide angles by any means, and so
they're corner comps.
Okay.
They want to sit on the corner. Like, what else? Where they would? Here we go.
Santana with a pick right away. He's able to get a good grab off, and this is going to be a team fight. I think a team fight win for Mexico, unless, I mean, if this turns around the other way with that HP bar on Chile, I'd be very surprised. They're all at 1 HP. I don't think anybody was getting healed. All right, I mean, because they couldn't. So a great grab. I mean, look at the ult pool. I mean, Mexico actually has an advantage now. I mean, 4 ultimates used right there for basically 1 a limb. That's not going to be good. I mean, that is an ult domino and a half. You were right on that one. Mexico getting a little bit of, a little bit of extra bot time now. Not going to be able to get the checkpoint. Remember, the checkpoint is 55.53 meters. But we have a flank from Karma here. This is actually going to be a pretty good flank. I mean, the Reaper goes down. The position is pretty pristine. They might try to still go for this. There's the cleanse. Reaper ultimate gets 1. I mean, anytime you get even half HP off somebody without dying as Reaper, it's a victory. Again, Mizuki goes down, but hey, you know what? You take that checkpoint already with 6 minutes remaining. A really good early checkpoint is a really good opportunity. Obviously, they're going to spawn up quickly, so they have to kind of fall back. They're just trying to clear up the high ground, keep things going. No ultimates here for the side of Mexico, so this might be tough to be able to handle the Ramatra, so look for kind of a slight disengage on this one. Harder to disengage, so they might actually give up on the point a little bit sooner than they normally would, or like leave their Reaper there and then have the Reaper teleport out. Either way, look for them to play around that Ramatra ultimate on the side of Chile, and for Mexico to kind of disengage it. That's exactly what they're doing. They're backing up because they know it's there. They have nothing, so they want to kind of go into the neutral. If they get a pick early in the neutral, it can be a great result. The Reaper does go in up in the Sojourn after they realize that like half the team's out there, but this is the downside of this play. If you don't get a kill, you're probably going to go down, and there it is. So, risk reward, but in that situation, you need to have a little bit of that risk, otherwise you're never going to get the reward. So that's kind of how you want to go about that. Zarya is definitely going to fall over here in a second. There's no way they don't all in the Zarya. I say that, though, and then they end up keeping him alive. They can Kitsune back right now. In a second, they decide to Kitsune. This is going to allow Zarya to get a quick bubble up. One more second. And, wow, what a turnaround here for Mexico. I mean, again, that disengage was really good. They're going to have a grab in 1 second. Get ready for this grab to be about 3 seconds here. Ends up throwing the grab on the ground. Why not? If you get a kill, the Sojourn's isolated. Ramatra goes down, and what a huge play there by Mexico. That was unbelievable. They do lose one, but they're not going to be able to hold this. At least not for now. They get the kill on the Kiriko. They're going to be able to clean up on the Lucio. Nice chain there. Actually, doesn't even get the kill on the Lucio. Lucio's going to try to escape out, but either way, Mexico with a huge play there, and they have a bit of an advantage of the Mizuki ultimate. Even if they pop the Sojourn ultimate, they can just pop Mizuki. So
again, Mexico
getting kind of wild here for Chile. They're running out of steam, but they do have beat. They do have Sojourn ultimate, so it's not over, at all. There's still plenty of time left in this map. We've seen this, where teams can come back from this, but. And as I say that, Bert, lays down the law there, gets 2. And yeah, just as I say that, they don't use any of their ultimates. Angel does get a pick. Obviously, Lucio is probably the least of their worries getting picked off there because you can speed boost back. But, you lose a little bit of map control during that. So we'll see how this plays out.
Overclock, hey, Sanctuary on the corner, and then we win. But, wow, sniping layout. Like
okay.
Kind of the best pick possible.
I mean, if you lose that fight, the win probability on ESPN ain't looking too good.
Mizuki ultimate coming out here from Mexico. Sojourn ultimate beat. There's going to be no ultimates on Chile's side, unfortunately. Like, they did take that back, but this ult advantage for Mexico is going to be pretty huge. Obviously, the last thing they want to do is get picked off. That's going to be the #1 thing, and as I say that, they get picked off. Now, still, though, I think they have enough ults if they really wanted to kind of ult stack this, which is why they're just sending in the ults. They believe that at this point, if they just control the pace of this game the rest of the way, they're going to win, and they're not worried about, like, saving their ultimates for too long. This again is going to kind of just force a checkpoint. I mean, the checkpoint's already there, actually. They're going to be fine in the spawn. But, if you're constantly battling back and forth here, you're going to be in the same result over and over again. I will say Chile kind of handled that pretty well, though, all considering the ultimates Mexico had. So that ended up being still well played there, just not exactly the way that they want to go there. So,
looking for answers, pushing ahead with an annihilation available.
I mean, you'll have time to be able to get him tomorrow, too, Spar, and some kills might still be running them still, too. And they cannot let this is the problem. See that trade right there? Like, it's just going to be too much of an issue for later on in this team fight. Like, even if, like, Mexico, loses this team fight, they've already kind of created the opportunity to just kind of chill. They get both Kitsunes out. Both teams are kind of just in this duel. I mean, Eli might go for a Reaper out. This would be a possibility. Both the Reapers kind of just chilling. They have to back away, though. Like, see what I mean? Like, it's kind of a neutral team fight. And again, that's time off the clock. That's a minute right there off the clock. So they're both pretty content with this. But this Reaper ultimate could be a good play. It just depends. I mean, they're going to keep battling in this exact same spot. The longer that this team fight goes on, the better for Mexico because they're going to build up a bunch of ultimates. But Chile still has an opportunity here. I mean, it's not over yet. There's the Reaper going in. Does not pop the ultimate, obviously. I think that would have been a weird ult. That ultimate makes a little bit more sense, but still, even then, the Kitsune, doesn't really keep them alive the whole time. They do lose their Sojourn, but that's kind of an okay one, although you do kind of want your Sojourn alive in this situation. Zarya running in a straight line. They're going to Mizuki ultimate in. That's why that straight line was happening. They do get a kill on the Kiriko, which means it's going to be a cleanup. And then again, Chile gets a little bit of value there, which is good. It's close to the checkpoint, but not close enough. And honestly, that's going to give an extra spawn anyway, or a quick spawn to the side of Mexico. But this is far from over. Well, I mean, technically it's close to over on the map, which is far from being a guaranteed victory for Mexico here. We have Grav coming up, Reaper ult coming up, and here we go. Burt is going to be popping the ultimate, trying to push them back. This is actually a really good play, but the grab is going to get them in there. The beat goes there. Angel's going to pop the ult here in a second. Actually, not going to pop it because it's not really the right play. I actually think that was a good decision. I would have probably popped the Reaper ultimate there and fallen over because you're going to have a better one right now. You're going to all in the Ramattra. They actually get 0 damage under that Ramattra. I actually think the Reaper healed them. Now you're going to get this play. Now they have to be a bit aggressive here. You want to be able to help your team. Obviously, a lot of damage output coming from both sides. I mean, look at the HP again on Chile's side. I mean, Mexico in theory has an opportunity here, but I can't really tell who's going to win this. I mean, this ultimate could actually turn the whole team fight right now. So what was looking like a team fight advantage for Mexico is kind of like not the case. Yeah, I mean, they actually end up winning that here on Chile's side. Now this gets really interesting because of course it's going to go down to the wire, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, now it's getting a little bit wild. I don't think they're going to get the checkpoint yet. But I do think that if they do get the checkpoint, it's going to lead to basically one more team fight. So
in this crucial map, try and tie up the series, forcing a map 5 here. 40 seconds to go, but they committed.
This is getting intense, chat.
Who can stand up
here we go.
Play for your team to keep this series alive.
They're gonna give up the checkpoint. By the way, they decided that they're just gonna go for the battle over here rather instead they lose somebody. So Sojourn will thankfully spawn up immediately. Watch the spawns. This is it. Pretty much down to the last team fight. Mizuki ultimate versus Reaper ult. There's no chance for a contestant. Nothing really else can be built except maybe a Sojourn has been on the side of Chile. So this is it. I mean, this is down to the wire. Overtime spawns are going to be in play. They might try to sneak in one more team fight, but it's not going to be worth losing your teammate. And this is it. Hi, Bucket Boy.
They're supposed to go absolutely nuclear. You can try and focus down Santana first, I'd imagine, trying to get a couple of bubbles out, but there's the Sanctuary.
There it is. The Reaper is going to be the decider here. They do pop it, but like they're just kind of all in on the Ramattra, and here goes the Reaper in the back line. The Reaper goes in, does get traded on. Again, not the worst, but Santana's getting really low. They're going to have to be really careful here. It's going down to the wire. Chile gets beat. They're going to back him up a little bit. They get the kill. You've got to be kidding me. It's so back and forth. The Zarya is definitely going to be going down soon, I think. The Kitsune comes out. Burt's looking for a kill. Santana's holding on. The Kitsune is going to come out. The grab at 99%. The grab goes off. Oh my. There's no way. How? What?
Absolutely nothing. How did Santana stay alive for that
long? How do they not target the Zarya down? And Mexico wins. Dude, I thought that was that. Dude, there is no damn way. What? And that is your series, and Mexico takes the map, the series. Again, great gameplay between both of these teams. What a game. What a matchup.
4 players.